And then it was time for the start of the Perfect World Major. This is a pretty hype day. Huge Byron, how you doing?
It's a big one, Harry. It's the opening stage.
Day one,
Shanghai Major, and we're live bright and early for some big games, for some BO1s as we kick off the day. It's always fun getting the opening stage, getting the opening games, getting a bunch of BO1s, a taste test of all these different teams, and we're kicking off with VP MIBR as well as that, Harry.
I like the background.
Look?
Yeah,
What I've done with the place? I've worked hard all weekend, Harry.
It's looking
Glad
good.
It's paid off.
It's looking good. Yeah, so taking a look then at the opening stage and some of the matchups here. I know you've been mulling over your pick'ems and whatnot. How they looking? You feeling quite good about yours?
Not really.
You on the route to the diamond point?
Not really. I'll try my best. It's the playoffs where it all falls apart, Harry. But I mean, these opening stages are also not easy. So let's have a look at some of the rosters that we have on our screen. Some of the safer picks. You know, there are a couple out there, Harry, but there's also a lot of conjecture. What do you make of it?
You know, I like.
These are the.
I don't really know what you're asking me.
No, neither. These are the qualified teams from each region. Sorry, my program was off. These are the qualified teams from each region as well, Harry. So something to keep in mind. From Asia, of course, getting FlyQuest, Rare Atom, and the MongolZ. A lot of spots over from the America side of things, and an increase in Asia as well. It's. You're just laughing at me. You're not helping. You want to say some words, Harry? What do you see? You're blind.
Yeah, well, you know, you've noted already
the
increasement from from the Americas. You know, I think one of the things I've seen from a lot of folks in the opening stage is that people are expecting big things from the likes of Team Liquid and the MongolZ. I think they've come through as a lot of people's 3-0 picks and the pick'ems. I've seen that all across the board. People are all in on those guys. Fair play. Where I think, you know, things get pretty interesting is from the Americas. Obviously, you had Wildcard and MIBR do really well. And so I want to see how that's looking. But we have a little explainer on the format, or so I've been led to believe. So let's check it out. Oh, yes. We've seen that.
Classic Swiss format, Harry. 3 wins, you go through to the elimination stage. 3 losses and you're out. It doesn't matter the order you get your wins and losses, as long as you can get 3 wins before you get 3 losses. It's about as basic as it gets when it comes to Swiss.
The standard major classic.
Of course. And of course, waiting in the elimination stage, we already have a bunch of top teams. We have the Navis, we have the Phases, G2, Spirit, 3D Max. Oh, I'm nailing this right now.
Yeah, you are.
6, I have 2 more. Vitality. Did I say G2? I might have said G2. There is another one.
I don't know if you did.
G2 then. And maybe I said them twice.
Yeah.
But a pretty stacked top 8 bracket already in the top 16. So
yeah, I'm feeling very, very good about that next stage. It feels like it's panned out well. I've already got myself a little gold G2 sticker too, so what's not to love there? But let's take a look at the schedule today, Huge Byron. There's some pretty sick games going on here. I think we're starting off with a bit of a low-key banger.
Yes.
VP taking on MIBR. And MIBR had a super legit run in the Americas, but let's look a little further afield, because that second game can't be slept on either, right,
Harry,
Hugo?
Harry,
I don't know how we've ended up with the great game.
A-Stream has FlyQuest Cold. We have Liquid Cloud9. We're winning.
Yo, we've done very well. Stick around here, because I promise you now, that Team Liquid Cloud9 match, that's going to be... it's going to be straight fire.
That is a banger just from org value alone. But also, I do think that not only, of course, are Liquid coming through in good form, but Cloud9 impressed us more than we could expect in that previous stage. So I'm excited to see what Boomich can bring to the table. If Heavygod can keep up his individual form, and whether they can actually threaten a fighting Team Liquid, who are definitely aspiring for playoffs here as well. Fnatic Wildcard later, and more Counter-Strike all the day along.
Yeah, even the Brazilian Derby at the end of the day is pretty hot.
And then we draw more BO1s and we go again later in the day. But let's take a closer look, Harry, at our matchup. It's VP versus MIBR.
Yeah, you know, VP, their run was pretty legit. Like they had a weird fall down of Passion UA, but from that point on, exactly, right? One of the kind of big surprising teams to have made it. Past that point, though, they were able to pick up some clean dubs after losing that opening map, and they should have been clean. I think VP were heading into them oftentimes as the heavy favorites. So, you know, nice to see them kind of living up to the hype there. Jame was looking good, which is always a treat to see after a bit of a dip in his individual performance. It's nice to see him kind of leveling off now. And then on the other side of things, we had this MIBR squad. We were talking about them briefly when we were looking at the schedule. They had a super legit run through the Americas, including a 2-0 win over Complexity to go 3-0, which, you know, I think, especially after the success of Brazilian squads back in Copenhagen, it's nice to see this squad keeping it going. Obviously, they have one changed player in MIBR. You've brought in LuCaoZ now, which looked like a good move. I think he was holding his own very aptly in the game versus Cole.
It was a question back at EPL who he's going to replace, right? People think it was Exit because Drop took over in-game leading, but he actually replaced another young player, BR Enezan, who was kind of an academy prospect at the same time, and I will say didn't really live up to the hype, never felt like he did incredible. For a while he orbed inside of this team, then they got safe, so he swapped off that role. It never felt like he landed on his feet in that team, whereas LuCaoZ was over-carrying Floxo, and so it's a definitely 1-for-1 upgrade in that department. Drop now in-game leading for this roster as well. Insani, maybe the second best player in Brazil. What would you say about that? Is that a big statement?
No, I think that's fair. I think that's a pretty good judgment of him. And like at bare minimum, you know, he is the guy you look to kind of carry the torch for that, you know, like hard-hitting Brazilian player in the future. Gonna end up on Ancient. Very excited about that. I gotta be honest, I've really enjoyed Drop's leadership.
Dude, look at the crowd as well.
I know, there's crowds. Oh, it's sick, man.
We're going to get our first taste. It looks like there's a crowd for both games as well, which is a really awesome sign. China's showing up right now in Shanghai live for these BO1 openers. And just quickly on Ancient, we actually have one map head-to-head between these two teams, and it was on Ancient, and it went like 4 OTs. And MIBR won it. So we've already had some crazy head-to-head there. I'm expecting more of that today. Safe locking in for the morning game, the opening game of this major. And yeah, it's all kicking off. It's all cooking, Harry. It's all getting exciting.
Yeah, something that's sick about the crowd element is, like, obviously the RMRs were played in, like, the sort of converted, like, hotel prac rooms that became, like, tournament rooms. And so, you know, there was a lot of conversations around how that might affect the pressures that come with making it to the major. But now that you're here, you know, you don't get to warm into it, keep playing from the hotel room. Like, it's straight to dialing everything up to 11.
True.
And I think that's going to be super interesting to see how some of the teams, like a Passion UA, for example, are going to fare in this sort of environment.
That is a big question, because it was, you know, as far as playing LAN was, that it felt the closest to playing online in terms of not being able to even see your opponent. We did see some players shouting through the walls.
Yeah, you could hear it.
Which was pretty funny, like when you were head-to-head against your opponent, you know, in the other room. So that was the closest it got, but this is going to be a very different beast. We've got a live crowd, we've got a stage game, and we've got BO1s all day long to start rejiggling these teams and see who is looking good for that next stage. When you think VP, you know, this is a core that has won a major. This is a team that you'd expect to be seeing at least in the top 16. And even though their waning form is kind of under question, under the microscope, it's still a team that, for me, should just be chewing through this part of the tournament. Should be chewing through a lot of these rosters. I don't know if MIBR are one of those rosters, especially in a BO1, when you've had time to prepare. And VP, I think, a team that you can prep for very well. But what do you make of that? Despite VP's recent issues, do you think they are a team that should just be cleaning up here?
I mean, the thing with this VP squad, and this even goes back to like when they first brought Electronic in, like that represents such a significant investment. You bring over one of the most like experienced guys from your region, someone who is a hard hitter, someone who cost a lot of money to the VP org. Like they put a serious investment in bringing him into this team, and so I think that's why it hit even harder that like the form didn't immediately kick up. But one of the things that was always talked about with this VP squad was like the extreme kind of lean of style they played into under James' leadership. And so I think it makes a lot of sense that there was always going to be these horrible issues of like merging these two styles together. But as time's gone on, you know, they find a bit more of a middle ground each event they play, each outing they have together. And I know there's been a lot of questions around like the longevity of other pieces in this roster. But bearing that in mind, I think it makes sense that they have started to have that uptick. People don't want to be removed from this team. They want to make it work. They had a good run through the RMRs. You even had James, who was one of those problem pieces and the guy where the whole kind of culture of this team comes from and how they view the game, starting to find his form again. And so if you're able to have, you know, him looking good, you have some exciting firepower pieces in someone like, you know, like a Flit or an Electronic, suddenly you're in a really good spot, man. Like you could step up and dominate, and you do have that experience. So yes, to answer your question, I think they should be making a run through the opening stage where, like, in my mind, kind of top 16 is like a bare minimum for this VP project.
I would hope so, yeah. I think for me, a part of the issue has not been as much Electronic as it has been Flit, just disappearing since Electronic joined this team. Like, his rating has dived off a cliff. Individually, he looks more uncomfortable, sure. He's given up a lot of space, changed a lot of spots as a player who, in this core for the longest time, had whatever positions he wanted initially in this VP jersey. So that's been a bit of a shame to see Flit fall off, but maybe he can pick it back up here in Shanghai. On that as well, yeah, like VP, we used to call this team the team that they can beat anyone on a good day. Like, they can take down any tier 1 roster. Well, these are not tier 1 rosters in the opening stage, so I'm gonna hold them to a high standard here.
Yeah.
And see if they can come.
But like, on the flip side, I think this is probably one of the harder matchups they're gonna look to face, right? And I think if they take an L here in the opener, that's far from surprising, because MIBR did look so good in the Americas. It was kind of mad, like,
and not just that, but just the recent tournaments, right? Like the Dead Team buff at EPL, like they made a run to the playoffs. They were top 4 at that event. They actually played some phenomenal CS. So it didn't just come down to, you know, oh, okay, they won 2 BO1s and they beat Cole on a good day. They've actually had a couple.
No, they've had like a string of kind of good results. Yeah, and I think these teams are kind of in different positions. Like for VP, they hit the lowest of the lows, and now they're trying to build up from that. Whereas for MIBR, it's like a team that's been on the up and up, a team that have made a roster change that's looked like it's brought a kind of extra kick in the right direction for a team that was already, you know, like trending upwards. And then you have some very exciting kind of pieces within this squad. We've already talked about Drop taking over the IGL duties, but I think he's been getting better and better every time we've seen him go out there and play. And then Insani as like Brazil's hot prospect, a guy who is supposed to be either the next or eclipse the K Seratos of the world. And he's a very different player to a K Serato. I think it's worth throwing that out there.
Kind of
he's someone who loves to be involved early, someone who's all about winning you those opening fights. You know, you could say he's closer to like a Donk than a K Serato.
The comparison I was going to make was he's more of a Fur, less of a Cold Zera.
Yeah, okay.
Right? If you want to look at it.
Keep it in Brazil. Let's go.
You know, get respect to the greats, Harry.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you. And I think one more point on this was, ooh, wow, look at those little boxes. You talked about the young teams maybe struggling with the pressure of the stage, with the crowd. This is not going to apply in this game in the slightest, right? You've got VP, the cold merchants of being emotionless and locking the hell in, who've already won a major with his core. And then you've got an MIBR who have experienced pieces. Look at players like Drop, who he's been top 4 in his home country at a major. You know, these guys have got experience, even some recent with this roster. And for the players who maybe aren't as experienced on the stage, they're older, they're more worldly, they've been around the block. So I think this isn't a team that's going to struggle with the crowd or struggle with the pressure. If anything, an underdog, you know, moniker on their head is only going to make them stronger.
The VP, you know, machine-like comparison is interesting, because I would argue that, like, running down the machine metaphor, Electronic is like adding sentience to the robot, and I think early on that was very overwhelming. True. You know, like he brought a lot of the emotions to this team, and is like someone who gets very hyped, and someone who in a bad game you can see the frustration seeping through, and so, you know, you've just given a robot essentially like feelings for the first time. time. Up until now, it was super efficient. It could win anything. It could do anything. It could learn. It could get better. But now suddenly it's like, whoa, this is massively different. This is a whole new thing.
Yeah.
And so they've hit that point of the struggles. They've tried to work through that. And so I think in the long run, you know, like now it's gotten used to being sentient. Maybe they can find some ground to actually be even better.
Big question for me, Harry, is do we want the robots to be sentient?
Now, that's another interesting topic.
Is that going to solve the issue?
Let's really dive into this. We've asked to delay the game for about 45 minutes so we can hit this hot button issue.
That's true.
Now, I know someone like Elon Musk might be trying to push for machine sentience, but I don't know.
I watched Terminator, Harry. I know where this goes.
Yeah.
Nowhere good.
No. It's all about that VACnet.
Yeah, that's it. There we go. That's a good reference. Okay.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for the players to ready up.
I'll be here all night,
yeah,
folks.
well, all morning, actually.
Yeah.
Coming to you live.
It's always night somewhere.
True. Let's have a drink. No. Water, obviously. Players are in the pissed around. They're just paused, so that's actually a good sign. We're in that we've made more progress. We're as close as we can be, Harry.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it makes sense. Like, it's a whole environment change, and now you have the crowd in there. So, you know, you get the teething issues out the way. If all the problems are encountered day one, there's no more problems.
That's kind of the rule of Major, actually.
Yeah.
And it's been pretty smooth so far.
Yeah. I'm expecting everything's going to be fine. The rest of the games today.
Okay,
maybe we talk about these because, you know, they came up briefly earlier on in the schedule.
Cloud9 Liquid, Fnatic Wildcard, Imperial Pain.
Yeah, I actually think the Imperial Pain one is going to be a banger. I often like, you know, I do like the Brazilian derbies where like it's two Brazil squads going head to head against one another, especially when, you know, I think like Pain in my mind would be the favorites in that matchup.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, but there's just an X factor that comes when it's these regional matchups, and I feel like Imperial could do something shocking to like start the whole.
The thing with Imperial right now is everyone's maybe I might be using this. This could be the wrong word. People are underrating this team because of their RMR run, because they lost to some mid teams. The only teams they beat were outside like the top 30. They beat Karsay, they beat Red Canids, they beat Crew. Like they didn't. You could. I'm careful with my words. They obviously earned their spot, but they beat the lowest of the low when it came to the RMR. Yeah. They beat no teams that qualified. Wow, what a shot! This is awesome. So. You could make the argument that, like, okay, are they actually in fighting form? We haven't seen them, you know, really take on a top team. Like, can they? Sure, regional matchups are always interesting, but we don't have the data to say Imperial are going to make a run. Don't get me wrong, Copenhagen was fantastic for this core.
Yeah, and I think even then, you know, like they were still slept on pretty heavily, and they kind of surprised everyone by how well they did. And so all I'm saying is, you know. It's the major where weird things happen, especially in the opening stage, regional bout. I just think it would be interesting, especially because a lot of people have put Imperial as their 0-3. Yeah,
I have done that.
Yeah, so there you go. You're one of the people I'm talking about, brother.
Yeah, I think the 0-3 actually this time is really. I'm going for sort of the gamble of like they're not super warmed in, and we're not expecting a lot of them. I'm not confident in that 0-3. I don't think anyone can name two solid 0-3s. Rare Atom is kind of the obvious one, sadly, because even when they come to Europe, no, you're not going to sell me on this. Sorry,
no.
I know it's a Shanghai major.
What about the crowd boost, Huge?
No, not enough. Every time they come to Europe, they get smashed by tier 3. Like, unfortunately, anyone can win a game, Harry. It's a major. It doesn't need to be said. I'll say it. Anyone can win a game.
What about, in a way, it's like thousands of people versus five.
You could make that argument. Well, I wish them the best of luck, because strength in numbers, Harry. But based on everything I've seen from Rare Atom, and I've paid a lot of attention to the Asian teams coming in to this season, I've seen nothing that says they are the bottom team in the entire major for me. So, but that second bottom team, Harry, I can't nail down. I don't think it's a clear FlyQuest. I think they could absolutely win a game. I think Wildcard, I actually, in my original pick and draft, had them going through. I still think they're going to get a couple of wins. I think Wildcard will be in that 2-2 game. Imperial, I'm just picking because I haven't seen a lot from them since Copenhagen. Can you somewhere justify a safer 0-3 pick? A second place 0-3 pick? Is there anyone? Am I missing something?
Weirdly,
go on. I like weird.
A part of me wants to almost say a team like Fnatic.
I've been saying that all week.
Could be in the runnings there.
I agree. I just think the danger is you put them against an underdog and Fnatic eat them alive.
Yeah.
Like, I also wasn't impressed by that team at the RMR.
No. I think like the problem they're going to have is like the brand of CS they play, even though BlameF had like a phenomenal run and had a lot of impact and was definitely being more involved, it's still a style that hinges on him finding success to kind of create opportunities in the game. And so if you're able to either shut down BlameF or you just focus fire on like the other group of players on the map,
they do love
I think suddenly they run into a lot of issues, right? And I think anyone that's going to play up against them will have seen that that's the case, even though it's changed a little from how it was in the past with Blame. It's still kind of similar, and folks haven't really ever had much of a problem figuring out ways how to nullify that in the past. So,
yeah, I agree. I think the one thing that argues it, or the best thing that argues against Fnatic is not necessarily, or that argues for Fnatic, sorry, is not necessarily the in-game leading. It's actually just the fragging. Like, I feel like Mattis is a really, really solid rifler right now. He's on the come up. He's hungry. He wants to make a run. BlameF, obviously, in very good form, as you said, kind of changing his style a bit on the T sides, and they're playing around him better. I haven't loved the calling, but I'm with you in the, yeah, maybe they could like bomb out and shock everyone just because that RMR wasn't great.
Okay. 0-3s were hard, but a lot of folks seem to have agreed on 3-0s.
Yeah, what's the consensus?
Who do you have in yours?
MongolZ. You could argue, well, I have Liquid and MongolZ.
Yeah, I do too.
Probably will end up matching up. I'll get one of them, maybe. Well, if that happens, I will. But hopefully.
They both lose.
They both lose. We all lose. Who else is in that running? People were putting Big just because they like shocked, but I don't know about that.
I think the thing with the big 3-0
like
is I feel like
going through.
They either go 3-0 or they don't go through. That's how I'm feeling on Big. And that is the old, that's just Big all over, really.
Majors, man.
They're either going to win everything and look sick, or they're going to come really close but ultimately end up disappointing you.
Sure, that does sound like Big. I almost thought about a complexity 3-0.
I don't hate it.
But I think if they match up v Liquid or MongolZ, they lose.
I also think that's a very valid point.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think that just is the resounding point. I feel like they do lose that matchup.
Yeah. But there's one more team. There's got to be one more team because there's 4 who get into that opportunity. So who's number 4 for the... Is it FURIA, maybe?
It's kind of supposed to be off of the rankings.
It never makes sense, Harry. Like, let's be real. Every major, every RMR, it never makes sense. There's
in the same way that like a team like VP, you say, they could be anyone. FURIA can lose to anyone at any moment.
Dude,
like
VP can go 3-0. I will just never call it. I'm just not going to call that, am I? That's kind of a crazy call.
I don't even have them going through.
Oh,
yeah, I took a big risk there. It's a risky move.
You're on the heavy Brazil train.
I went pretty heavy on Brazil.
Yeah.
And
Imperial.
I don't think I had them.
What's your 0-3? Rare Atom and
FlyQuest.
Oh.
Yeah, and FlyQuest have kind of made it their mission at every major to just to wreck the pick'ems and then still leave.
Just get here already.
The one win, locked in, didn't go 0-3. Back home we go.
They barely beat Drillers.
Yeah.
They got here. They got their stickers, Harry. Good for them.
No,
maybe they can win.
I went with that because even though their results versus EU teams have slowly been getting better, I was not impressed with the RMR run from them. And so I'm like, and they're always they're always one of the teams I put 0-3. I just stayed tried and true to the old classic of Aussie team probably gonna lose.
That's luckily Chad's in the other room. He can't hear you right now, but yeah, I don't think you have to justify that one for too long. So you go in heavy Brazil. You're not on VP.
No,
that's I can't argue.
I think my wildest pick
was
GamerLegion to go.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
It is crazy, but the only thing I think there
power up. They limped through the RMR.
Well, you can say they limped through.
I will say that. That's exactly.
They went 0-2 down, But from that point on, they won 4 BO3s straight to make it.
Not wrong.
And I think that does a tremendous thing to like the mental of a team, right?
Okay,
like
I like that.
Like
angle, yeah.
you know, you were 1 game away from losing. You couldn't lose at any point. You had to come to terms. Like you had to immediately in that moment. You had to like face this realization of we either play our brand and we like nail everything 100% and we kind of find our voice to step up and stand and deliver, or you just crumble in those moments. And they didn't crumble. They had a really hard run to get through. They managed to do it. They win every BO3 they play. All of them go the distance as well, but they're still able. I think that's a really good sign for their kind of resilience, right? Like, it's not like they were 2-0ing BO3s to make it happen, and so they looked really dominant. I think the quality that most stood out to me was you don't have a hell of a lot of experience. You don't have a hell of a lot to kind of fall back on in terms of knowing you can do this. You had to, in that moment, for the first proper time, kind of level up, and they did. And I think Ash is a fantastic coach.
Definitely. I mean, he's made 4 majors with different roles.
Yeah.
There's something legit there. And again, the scouting, another thing on that team, it's like the scouting is immense. Like picking up Flamis from Namiga, like just grabbing bits and bobs and just putting them together and making majors continually. So I also think on that note, yes, not only did they come back from 0-2, in a lot of those games, a lot of those maps that they won, they were losing pretty hard. Like, they pulled comebacks inside of games. So when you're talking about the mental aspects, like, they could be down 10-3. They could still say, all right, guys, we've done this, but we know we can win this game. Like, I think the level of opposition's kind of hard now. But, yeah, I like your angle. It's pretty crazy. I think that's rare, though.
I also think, you know, like... just to have faced the issue early on is good. Like, you weren't dealing with this. It's not like you ran through the RMR looking quite good and then faced your first problem at the major itself. Like, you know, your mindset is already in this position of like, whatever happens, we need to play confident. We need to play our own game type vibe. I know that's like one of the generic interview answers, but I think for teams that aren't as experienced as some of the other squads, that's a very important realization. Yeah. And there's no question for me that someone like a Flamis has that in spades.
Sure.
And he looked really good in their RMR run. So I am expecting some good, you know, things to come out from him. So yeah, I don't know. They're kind of my risky move pick.
Yeah, yeah. I like the risk. Without risk, where's the reward, Harry?
Yeah.
I mean, some say that. Talking about prep as well, I had a better segue. I lost it. I think one thing that's super exciting is this third game of the day here for us. It's a Fnatic Wildcard game. I'm gonna make my. I had Wildcard going through. I changed my mind. I put Cloud9 in instead because I feel like it's a safer pick. But here's my prediction for the day. I think Wildcard absolutely beat Fnatic, and part of that is the amount of prep time you have. Look at Stan. He can now hard prep for Body and Blame. Get ready. He had days to do it knowing this matchup. And that's something that Stanislaw has proven to be very good at across his career.
Yeah.
Talking a long time in the past, prepping for opening games, always in those old NRG teams, always finding those quick early upsets, which is why they made so many group stage runs. Like, this is a team that was really, really good back in its heyday, 2018, especially 2019. They even made a run in, was it Beijing? Was it Shanghai? I think it was Shanghai, back in NRG. That's Stan, of course, no one else. But generally, I've liked the CS I saw from Wildcard. I think they have nice European pieces, solid Anchor, solid Orpa. JBA, if he can continue his form on LAN, because everyone called him an onliner, Harry. They all said this guy's an onliner, and then he came here, and to be fair, he'd had trouble at LAN before, but he came here to the RMR, and he showed up in spades. He played some great CS. He had some of his best performances on LAN ever, and they went straight through to the major. So 3-0 as well. So I actually think if Stan has done his prep, which I'm sure he has, they have a really good shot at taking down I'm going to say, uninspiring Fnatic.
I also wonder, does Fuzi have fans in China?
True, he did play
time in Rare Atom.
Yeah.
Making his, return.
That's a good point.
to the Chinese.
I wonder. Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see where the crowd are like lying, because obviously there's a big community there, and like people have their favorites, and people have like funny nicknames for certain players.
Well, also I know there's a lot of fanfare around like kind of the legacy orgs and players, and so Fnatic could fare well there because they still have Crims and they're a big old brand.
What about this game though? I feel like someone like James is popular wherever he goes. He goes to Brazil, he's popular. He goes to, you know, probably China, he's also probably popular, I'd guess.
Yeah, I think the crowd will be behind VP.
Yeah.
Both because legacy org name and like you say, there's some, but even electronic. Even electronic, right? Like, and also I don't know, you know, I think if MIBR were to be composed of Fallen, Cold Zera,
it would be a different conversation.
It would be a very different conversation.
Stewie, Tarek.
Yeah, but
kind of the classic MIBR.
But it's not. And so yeah, I feel like they're going to be rooting for VP.
That's a safe bet.
But also, one thing I'll say about the Chinese crowds, because we did that event recently in Chengdu, and they just seem to like Counter-Strike regardless. They cheer for everything and for everyone, and that's quite nice.
Like, you can definitely see they enjoy the sport, you know, the love of the game, Harry, the oohs, the ahs, everything. So, no, that's a good point. I hope we have like all the crowd mics working and everything day one, so we get a real taste of the action.
Because like I could see in like a rare atom game.
Yeah.
I hope they are fully cheering for their boys.
We've not even talked about Mongols, by the way, and that's a team that absolutely, like, don't get me wrong, there's an angle where it's like, okay, if it's Rare Atom v Mongols, of course the fans going to be for Rare Atom.
Yeah.
But even though Mongols are like this, they're a team that kind of beat every Chinese team, and like there's this head-to-head, I still think the fans in Shanghai are going to get behind the one Asian team that, in my opinion, not a bold prediction, I think Mongols are top 8 this event. I think they're in playoffs. I think the crowd's a part of that.
Yeah.
I think they're going to get cheered on. They're finally going to get confident. This is a team that's choked every important game in their lives, to be honest. They've choked every time it matters. Until recently, winning $500,000.
But, you know, I think within that, for the Mongols, like, don't get me wrong, I know they've been at a level where you would like to see them in playoffs for almost, like, longer than they've been able...
Yeah.
Does this make sense? Like,
no, sure, they've been at a level good enough, but...
Yeah, they've been at a level good enough, and like you say, they have choked those games. But I even just think in terms of the progress that this team's undergone, like, even if you think back to kind of a year or so ago, they were always in the conversation of like, oh, they could be one of these upset teams. And nowadays, especially coming into this major, like you say, I think a lot of people are wanting and expecting to see them get to playoffs.
You're right. The only reason I'm going so hard on it is because of that improvement. This is a team that has proven they are good enough to be in the top 8 of a tier 1 event. This is a team that has proven that they can beat some of the best teams in the world. They did it to Spirit at Cologne. Sure, that looked like an off game, but they've had those matches where they take down some of the best teams in the world, and then they make runs, they clean up underdogs, they have sick players, and then they get to that game for elimination or playoffs and they lose it. And they've done that every single time, Harry. And so at a certain point, it's like, it is a mental block. It just is a mental block, because you are good enough to win. You're losing now to underdogs in games that matter when you clean up the favorites in the group stage. So for me, it's entirely a mental block. Hopefully they've gotten over it. Hopefully they're ready in time for the major, the biggest event, the ending event of the year, finally, which is awesome.
It is.
Yeah,
good,
there's no just Mickey Mouse's after this one. It's just straight into the big major playoffs, and that's where I want to see Mongols this event.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good read on the vibe around the Mongols.
And of course they will be playing, everyone will be playing today. They'll be taking on Rare Atom, of course. Hilarious. Hilarious. Couldn't be better. Let the 2 Asian teams fight.
They won. Get it going early.
All right.
Now, if the Mongols wanted to really win over the crowd, they could do the funniest thing ever.
Which is what?
What I'm saying is, you know...
I actually don't know what you're saying.
BO1, man.
I don't know what win, lose.
Sometimes you fall off
Harry,
in the BO1.
I think I have good news. I think we're not getting in. I lied to you.
Didn't think that's what was happening.
I saw typing in game, so I got excited.
They did that a while ago.
Damn it. You're wrong. We're going in, folks. It's game 1 here between MIBR and
Yo!
for the Shanghai
It's time!
Perfect World Major opening stage, opening game. Let's get it on.
It's time for the Counter-Strike, so let's get it. Finally. We've all been waiting a hot minute, but now the casters have stopped yapping and the game can begin. The Major now officially underway. Norbert waiting back here in Cave as MIBR look to explode into this B site. Flick gonna open up with one. Lukowski dead on the long side. Safe's Glock. They're trying to go for this long control, battling for it as the bomb goes down. MIBR taking room. Insani looking to swing out here. They hear the util come out. They peek on the back of it, but the first fight goes the way of Electronic. And so suddenly Virtus.pro throwing into this retake. It's that long control that MIBR were looking for that now is to win them the round. But the bomb's not planted for this. Drop's going to have to move in, and he can't get the job done. Fame gets rid of him. And so pistol round is secured for Virtus.pro.
Explosive start for VP. And just soaking in the vibe right now of the opening game of the Major. I'm glad MIBR are coming in confident. Big pause, big break, waiting to get into this game, but they come in explosive. Still VP, very strong ancient team. They have a force buy up for MIBR off the back of the plant. They've actually run Lukowski out middle and they're sending it into an A split.
Fame and Jame get on the board and thin the herd. Plant down for MIBR, so a chance to play around that. But Virtus.pro, they're moving in for this. They've lost Norbert early on back in Cave. Or Temple, rather. And so now they're waiting for these two donut players to get involved. MIBR. They've got Insani up on the boost. He's going to be this first point of contact. Safe might play in a little bit later around that plant, around the defuse, but Insani can't get anything done. Safe's been able to get out. Makes it in with the knife pulled. Knife's out, but he's missed the mark. James holds the defuse. Takes the round away on the back of it. Nice try for Safe, but just couldn't find his mark with the blade.
Cheeky James just sticking it. The whole time he's saying, guys, he's on me. They're just trying to shoot round James and not kill their captain on the defuse. Very low. Gets out. VP with a second round. And that's a force buy and a 4v5 as well for VP. They lose that first man to a quick mid push. But then the A split shut down in the post plant. Some clean shots landing from these M4s. VP buying up knowing that MIBR would force, so with no SMGs to worry about. MIBR got to catch their breath right now as VP exert a lot of control on this map, jumping up heaven, fighting the cave smoke. No way, Electronic's going through. He's going to reset B safe. Fame in a dangerous position in middle. But VP able to lock down the entire map against these Deagles. Lukowski's bought in full. Got to have a hero gun. Don't mind that at all. And they enter cave. VP looking to play retake here. They might be re-clearing middle as a pack as Flit and James group up in red. They've been smoked out. As it fades, bomb spotted, B side, and VP getting dinged. It's getting dangerous. MIBR, meanwhile, are getting closer to that B side.
Oh, they try to swing and fight for middle. Electronic, a lot of damage off the transfer, but not the killing blow. So Drop's going to be able to get that AK out of there. Might look to put that in the hands of Exit, although he's in a bit of a worrying position to juggle that gun forward. VP 3 strong over a B, and the Molly forcing Exit out into the open. They will entrust him with the AK, but only 20 seconds left here for MIBR. They've got to go now. And with two low players, VP stacked up here, there shouldn't be a way back into this for MIBR. They play the crossfire, and they walk away with the round.
It's such a beautiful setup there in that 3v3 on B for VP because they're not giving a pick. They know that there's an AK in this round, and they know that MIBR can't have utility, so there's no way that MIBR can get in if VP play as safe as they do. Swinging super late and converting 3-0 off the back of their pistol. Never easy. First full buy now for MIBR. Got to bring the heat early. Smoke's littering the map already. Insani trying to fight for middle. Pushes through the smoke, edges behind the Molotov. Meanwhile, VP swing through the cave with a great flashbang. It's Insani out mid who disrespected the utility to trade. That keeps MIBR in this one.
Oh, it's awkward! Wow. James been able to win that out.
Take that.
Gifted a crazy chance at the opener there. Shadow spotted for Fame in the meantime. Good position on him. Hard for exit and even gets out with the double.
Ouch.
Awkward for safe. He knows he needed that trade if there was any hope for MIBR here. They're not able to get it, and Insani gonna die to the backstab. Knife out, Norbert. Oh, not the cleanest attempts there from old Norb.
He's warming in. Insani pulled it out just in time. It's a really hard fight coming out main to a player not passive on tree, but actually wide on tree. And that's not an Irish guy calling a swing.
I was literally going to make the same joke. That's really? So absurd, man.
Wide on tree.
My brain and your brain have become one. We're going wide on tree. 3, 2, 1.
One. Good one. Oh, VP. This is not like VP. They're pushing with 20 seconds. They want the kill.
It's the sentience in the machine.
Oh,
God, Insani!
Run, James.
He's on for the ace now. 10 seconds.
Can't
Bomb
win.
out in no man's land. He's not going to get there in time, surely.
Can't win.
Oh, they gave him a reason to go for it. But time will decide it. James still gets his way when all is said and done.
He says to his team, guys, that's why we don't do this kind of stuff. That's why we play passive. They get punished. I like this play. VP doing it a couple of times. Setting up, aggressive cave, breaking the smoke, flashing from B. Clean kills from Fame as well. And yeah, MIBR with a pause early feels like a necessity with how this game has begun. Because MIBR, VP have been happy to fight MIBR at their own game, but it's VP coming out on top every time.
That place is rammed. There's a lot of folks in there. Now, I was curious how the crowds would look and how padded they would be for the opening stage games. And thus far, Shanghai not disappointing. There's an early timeout called in there. And I think justifiably so. Even though you win that round, it ends up becoming ludicrously costly for Virtus.pro. They put all the money back in again. They're going to have everything they could possibly need. And they're not up against much. But suddenly, that save on Insani, he's able to get out of the round with a nice bit of cash. And this is kind of a sick way to watch.
Dude, this is... the setup's clean.
You know? In this round, Insani has opened with the AK. There we go. Insani open with the AK. Oh, James takes one to the dome as well. There's that Insani AK coming to life.
Can't escape that.
He had a very slow start to the game, did Insani. He was kind of getting wrecked in these early rounds, but that 4K on his way to the ace in the 1v5 has brought a much-needed boost to this guy heading into this round with the hero gun. He's already put up a double. He's given MIBR a reason to be interested here, and he's left Virtus.pro a little lacking.
They're waiting for the bomb, but the sooner the better right now. And Norbert moves away. They're gambling wrong. I wonder if VP will even attempt this round. They shouldn't. They've got no money to speak of at the moment, and the smoke going down makes it clear. MIBR, open runway to plant. And they should just be the same if VP can try and grab the AWP. I like MIBR played that very smart in middle. They know that if you're peeking on the top lane, on that mid swing, it shows a shadow. So as they peek with the shadow, a player at the bottom of mid swing. So they basically double swing James. So he can't pick a target. He's flicking between them both. He tries to leave Donut with that jump. That angle is not nice. It's very easy for Tease to catch you escaping. So MIBR win their first round off the back of that Insani double that you talked about. Comes in with a vengeance and finishes what he started last round, putting MIBR's first on the board.
Terrorists win.
Drop even grabbed the M4 from Donut, so MIBR making money.
Yeah, I was nervous to open this up for MIBR because it looked like Insani was starting slow, and I know it had only been like a handful of rounds, so it's like, calm down, guy. Like, you know, it's literally 3-4 rounds into the game. But even just the way in which he was dying, there would be chances where like he would get the sort of fights he likes, he gets the fights where he's expecting them as well, and was still coming up short. But suddenly you give him 1 4K, inflicting a lot of damage, which, by the way, now has like massive repercussions for Virtus.pro. They took the timeout before heading into that last round, knowing the importance of it. And because it gets away from them, they are strapped for cash. They head into this next one, limited util, SMGs. Those saved guns making up the bulk of the resistance here on this CT side. And so it removes some options from the playbook here for Virtus.pro. They've responded to it well, at least, coming through with that early aggression. Nice way, you know, if you have more kind of limited tools, you want to try and make sure everything you do is with purpose and you get out with something for it. And they've managed that. 5v4 to open up for Virtus.pro.
Might end in a retake still, Harry. They're getting trapped in right now on this A bomb site and no one's playing it. It's by design for VP. Got Fame holding from afar, but MIBR getting closer and closer. VP always repositioning, always trying to clear out something. And Electronic tucked deep in tempo at the right time, in a great position to stop MIBR from gaining too much ground.
Yeah, very good that he's here as well. It's the one kit in the round on the back of Electronic. So even if he falls, you want him in the sight, you want him up close. Orbit does jump the gun a little, trying to get involved early. 3 players, turn 2 back here in Temple. Electronic and James side by side on this one while Flick groups through the donut. Tries to have that opener onto Insani. Safes missed the shot, so Electronic's gotten out now. Suddenly these players in the site have 2 angles to worry about. They've got to hold on to Temple, they've got to worry about Donut. Insani gets rid of the threat, and Insani's found another one. Oh, what a start from this guy. Gives him that 1 4K, and from that point on, it's been multi-kill after multi-kill for Insani. James just narrowly dodges death. But look at the minimap. Insani's already hunting him down. James good at the saves, but will he live to tell the tale here? That AWP. Hunted down. Insani knows what he's up against, but they just miss each other. And so James gets out.
He could have. They both could have, really. But Insani, man, that's clean. That's the player we wanted. We called him the 2nd best in Brazil. He wants to take the top title and puts on a beautiful display here. An important kill to Flit, and then just flexes onto the MP9.
It's insane. He has 10 bullets at the dawn of the first fight there, and swings gleefully into the second when he only has 4 shots left in the AK. Like, it was super clean, and that's why we're excited about it, but there was no other world. You know, it had to be super clean if Insani wanted to lock that one in. So MIBR, more tools in the cabinet now, more stuff for Drop to work with.
Yeah, and feeling a bit of freedom now. The VP don't have the utility to put the pressure on B lane. No molly, no nade, no flash comes over the top. And so they make it all the way to middle for free. And you don't look a gift horse in the mouse here. In the mouse, in the mouth. Either of those. So you just split this A site. And James isn't here either. He's committed to B at the moment, so I wonder if this smoke will block them. It really should. It might get scary for MIBR. Oh, it goes to main instead. The bomb is there after all, but Donut can come through. Oh no, they molly themselves. That's a disaster.
Awkward missed molly for Drop. Insani was about to have the freebie, but now Electronic's going to have to seep out through the spawn side.
Dear.
Dink onto Insani, and Fame finishes the job. Drop needs to make amends, needs to make up for this. Lukowski holds on, even finding another onto James. That AWP now dropped. That's the big weapon in the round. Electronic knows they're losing this window to turn it around for Virtus.pro, so he's trying to make a move early. But in doing so, Lukowski moving back in was supposed to get that. Electronic reignites VP's hopes here.
They should save. They would always save in this round, but they're going to go for it, Harry. Trapping these 2 in the B bomb site from either side. Going very late as well. Electronic moving up on the CT side, cave space getting taken, but if a kill doesn't come to Electronic, this is a near impossible position. He's armorless, He's got no info. He is reliant on his teammate, but they get hungry, they get greedy. It's safe for the Orb who hits his shot and might just have done enough to win this round. No kit for Electronic, no chance. MIBR baited in. Electronic going for the glory, going for the damage, but not going for the round. It's a good layup. It's a good eco, but it's still MIBR breaking in with 3 in a row.
Oh, I'm glad we got to see it from his POV. That was filthy. And that's putting a stop to Lucauzi and multiple kills deep on a super important mid lurk. Electronic is here to play. He's made it clear in that round there.
That was a crazy shot. And I mean, that almost gets lost because of a molly from drop, right? Like if the molly never comes in, Insani just clears that site player.
Yeah, Electronic can never play through the CT smoke because they would already have the site control.
Would have gone very bad for VP, so they make the most of a bad situation. An aggressive play yet again on Heaven, but they're going to B-pop. Whoa.
Flip full blind, but he's got support from Norbert. They're able to deal with the first 2 players in, and this gets really awkward now for MIBR. You have given up the intention of the round. You've really, you've showed your cards here to Virtus.pro, and they've sent you packing. What do you even do?
How good the flashes were. I'm shocked VP get out clean with a 2-0 on that B-bomb site. Oh, the spam on the boost. They were trying to double boost over the smoke, so he goes wide. That's awkward. Could have played that safer.
Oh!
Exit. Gets his revenge.
Is this smoke just not rendering for these guys right now? It just all kills through it.
Flick kind of did clear this. He's going to molly it out to be safe.
Oh, but Insani's still in the round here. Nope. Not for long,
Anyone
of course.
Else?
Well, Exit will try and save this AWP. It's kind of his best bet. Yeah, that's, for MIBR, that's worst case scenario. You have 2 guys lobbing in the util to try and get the other 3 up through ramp, and the only 2 that make it through that ramp smoke both get destroyed the moment they get up ramp side. And from that moment on, it's super awkward. The round kind of feels over for MIBR. But they never were willing to admit that. They wanted to try and fight their way back into it. If that same sort of thing had happened to Virtus.pro, they would have been looking to save almost immediately in the 3-on-5. And I think it would have been the right call, as wild as that is to say.
That's a paddling right there from Jame. Can't be doing that. Oh, good dodge from Flick. Yeah, it was the second flash that got him, but he dodged that first effectively. This is awkward. Unnecessary even, but...
The wildest ramp fights, though, right? Just spams aplenty.
If you can even call them fights. A very cool look at what seems to be a packed out opening stage, Harry. This isn't the playoffs of a major. This is simply the dawn of one. And it is packed up to the brim.
Yeah, I really like it whenever there's crowd for these stages, man.
It was awesome in Rio, and I think it's awesome here as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same level as when you get to the playoffs. I like it. It's a little more intimate.
Yeah. I think
but there's still that added pressure of, lots of people watching on and cheering the game on. It feels right.
Definitely.
It's what CS deserves.
Yeah.
Don't know why I said it like that.
No, but I like it. A bit of levity this morning. We need it. As MIBR keep it low and slow on an eco. The Orb tried to pick mid, got burned out. So Safe going to move up. They're going to give him room to pick. Fame deep in A main allows for a heavy B stack.
And you feel like for MIBR, every time they've tried to look in over here towards B, they've been Oh, Oh, Norbert!
Is he jumping?
Plucked out of the round on the jump spot, and now James, that's so nearly the collateral, but he's just thread the needle through them. They lose Flit. Another missed shot from James AWP, and with each shot they close in.
Oh, he needed
Ball control
something.
denied. But this gets really awkward now. They're going to put all the faith in Fame. Essentially, it's Fame, if you get the kills to send us in for this, if you tee us up for the retake, we'll go for it. If not, it's a reluctant save, and he hears them moving up through the lane. Fame knows he's got a golden timing right now. There's one. Two players make it cave side, but they've lost the ramp control. Trapped in this site smoke is LucKaoZ. They know there's two players back in the cave side. And Sani on the Deagle, 1 HP, literally 1 point of health. And LucKaoZ hiding in that smoke. Worth its weight in gold as he springs out at the end for a double. MIBR, they finally stick the landing on one of these B plays.
Oh, that just hurts for Fame, where he feels like he has the opportunity to backstab. And I think if he caught Insani instead of safe, he had more chance, because Insani's just feeling it right now. Look at that clear with the Deagle. LucKaoZ hides in the smoke as well, and that's the round winner. Bro, that's a round with just an AWP. All right, sounds loud in there. Just an AWP, but they win it. Shocking. And that breaks VP's money. That is the kicker. That is the round you will remember if you lose this game now. Absolutely changing the tune as VP are put down to pistols. What a robbery. And Sani is playing for the major right now, you can tell.
Yeah, you know, they will need him, and so it's good that he showed up in this form. This guy really wanting to earn his keep here in the opening stage.
See ya.
Oh my god, that's 2 after the spam.
It's both default, just dead. So Flick goes into the cubby like they won't spam it again. And maybe he's right, but he will be overwhelmed in a 1v4 on this site. They clear him from cave. Fame is going nowhere fast.
Where this is getting more exciting, you know, Insani kind of playing up to what you expect and looking really good, the level he's going to be needed to play at if MIBR want to make a run here. LucKaoZ thus far has had tremendous impact as well, right? Whether it's the P250 double kill hiding out in the site smoke in the last round, whether it's the double up in the drop missed Molly A hit. They just barely went out, and the only reason they're ever in a position to win it is because LucKaoZ lurked through the red room and got out with 2. And even though Electronic hit that crazy shot on him to put an end to it, the double kill was what allowed the B play to come in the first place. And so suddenly you've got like this very strong double rifle presence for MIBR. Insani, someone who likes to be involved early, kind of set the precedent, take the space away. Then LucKaoZ for some of these more finicky mid-round moves. Where he's always keeping VP guessing.
Well, they were actually calling for a flash cave while the wallbang happened, so the timing couldn't be worse. Here we go, important round. Half deciding round here. As VP need it even more with low money, so they fight brutally in middle, taking down Insani. Electronic does get headshot by Fame. It's not going to make it any easier. Save trying to flash him out middle. Fame in trouble.
God, he's blind.
He's abandoned as well. Electronic says, you're on your own, buddy.
It's a product of that earlier dink, right?
He's going to hit me. Oh, he missed it. Definitely missed it. Huge smoke and a rotate for B, so James here as well. He's missed a couple of sitters, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, something else I think is really important to notice here is Electronic moves over with the smoke still in play. He's dropped that over to Norbert, so now he has a second smoke to replenish cave. This almost locks you out of coming through here. You know, when you actually look for the site hit now, you're going to have just under 30 seconds left. So you will still have a timing if you're LucKaoZ to get involved. But you're playing to the clock of Virtus.pro, and that is where this team does their best work. Flit all the way through main has fully secured this side of the map. Fame can't entirely abandon mid yet, but he's feeling a bit more freedom to try and get involved. Norbert's cleared out by LucKaoZ. These smokes finally fading at the 25-second mark. James flashed off the angle. Electronic low on health. LucKaoZ's going to finish him. There's that AWP from Jame and a backstab on the cards for Flit. Needs the multi-kill, a lot of damage, but he can't finish the job. Exit has dealt with the thorn in their sides. Could have decided the entire round on that flank, but he needed both kills. It's left it just to Jame. And not ready for the swing out of sight. MIBR on track to win out this first half.
That's too keen for VP, man. Fame's already Fame's the first guy who dies on that exec after Norbert gets picked. He climbs up heaven so early when he can just wait for the big flank and play retake. Look at him. Save just comes back for the easy kill. So, yeah, Norbert, unlucky, gets cleared. But Flit with a monumental whiff. It's going to cost VP the half, it feels like. These flanks have just not worked out for VP, even though they've had all the info. Both times MIBR have gone B. They've also lost them. Flit just getting headshot in the cave. MongolZ showing his form as well as Insani on this T side. Both of them high impact. MongolZ looks for more. Doesn't even clear the corners. He is so confident. And they've got VP on the ropes. Blood, sweat, and tears. All in VP's eyes right now. And they're just stuck in the back lines. They don't know where to go. Just got to make a gamble. You got to really hope that MIBR overcook this round. It doesn't look like that's happening for BXEC. They can trust in it. They've won it from men down. Gonna do it again. VP smoke B in 20 seconds. The hit will come in.
Norbert still has blocking util here.
MIBR are gonna pop. They don't care.
Yeah, the fact that VP aren't in the site is the problem. Even though they've slowed down Cave, you won't be able to stop the ramp hit, and that's where the bulk of MIBR are coming from. It's a one and done from Electronic. Exit doubling up through the smokes. Another backstab. This time it's Fame entrusted with it.
Nope.
But safe. He's seen this one before.
3 times, actually. And they just clean up. MIBR, what an impressive T-side from this squad. After VP starts strong, that was a 4-0 lead. That was VP looking like they were in full control of the game. MIBR win a low econ round, and then they win some more. Some explosive B rounds. They never really figured out middle, but they kind of didn't need to, Harry. Just ending B round after B round. And think about the amount of times, like we said, that Flit or Fame got the A main push and had a huge flank. It's not just the flank, it's the info that comes with it. It's the fact that VP can stack 3 rifles on the B bomb site. They can have Jame with the AWP there. Jame in a good position multiple times, multiple missed shots.
Yeah, and it was clear, you know, this feels like the game plan for MIBR was to exploit that side of the map. Like you say, even though VP was stacked up there more often than not, you're still breaking through. So a sign of the times there is it's a runaway first half for MIBR when all is said and done. That's in spite of the 4-0 start for Virtus.pro. They only get one more round past that point. So as soon as the guns came out for MIBR, they were not missing.
But it's a 2-half game for a reason, and a pistol sets us up on this CT side for MIBR. We've got Julies on drop, a couple of nades, no kit. VP going for something on the A site. Got some smokes. Inward they walk.
Exit hears this. They've made noise early.
Psych.
They've got MIBR spooked, and there is a heavy rotate away. But no push on the back of this.
It's so scary playing VP doing this, because it's like, okay, there could still be 4 main and just double faking and hoping we over-rotate back. So MIBR actually stick with their gamble on A, which I don't mind. Drop's going to be the early warning system, but he heard something in water. Look at them scramble again. MongolZ in the right place. Drop's missed the timing. They're getting closer. Drop running back. Julies, do they really want to trifle with that in cave? Drop pushing again, gets another spot, he's seen enough. I like that spam as well.
Oh, good fake for Norbert. MIBR were ready to blow that long smoke open, and there's the flash to tee them up, taking Cave away. Finally dropped dead.
Ooh.
They lose Fame. Safe gonna try and come through the cave. Electronic does not let him.
Tuck.
Insani spots one, but it's Electronic swinging out for the double. Exit now, same position, same man to face. But at any moment, you know that Norbert could swing out from behind default, and so there's no world back into this for MIBR.
Oh, classic VP pissed around. Electronic, huge 4 kills, but just the slow roll of that for VP, pulling the players to the wrong side of the map, recommitting B, ticking every box, right? Spamming the cubby, full exec, mollying positions, and then, like you said, Norbert with the fake was the icing on the cake, hoping they'd run through the smoke. Instead, they break it. That's why MIBR are fine playing retake B, because they can break the smoke, but Norbert hides out, then recommits to an open plant. Really nice move for VP. That's a pistol they've had to dry run for sure. And now they come through with a free round, you would think. Full red stack. MIBR with not a lot to play with or for here. As VP crawl out middle. Surprisingly little damage. Molly could be a different story entirely. It's way too quiet.
James is very suspicious about the red room, and with good reason. The VP have got all the map control here. MIBR, there is still this bomb down at elbow. You don't want to think this can get out of control, because it shouldn't. But they have found the golden timing. Fame, or Jame rather, might just catch them as they ascend up into heaven. And there's Fame battling out from elbow. That's the bomb spotted. They try to chase it down. The molly blocks them from doing so. And so Virtus.pro are able to clamp down upon that mid control.
You can't play too scared. You have to play with some degree of confidence in those rounds, because you do just have the better weaponry, even if you're being double peaked. It's very hard for USPs to win that if you swing them. It's when you see teams get a bit too scared and let you pick up a gun, let you reset, play that 2v2, kind of like VP did in the first half when Electronic played very patient with the AK after picking it up. Here we go, though. 4 buy without the trimmings. MIBR. Just the guns and a couple of nades.
Yeah, I really want to see what the tempo is in this round from Virtus.pro, because usually not having all the util feels like a real burden, but if VP plan on playing this slower, and you're able to hold on to some of this limited util on the side of MIBR, you could ruin the entire round. So it looks like they do want to play something a little bit faster here. They've left that mid lurk. They've grouped everyone up outside of the B doors. It feels like the plan is just to pop into this site.
It's not a bad move. They know that MIBR burned a lot of util early, so they're going to have nothing left for this post plant. They've actually only got 1 smoke, 2 flashes. 1 pops down in cave, but VP don't care. They're coming up the ramp.
Yeah, Lukowski hiding in the long smoke. Looks like he wants to make a move here. Plays through with the flashbang, and there's Drop swinging out cave side. You've successfully repelled the VP offensive here. Bomb away from them, and Drop continues to swing. A wild move, but Drop makes it work. A huge 4K. The young captain of MIBR. A wild round as they go into it with little resources. They managed to make it work.
They had a smoke, they had a flash, Harry, and talk about getting value out of that. Popping through this long smoke, everyone swinging. They know if they play a post bomb, they give up a 5v5. They probably can't win that round once VP have entrenched themselves. So they catch VP setting up. And VP just end up looking silly with 2 guys on the ramp. But that was 3 in the site. That should have been enough. Great start for MIBR. Electronic burning! Oh dear, he pushes so late, but the molly is still up. He goes down to 4 health before he takes a bullet. And I think without the bullet, the molly still would have done it. So gun lost in no man's land. It's Sani with a pickup. That's terrifying. And VP have to just reset back to B. But they can hear this running and spawn from heaven. Lukowski knows what's up. If he can get stuck in this cubby position, VP are in a world of hurt. Back they go.
And it's the thing, you know, Drop calls a very active CT side. He likes to be making moves, and now that you've started to get the money to do that for MIBR, they are going to be super active here, even in the 5-on-4. They've taken away the lane control.
Nice move. He spots bomb. He gives it up and he spots bomb. He knows the pressure's on VP here.
35 seconds left. That bomb looking to rejoin and go for this lane control, but if they never get past Insani, what hope do you have here? 3 kills deep.
He's a beast.
And only 20 seconds left. This is a save.
He's the 2 of the 3 AKs they brought in. May as well leave with them as well. Winning this round is a far cry. And Insani just doing it all at the moment.
I mean, one of the things you're going to see from MIBR throughout this opening stage is, like, there are times where their CT side feels more aggressive than their T sides even, right? Like, they love these moves, and they love to be involved and try to take away key areas of the map. And you didn't see that in the first rifle round, but that's because they had the limitations we were talking about, right? But as this game goes on, there's going to be a lot more of this skirmishing for mid, battling for the lane control, sometimes going for the double A main pushes. They're always going to have a kind of different move they look to make at the start of these rounds. So the onus is going to be on Virtus.pro to try and solve that, to try and come up with solutions to this problem. Even now, on the back of that save, like, even that leaves you in a kind of weird place here, where you have these 2 hero guns, but no one else should be putting in money around this.
I mean, VP are the kind of... when I say they're the masters of this round, I don't necessarily mean like, oh, they're always going to win these. I more mean they're so used to them. They're so used to the 2 AK, 3 broken money buy. So it's not like they don't know how to get value out of these. At the same time, no expectation of them winning this round with probably 3 P250s. Not even that. Glocks on 2. Gonna go for the boost. VP trying to pull some moves up, pull some strings. But that smoke blooms nicely for MIBR. They can't even see over it. So Flit at B, been fairly irrelevant this map. 10 and 10, but haven't felt the impact from the eye test. This will be a round to change that. Exit just playing solid and safe on this A site. Holding for the boost, never peeking A main, never offering a pick. Oh, the double flash cave doesn't get worse than that. 1 AK gone. James got to put his to use, calls for his troops.
Even then, though, like, you think that would be the end of the aggression. They actually flash drop in for a ramp peak after the fact. And so they've pieced together a pretty clear image of where the map control is leaning for Virtus.pro. MIBR leave a 2-strong defense over towards B, frees up safe to rotate over. Insani now gets the spot over in main and tees up exit for a nice easy kill there. The 3rd man in safe is very quick to rotate over. He was already in position to do this. And so able to double swing at the close to find Norbert. MIBR don't break a sweat there up against the 2 hero gun round for VP. Because they lose both of those guns here, even this one, you're going to have 3 AKs and then pistols on the other 2, Flit and James.
So safe anchoring from exit paying off. Exactly what you want. Never meant to be the star of the show, but just a solid support. And right now, MIBR are putting together a phenomenal game. VP is the effect of their topsy-turvy economy. 2 pistols with the rifles. Through the smoke goes Lukowski. Electronic with a spot, needs that kill. Really needs it before the trade. Already starting. in a rough position. And they have no util to back this up. Drop's coming for the kills.
Yeah, teed up with another one of these flashes is Drop. It's the other thing as well, MIBR, they don't just, you know, it's not like they're doing these full telegraph lane takes.
Wow.
Sometimes it is just a flash pop and they swing on the back of it, and that's enough to get that first kill that tips the scales in your favor.
Oh dear. Good dodge. They're up B though. 3 on default. You're not ready for this, no matter what you think. Fame hits a banger. He's gone, or Flynn is rather, and Fame now knows everyone is here. Another spam. He's going to go for the stick. Hope for the best.
He's given a way out as well.
Grouping is nice though.
Has them trapped over in cave. Oh, and Sani clean with it.
Oh, he's so
Fame,
good.
you had to hit that immediately.
Ow, he's so good. He's just AD. You can't get past it. Dude, Insani is beasting right now. Kind of unstoppable. Poor James just gets here from spawn. They both swing it. I want to see that Insani kill. Oh, it looks so brutal from the other POV. 11-7, VP. They want both pistols in this game, Harry. They converted both pistols in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the moment the guns have come out in both halves, MIBR have looked better off for it. When they have all their pieces, there's no doubt what they're capable of. Exit, clean opener. Even goes back in, tries to, you know, refight for Donut, and that's because you don't want to leave it open. You don't want to let them spill out through both choke points and have this strong post plant now of the Donut to work with. LuCaoZ helps keep the advantage in MIBR's favor, even though they're working against the clock here. Putting pressure on Donut. Now they're constantly worried about the mid flank. LuCaoZ is repositioned, expecting them to come and bring the fight to him. While he's alive, he represents a very annoying problem for Virtus.pro. They just went and cleared mid.
Here's him running around, but this is still awkward. They got to stick in the smoke. They have a nade. Electronic can win this round with a well-placed HE. They get on the bomb. The cover is there. Drop spamming away, but LuCaoZ gets both kills on that flank. 4 frags for LuCaoZ, the new addition. Adds a round for MIBR, and it is the knockout blow. 12-7. How's he done that?
The thing I am loving about this MIBR CT side is they very rarely overstay their welcome. They are constantly, you know, moving in, plucking one player from the ranks of VP, and then they disappear. There's no chance at the trade. You don't have someone like bogged down out on an island where you're able to kind of, you know, seek out the trade or the kill that levels the playing field. They're just harassing you across the board. Jane with an opener. Finally, something for Virtus.pro to work with here. Safe, dead in red. And Electronic tries to act swiftly to take that space away. It's for Drop, but over in mid. You get this clash, the re-aggression. Insani drop and exit. As quick as you find that opener there, 3 players have moved in. And as quick as they arrive, they're gone. They're now grouping to go and retake this B site. Oh, MIBR, a runaway CT side. Finding success in their rifle rounds. Not one pistol for them in this series, in this matchup. All the conversions going the way of Virtus.pro. But when the guns came out, MIBR stayed true, and this hyperactive CT side serves them well. They take their opening match over VP, and they barely break a sweat.
Absolutely brutal. Those gun rounds, VP were barely in them, it felt like. Shredded. And look at those celebrations. MIBR start off 1-0 here in the opening stage.
If that's the MIBR we can expect to see, it's very exciting. You know, if you have LuCaoZ constantly on like the extremities, kind of, you know, finding these little gaps, these little timings, you have Insani as your guy to open up rounds, and then you're getting a nice performance from the rest of the gang. Like Drop, certainly at his moments there, was no stranger to having to anchor down that B site in times of need. Had him on the T side with a couple of multi-kill rounds as well. Safe is someone who isn't going to step up every game, but even in their RMR run, he had matches where he would like just step up and fully dominate. So he's kind of a bit of an X factor for this team. That is a very exciting look for MIBR to open up.
Insani is just he's the real deal. There's no doubt about him. And now that you have this additional firepower piece of LuCaoZ, who's coming in, young player, confident, wants to make a name for himself. But even take a look at that second to last round where he gets 2 kills to open. He knows they're in donut. He pulls back. He plays as patient as possible. And then when VP go for the winning move, which is nade the smoke and stop the defuse with seconds left, he pulls up with both kills in donut and backstabs him. The patience to make that play right there is insane. So really good heads on the shoulders of MIBR to deal with a VP who we know can make even the best teams in the world sweat.
Yeah, I think the thing that's so impressive is it's clear MIBR are on the same page. They're envisioning the game in the same way, you know, like, because you talk about LuCaoZ showing the patience, and that is a sort of experienced move is how I would frame it, even though he's not an experienced player, to go and play later in the round. But it's not like he was the only guy doing that. That was very much embodied across how everyone on MIBR was playing. They weren't, you know, trying to plant the flag so hard they would like fight and die on every hill over every inch of map control in that game. They were super knowledgeable about when they'd extracted enough value to kind of feel good about up and leaving, and you know that creates problems in itself for VP. They spent a lot of time clearing kind of dead angles because MIBR had fought for it early and then completely conceded. That's such a convincing win from MIBR.
On the flip side, VP kind of leave us wanting, a little disappointing. They had some nice pistol rounds in there, but the gun rounds were abhorrent, and the amount of times on CT side where they'd have the full picture, they'd have the right stack, they'd have a flank coming in, and they just either whiff some shots or they wouldn't be playing off of each other nicely. Electronic had some good rounds, but James, who went like 10-4 at the start of the game, ends 13-11, you know, just kind of middle of the pack, milling out. So yeah, also Flit continues to disappoint so far, as he has in the last few months for VP. So I really hope we see a step up for him, because when I watched those first few rounds of the game, I was ready to see VP show the VP that can make a run at a major, that can clean up these stages, and I hope to see that today. But hey, there's another BO1.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of these games where the scoreline is, if anything, deceptive to how close it was. Like, 13-7 isn't a super close score anyway, but the fact that you win both pistols, you actually won your first rifle round to open up the first half as well. Yeah, so it's like when you think about the fact it's a 4-0 start and they win pistol in the second half, it's suddenly very unimpressive. You got one rifle round in the entirety of the 2 rifle rounds in the entirety of the game.
That is actually a crazy stat. 13-7, 2 rifle rounds. VP leave us wanting, and they go 0-1 to fight for another BO1 later in the day.
In a BO1, if you win both pistols and both conversions, you should be winning the BO1. 100%, you know? Like, and so falling flat like that is, a sour start to this for Virtus.pro.
But where does that leave MIBR, I guess? Within touching distance, you know, 2 BO1s today, they can run it all the way. I think this is a team that we were ready to keep our eyes on here in the opening stage, and they've shown us a reason why in our first game. But we've got more Counter-Strike coming up. We've got another matchup. It's Liquid Cloud9 up next, so stay with us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
It's going to be a rainy day for one of these teams as Liquid take on Cloud9 for our second opener here in the Shanghai Perfect World Major. Of course, Liquid Cloud9, Harry, traditionally back in the day, wow, NA head-to-head, but a very different looking Cloud9 right now, who shocked us running through the RMR.
Yeah, they had a legit RMR run, did Cloud9. You know, only falling down in the kind of forbidden game where they play versus FaZe.
Okay.
Other than that, had a pretty good time, did Cloud9. And I think on the other side of things, when you look at Team Liquid, it was an RMR where it was kind of felt like anything less than a 3-0 with the teams that they played. And sure, they had the 1 versus FURIA, and you can make the case that, you know, that's a bit more of an even matchup. But outside of that, the Liquid run was always supposed to be a 3-0.
Yeah,
Take a look at this.
I mean, a lot of teams slipped up in the BO1 opener, so Liquid felt a wild card, but they made the clean run, Harry, otherwise. They made a solid showing to make it all the way to Shanghai.
Yeah, you know, you can get one error,
Yeah.
and then that's fine.
Didn't worry me at all. Liquid, a team many have to go 3-0 in this stage, one of the high-flying favorites who've had, you know, finally pieced together a I want to say title contending roster. We're yet to really see that at its maximum, but a team that certainly could be capable of trophy taking.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many good pieces in the Liquid squad, right? Like, you have Twists on the leadership arc and still able to output. You have Ultimate, who, even, you know, looking at when he was first brought into the team, kind of came out of left field. You weren't really sure what he was capable of, and I think at every stage he's looked to generate a bit more hype and excitement around himself. Then, you know, some experienced pieces, NAF, JKS, guys who are a bit more set in their ways. They're a safe pair of hands, and I like that for those two. And then Yakinda's on the team.
He's also on the team, Harry. Can't forget Yakinda. Yeah, he definitely has been a problem piece of this team, the guy under the microscope, and for good reason, I'd say. Like, in such a pivotal role, struggling in a lot of games, to find value, and definitely feels like if Liquid were to make a chop, there would be Yakinda, but we'll have to see how he fares against this Cloud9 roster. What do you make of Cloud9 right now?
It's like they, especially now that they have Heavy God in the team, you feel like finally, you know, they have, I don't even want to say finally, I don't know, they should be good. They should be good.
Yeah,
and sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. That's kind of where I am with Cloud9. They're not a pillar of consistency, but I think there is a reasonably good ceiling in this squad, man. You got Axal in there, someone who for the longest time you looked as kind of one of the best riflers in the world, and then he hit a real sour patch. You know, dropped off hard, fell off a cliff, especially kind of around, you know, CS2's release. And now he's starting to recover a bit. You have Heavy God as a real up-and-coming powerhouse, someone who I think is going to look to eclipse Axal inside of this team if he hasn't already, which is legit. You have Boomich on his kind of comeback tour, trying to rewrite his story there. And honestly, I've liked the ideas that he's brought to the table for Cloud9 so far. I think he's got a good eye for the game. He's got some nice out-of-the-box ideas. We noted in some of the games that we covered for them at the RMRs, the way that they are working with the smoke breaks is far more like a part of the game plan than it is for other teams.
Yeah, it's
right?
less
like,
reactionary. It's more planned and set up from sport.
A lot of squads go for like opportunistic smoke breaks. It's like, we just so happen to have a nade and there is this smoke down, so let's blow that up. But Cloud9, I feel like we're gonna get it.
I think Liquid,
Another Ancient.
Oh, I'm surprised that Cloud9 are the ones to ban Inferno, but I think that's them spicing up the veto. This is cool, though, because Liquid don't play a lot of Ancient, but they have looked good on it when we've seen them there. So they actually, for the most part, avoid this map. I think maybe they were caught off guard. Who knows? You know, Cloud9 not walking into Inferno in this game, trying to surprise them. So it was on that Inferno game when we see that, you know, tendency to break smokes, and the way it was cool is it broke up the timings of when you'd expect the execute to come in. You think you're going to get some respect on a smoke, and Cloud9 throw in their exec, they break your smoke, they come through. They won a lot of rounds by doing that in some of the BO1s we saw. I think, yeah, I like this Cloud9 team. It's a young team, because you say like, oh, we should, you know, the way you framed it was like, oh, we expect more, but actually it's a very new team, and it's one that we've seen
this iteration, it's
yeah,
like fair, but I mean just
historically,
just throughout their change away from, you know, the American roots for Cloud9, you always expected more from the names that they would get in this team, and it would always fall flat. So like, I'm willing to give them more time now.
This is the time.
Yeah, like this is the time to show it. And so, you know, I'm like cautiously optimistic on Cloud9 is how I would frame myself.
You're not shorting them for sure, but I think in a game against Liquid, it's never going to be easy. This is one of, if not the favorite for this entire opening stage. Them and the Mongols looking like the top two right now, and they've got to prove it. But Cloud9 coming through with an ancient surprise, an old school classic as we enter this BO1 up against Team Liquid. And yeah, I definitely see upset potential in this one, but I also, part of me would like Liquid to come through and show why they're the favorites of this stage. So let's find out here in this BO1.
Team Liquid T-side opening. And they're going to be going into a triple stacked B site in the pistol, but two players flung into the cave. I mean, right now out on an island is Boomich and Long. There's the icy dual Berettas.
Hello.
Bit of help from Heavy God, and the dualies sent Team Liquid packing as it's a convincing pistol round to open up from Cloud9.
Oh, damn, 5 dually kills, Harry. Doesn't get better than that for C9, and Icy coming through with 3. This was a prospect AWP talent from the region. We knew this guy had it in him. We saw him on Amcal pick up a bit of a buzz, especially at the last major of Copenhagen. And while there was drama surrounding his transfer to Cloud9, felt like a really nice pickup for this team as long as he can keep doing it on LAN. Liquid, a little force buy off the back of no bomb plant. High risk maneuver. If it doesn't pay off, they'll be in the hole.
I think on paper, I feel like Liquid have won out the AWP head-to-head. It's the rifle is where things get interesting.
You really?
Yeah, but I am a bit of an Ultimate stan. So.
No, I wouldn't doubt that. It's more like they're very different AWPers.
Yeah.
Ultimate's very aggressive. He's at the forefront of a lot of engagements, one of the most engagements.
So that's like one of the main reasons why I say I feel like they win that out, because I think he will be more involved.
I wasn't worried about that. I was just surprised that you think that Cloud9's riflers are in better form. Don't get me wrong.
I did not say that. I'm saying like that's the fight I think that's going to really matter to shape this series, right? Like you want Heavy God to start strong.
Oh dear.
Okay. It's kind of a huge betrayal of the setup here, because now Boomich is left on this island. Twist goes for the check. I mean, when Icy starts spamming there, you're thinking like, sure, you missed the smoke, but why are you trying to sell me so hard on this angle? I think it becomes so obvious to Twist to check that close corner.
They'd already seen Boomich as well, so they knew there was an MP9 trapped. Icy's got to make up for that mistake. He turns high for the flash. Second one connects, but they don't jump the gun. Nafly through the smoke instead. Shots rally through. Yakinda gets tagged, but the plant is allowed. And Cloud9 will be kicking themselves.
Yeah, one little misstep, betraying the setup.
Not done.
And so Cloud9 are now left battling back in for a retake here. JKS plays it tucked. Yakinda are wrapping all the way around. They've got a crossfire set up back in the cave. Tap on the bomb. JKS, clean shot to open. Oh, this is so awkward. Missed shot for Ultimate, sure, but no one from Liquid is overstepping here. They're not offering up any way back into this for Cloud9.
Stick, man.
And with no kit, there's no chance. JKS, beautifully done. 3 kills. On the force by JKS, take a bow as he's picked that one up for Team Liquid.
Tech9 tip-tapping his way through that round. He hits some blinders. Naf running through the smoke as well. Everything worked out for Liquid. Look at these shots from JKS. Crispy. Oh, bit of sauce on that one as well. And the crowd are loving it. After a force buy win for Liquid with no right to win that round. And Icy is going to be kicking himself. Do have a close setup. Jiggle. Smoke ready to bloom, but it's up to the player on the boost. Icy, very passive. And Liquid get out. They see a double A. They can cancel. Always the option to recommit here. Yakinda. Showing face towards B. Naf is holding. Very passive. Whoa. Boomich misses his smoke. It's all the rage these days. Should be easy for Yakinda. Five on 4 for Cloud9. 5 on 3 for Cloud9.
Oh, God.
Where's that?
All the pistols.
Oh, no. And they're A-stacked. Oh, dear. Naf is going to be kind of irrelevant right now. It's up to this double entry. They've got 20 seconds to do it. Icy getting some damage. They swing. They take a lot of health off. Cloud9 in a great position. They can rush the smoke if they want to risk it. They don't need to.
That's the bomb away. Ultimate going to try and get it planted, but he just gets run out. And Naf,
wow.
Surplus to requirement. A clean round for Cloud9. It starts with Boomich finding the kill back in cave. Axile takes it one step further. Deegan twists out of the round, and from then on in, 3v5. Limping into the A site as so much damage is found on these pistols.
Axile's return to form. I don't want to jump the gun because it was only the RMR, but he looked good. And if he can keep that up here in the major. Good energy here for the Cloud9 boys. Boomich bringing that emotional spirit level high, Harry. And a kick in the teeth for Team Liquid, who maybe aren't even live. Yeah, it doesn't look live. So we run it back. Couple of Galils, couple of Tech 9s. That was not a pretty buy for Liquid. They've done more with less, though.
I do like this shot.
It is nice.
See, you kind of got to figure it out, though, in terms of the monitor position. You're not even, there's no crowd if you're in the monitor. You don't even see anything past the edges of the screen. This one's already had some twists and turns, though, to open up. And if Cloud9, are able to keep playing like this, it's a very interesting matchup. Could be an immediate middle finger to the Pick'ems.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, you got a vested interest in this one, Hugo.
Nah, I don't really care about Pick'ems that much. I'd rather the best team win, Harry. And if Cloud9 can earn it, all the more credit to them. This is going to be a difficult game, though, right? Even though it's ancient, I actually think Cloud9 probably caught Liquid off guard with that. Maybe they considered it a possibility. But Liquid's ancient has looked really good, right? Like they have taken they 13-0 G2 on this map back at World Finals. They've taken Na'Vi to their limit. It's not like Liquid don't have the playbook. It's just not a map they pick into a lot. It's one that they let other teams ban. Got a slight tech for the Liquid side. Yakinda may be too deep in the monitor.
Keeping an eye on the other game as well. If you don't want it spoiled, Now would be the time to just quickly hit mute for about 10 seconds. Okay. And that timer started now. So currently, Hugo,
yeah,
FlyQuest are off to a real hot start.
Oh yeah, good for them.
4-1 up over Complexity. But it is T-side of Anubis.
Yes. Complexity like Anubis. It's interesting.
I wonder what the fanfare is going to be like around this Team Liquid squad. Largely because of JKS.
And Twist as well.
And Twist.
Very popular player, I think.
No, actually, I remember even in Chengdu, they loved it. Yeah, they loved him.
I was walking around on the street and some Chinese fans came up to me and said, hey, have you seen Twist? Do you know where he is? Where's Twist? I want to meet Twist. I'm like, I have no idea, buddy. I don't know where Twist is. But I'm sure he's somewhere.
I know where he is.
Yeah?
He's right. Well, not here. Like, not on that shot, but on the other shot. He's right there.
I think it's a really sort of surprising time. What a cool story it would be if Cloud9 made a run at this major, because for the longest time, my question was, why the hell is this org holding on to essentially 2/3 players, if you count Perfecto, after they lose this like old Gambit roster? They lose Shiro to Spirit. It all just fell apart. Electronic gets bought out. It felt like, oh, you've sold Electronic, you may as well just sell the team. You may as well just sell the pieces or just let them go. Restart. This project didn't work. You bought what could have been the best CIS team of a couple of years ago, and it should have been. And, well, we all remember what happened at the Paris RMR. All these things, Shiro leaving. It never worked. The vibes were off. And I thought Cloud9 were just going to, drop this whole roster and start fresh, maybe go back to the roots, go NA, but they wanted a contender team. They had a couple of solid pieces. They believed in Axal's recovery. Boomich comes back, and somehow, I mean, even at Copenhagen, the old roster was made top 8, which was a shock to many anyway. But they've completely rebuilt since that point. And even without arguably the best player they had on the roster in Perfecto, they've still made it to the major. They still, I think, are going to go through to the next stage based on what we saw at the RMR. And a lot of this is not just Heavy God, of course, a really smart pickup at a good time, buying him out of OG, but as well as that, Axal's return to form has looked really, really good, and Boomich seems completely re-inspired as a person. I think there's a lot of cool angles on this Cloud9 team. They've got a young prospect, Orpa. I actually really like the concept of the Cloud9 roster. When 6 months ago, I was thinking, man, can we just get it over with? Can we just, restart?
Yeah, I think, even when you look at, Boomich in that old Na'Vi squad, he actually had some really good protocols in place for...
Yeah.
Turning around kind of man disadvantages. And I think that's something that is even now keeping up in this Cloud9 team. He has a good vision for the game, does Boomich. And one of the things that used to stand out, obviously, back in Na'Vi was his individual level wasn't fantastic, but it wasn't, supposed to be in that squad.
But also, I actually think this game leans into his
style.
Yeah, not just in the sense of also as an in-game leader, you can often just be that first guy in. But this was a guy who even in CSGO would had full money, buy a Mac 10 T-side, run in, get traded, and often he just get one, and that's enough, especially in the current meta. But also in this game, I think that's running in with SMGs is hilariously viable. So Boomich playing for a trades when he actually has firepower behind him is absolutely fine by me. Makes sense. But to say something positive as well, because I know people love to hate on this game, I think CS2 is in just such a good place right now. I think it's 6 months ago, I was pretty jaded with this. 12 months ago, I was worried. We all were. Right now, with the recent updates that have been coming through, there's still some problems. There's a flashbang bug with the animation. I hate that. You can't tell if you blinded someone. But the hit reg feels really, really nice in comparison to how it did. The damage prediction thing, I imagine, is sick on LAN. It's great with low ping. Obviously, if you have more than 30 ping, it does feel off. You probably shouldn't use it for the moment. But under 30 ping feels amazing. On LAN, I bet feels even better. So it's more your kills are more responsive. I think there's a lot of good things to like about this game right now, and it's going in a really good direction. So that's just my little bit of love for CS2.
Yeah, no, I like as well
Positivity.
with the even like the prediction stuff, giving the control over to the individual to get to decide whether or not they want to play with certain things there is good.
Still think it
Because it felt like in the beginning of CS2, there was like a push to more standardize the game and like, you know, remove some of the options.
true.
And so I like, you know, I like that everyone plays the game differently and prioritizes differently. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think Valve are moving definitely away from that. They're trying to standardize, but fair enough. As long as we don't lose options, really. Like, I mean, you're laughing, but they wanted to remove the console and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think that is just bad. But the idea that everyone should be on an equal ground, yeah, I can get behind that. Especially if the game feels good. And right now, it does just feel good. Like, it feels responsive. Especially, I mean, all the pros who play the LAN circuit regularly, or not all the pros, but a lot of pros, have said the same thing. Like, on LAN, this feels like a completely different game to it does online. Sure, there is a lot of online play, but when you are a top player in the world, majority of your games are going to be on LAN when it matters. So that does make your life a lot easier. What?
Just checking in on the other streams, seeing how it's going.
FlyQuest still smashing them?
They are.
Oh, wow, I was joking, but
They are.
go on.
6-1 right now. Didn't give the spoiler warning this time. So
I forget spoiler warnings. I will not give spoiler warnings. It's there's too many games today.
Oh,
Sorry.
they've just turned around a 3v5, Hugo,
Good for them.
to take a 7-1 lead.
Good for them.
FlyQuest, they're doing it. So as you can tell by Naf's demeanor, this potential to take a little moment longer here.
Yeah.
Seeing more and more admins kind of flock over to your Kinder's aid.
Might be early where you are. Go stock up. Go get your coffees. Go get your teas, maybe, Harry. Get a little breakfast in you. As we wait for this game to continue. If you need a quick recap, if you're just showing up, it's 2-1 to Cloud9 in a BO1 on Ancient. Cloud9 won the pistol. Liquid won the Force. Cloud9 won the Force back. And so Liquid are in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, it's forced by Wars to open up our second series. And right now, there's some PC issues for old mate Yakindar down there on the end. You can see him loading back into the game. So I'm cautiously optimistic here, we'll say. You can see Twist looking down the line. You know he wants to hop up and go fix the PC problems. But, oh no, he closed the game again. It's Jova.
That's fine. Got double refs out, Harry. That's how you know we're in panic mode. Wait till they air the third.
Yeah, deploy the emergency third referee.
Did you see the I guess catalog, the brochure for all the merch being sold in Shanghai?
No, actually.
Oh, it actually looked really cool. They sell the jacket firstly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
that's a hot pickup.
If anyone's in China wants to get one for me, that'd be great. But they also sell obviously all the like plushies, purple plushies.
Well, hang on. If they get you one, they have to know where to send it. So just quickly
Same address.
throw your
Careful. I know your address. Careful.
Oh, we could mutually assured destruction this.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Should we ruin both of our lives right now?
I'm good.
It's tempting, isn't it, though?
It may be for you. You dropped the.
I just love the idea that I could just ruin my life right now, and I'm prepared to do it. I'm kind of crazy. I don't know if you know that.
I do know that. Spend enough time.
Oh my god!
But there's a bunch of.
I'm still watching this other stream, man. It's kind of popping off right now.
Yeah.
If you're a FlyQuest fan, you're eating good right now.
Hell yeah! Eastside Nudist, good place to be. Axel looks like he's in his bedroom, a little bit in a way, apart from the whatever that is on the wall. Yeah. Yeah, working.
Ain't no way you got music on. What's this?
It's probably in the arena. Bit of pause music.
That's like the ultimate test for Boomich. Like the urge to just start freestyling or whatever
He can
is
freestyle.
too strong.
What was I saying though? They have on the brochure. They have like the plushies, like the fake knives.
Yeah.
Like their little high model. They have also like maybe it wasn't Daryl, but it was one of the CS agents that looked maybe like a figurine.
Yeah.
The word like plastic, maybe, I don't know. Looked pretty cool. Obviously, the jacket is just steals the show, but a very cool collection of merch.
Yeah, but I've started. I like all the collectibles now.
Yeah, I think
because the thing that's good with them is they're good forever. Like a jacket.
Go on.
Inherently creates a problem in that you want to wear the cool thing you've bought, but by wearing it naturally over time,
it looks good quality though. I don't think it's gonna
just through the passage of time. Like.
But then, what's the point of anything? Everything and everyone dies. Everything breaks.
Yeah.
Guess you should never play CS because you might lose.
Well, I don't know if that tracks.
No, I'm tracking it there, but that's living, Harry. Things break, and that's okay. But you got to experience.
But, when you got the figurines, man,
yeah,
you got
they
a
just
nice
sit
little
there
setup, and you keep them nice and clean and fresh.
I'm the opposite.
I like a collectible.
I'm all about no, not for me. I'm all about experiencing, Harry. And right now, I'd rather experience this game than sit and watch it paused, as to hurt nobody's feelings, as so there's no loser. I don't want this Cloud9 Liquid matchup.
Right now, there are
desk.
only winners, in a way.
Yeah.
Only potential winners.
Okay, that's a good way of looking at it. Optimistic, yet still pessimistic, yet we are live. Folks, thanks for waiting. 2-1, Cloud9. With the money favor, Liquid, presumably on the Force. Psych, you thought we were live. You fell for my tricks.
Good one, man.
I got you all.
This is good. Everything's fine.
Not for complexity, it's not. 9-1 down.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, focusing the conversation back into the game at hand.
Yeah.
Then I think the pressure should rightfully be on Team Liquid. Right, like they want to prove themselves. They want to showcase this roster, and especially after the failure in Copenhagen that spurred on changes, you need this to be a good outing. And you are coming into this opening stage in the eyes of a lot of folks as heavy favorites. So I hope we see Team Liquid play up to that. Because also, I think as far as the opening games go, this is far more 50-50.
It's definitely
where you
close.
Don't necessarily have like an overwhelming favorite.
No, the issue is I think it stems from what Liquid do we get, right? Which you could say about a lot of teams, but if this were a Na'Vi Cloud9 or a G2 Cloud9, maybe I should have picked G2. I'd be less worried, but because Liquid have shown high highs and low lows, it's harder to know. Plus the longer break, right? Cloud9 coming off the back of their last RMR, Liquid playing weeks ago. I don't know, do you know if Liquid went home? Because I know they went straight from World Final. They hung around in Singapore, then they went to Shanghai, played the RMR, came through. Then they had, I guess, 2 weeks off, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went home. That's a long time.
I would almost hope they didn't, but...
Really? I'm the opposite. 2 weeks, I think you should go home. Oh, unless you wanted to prac all the teams.
Well, that's the problem, right? Any team that's anyone worth pracking would have been in China, so...
That's a good point. Apart from, I guess, the first week, you would have had the Group B team still in Europe, but I actually don't know what Liquid did, so depends how they
I'll try to find out right now.
do some deep diving, some investigatory work. Not looking great here, folks, though. Headsets are back off. Oh. Yeah, they're off. Don't worry, Harry's getting the Twists hair routine for all of you.
No, the only, like, the problem with this team as well is that you don't have a lot of social media users. Twists is like one of the main...
I love that for them, though.
Yeah, you know. JKS, I think, has tweeted like 3 times in his entire life.
And all of them were Chad on his phone.
And it's like just him talking about the new team he's joined. Like, he just retweets the announcement and then that's it.
I love it for them.
Naf, pretty, you know, reserved guy.
Yeah. Funny guy though, Naf. Funny dude.
Now we like Keith. Yeah, just the one tweet from Naf. It just says "major baby," and that was it. So,
and he's just talking about his recent child. No. Hard to know, I guess. I'd imagine they stayed out there. Keep on the same schedule. Avoid the jet lag. Cloud9, obviously, just having come from the last RMR just 3 days ago, are well on the schedule.
yeah, so total from Team Liquid, there has been 3 tweets since they qualified for the major, and all of those are from Twists. So, yeah. We'll just say they did. And until presented with new information, that's what I choose to believe. Well, I am, you know, still keeping a very watchful eye over the shocking results of this other series, Hugo.
Yeah.
You'll be potentially thrilled to know FlyQuest might be doing this for more than just effing the pick'ems, as it were.
Yeah.
They 11-1 the first half. 11-1. Now you can say T-Side and Ubis all you want. That's a very handsome scoreline.
You know what that is? That's the complexity I know and love right there. That's Cole. Well, your pick'ems are screwed. They kind of effed you.
But out of all the ways for it to go down,
True,
I'm glad it's like this.
Yeah. Just wait till Rare Atom beat MongolZ later and kill the world's pick'ems, Harry. That is exactly what would happen, by the way. The world's pick'ems.
And then Imperial beat Pain to get rid of like the other big one that people have selected.
I think it's more just the fact that MongolZ are 3-0 on like everyone.
Yeah.
As well as Rare Atom 03. So it's kind of and of course the 2 Asian teams match up in the opening round. Of course. Are we getting locked in, Harry?
I'm seeing them sitting up straight.
How deep is Yakinda in his monitor is the question. If it's nose to the screen, I'm invested. It is. It's nose to the screen, folks. Might be a good sign here. And we're back.
Oh my God! You didn't think it could happen, but here we are. No,
you're right.
Never mind.
It didn't happen.
You guys are right.
I was waiting for that, to be honest. You jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, I know. But after you just think
you're
like,
hoping, you're kind of manifesting it in a way.
If you believe in anything hard enough,
yeah,
it could come true.
All right, let me try. Nope, still paused.
No, I was instantly worried because I saw like Boomich turn around and
I called the ref over.
Yeah. Well, this is fine, isn't it? This is all well and good. So, how's everyone's... Oh, wait. The time is ticking down. They're still typing, which leaves some cause of concern, but that might be the final good luck, have fun being sent over. This is feeling like the real deal. Cloud9 versus Team Liquid. It's been back and forth to start. It has been forced by wars off the top. Team Liquid upsetting in the second round, but Cloud9 with an immediate reply, and we're right back into this one. After a little tech timeout, here we go. Team Liquid forcing up to try and keep that pressure on.
They have no choice. Bit of speed for Yakinda towards a cave. Gets up on Heaven already. Ooh. Scary place to be, this B lane. Never safe. Gonna go for the B pop instead up ramp. Oof.
Heavy got on the opener, but there's layers to this defense. Boomich and Icy trading contact, and so Team Liquid, after this extended pause, try to run it fast up into B, and they get sent packing. Cloud9 were prepared for that. They were ready for this exact call. Them running a triple setup inside of the site. No one fixated on cave is not by accident.
Part of Yakinda trying to bait out that upper play was to scare mid, also make a player play in cave, but Cloud9 just sit behind the smoke and play triple site. So good call on the bluff, knowing that Liquid's best bet is a B pop. And you don't want to save and dig an even deeper hole for your money, but winning this is a far cry from reality.
Oh, JKS's Tech 9 has been a thing to be feared for Cloud9, but they deal with it cleanly, and that leaves it all on Ultimate now. He's still paranoid about this double site setup. It's what shooed the round away from them, but it's Heavy got out on long, swinging into the fight. And so with a strong start like this from Cloud9, the thing that's most enticing is these B anchors looking good to open up. And even though we've had some missteps, if you remember, Icy has kind of messed that smoke up earlier on. They've always been keen to make up for it. And so right now, there's no issues for Cloud9 on that half of the map. Double mid setup, they take the space early. Icy's gone aggressive in through A main. Quick flick back to find twists, and he even hangs around for a little bit more. Gets out with a 2-for-1.
It's explosive, but then it's tapered off.
Yeah, but this, just try and milk this round for all you can. You only have Glocks, so if you're able to waste more util, get out with maybe another kill, you're feeling good about that for Liquid. They also heard Cloud9 running the rotate through donut, so they're trying to take the space while they've got it. The bomb is already up through ramp. If you can get a plant out of this round, that is lucrative for Team Liquid, and they will get away with that. Cloud9's eagerness to rotate off of Icy's info has given up a plant. Liquid should never win this. But now they've made money. Can they take any more money away? One more kill for Nafly. Heavy got wounded. And Ultimate's SMG, if he's able to do a little bit more here, that would have been so juicy for Liquid. Instead, Cloud9 lock him out, put their 4th round on the board. But it's that extra cash injection that's super valuable here for the Liquid squad. Full Glock round, 2 kills, and a bomb plant. They will take that.
Yeah, still Cloud9 building up a heavy bank early in this game, though. Controlling the map. Liquid on the back foot, feeling the pressure. Especially after all these tech timeouts, doesn't make Yakinda's life any easier. But he is going to be a necessity on this T side to crack open bomb sites. What is spawned for B in this round? Cloud9 taking middle. Not overcommitting to it. Icy's AWP on A. Yakinda going very fast up on Heaven. It's a dirty, messy job, but someone's got to do it. Boomich breaks the smoke. And Yakinda stopped by a block. Are they ready for Icy's AWP? He got 2 MP9 kills and died last round, so you could have read it if you're Liquid. It's up to JKS to figure that out the hard way. Trying to sell A little bit. Look at what it's done. It's brought Axel over. Meanwhile, Liquid are ready to execute onto the B site. Boomich and Heavy God, the latter of which is the firepower piece on the tip of your tongue. Got to go through that smoke.
Yeah, great timing on the re-smoke. They held that super late into the round. Liquid have to write the take off. They don't want to push through.
Shocked.
You kind of don't want to gamble this return to the rifles on a smoke push into a site that's often been 3 strong for Cloud9 whenever you come here. So instead they go looking for Boomich. They look to make entry in through the cave and they secure it. Rotate back for Axel. He's going to get here in time. Him and Heavy God have to play together. Flash out. Heavy God goes unchecked. Could lay waste to this. Spammed out. JKS gets the trade from the lane side. And so that's how they lose Heavy God. They lose their man inside of the site. Bomb now planted. Cloud9 are on the clock.
They know they've got him trapped on the site, though. Ultimate can't go anywhere. Naf's going to try and play, so Ultimate can swing off him, and the AWP misses that one shot. Crucial attempt. Icy trying to escape, gets out. And Cloud9 will save their guns, but it's Liquid who save themselves. Can't believe they cancelled on the ramp hit, Harry. They left themselves no util to recommit into B. One molly and some flashes. They go back through cave. They hard clear Boomich. And they manage to trade out Heavy God, who goes completely unchecked.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, JKS with a crazy spam to be the one to trade that. That's not who you thought was in the running to dispatch of Heavy God. And I thought him getting that kill could have caused more problems for Liquid, if anything. You know he's often the guy lurking, the one who would have been floating around middle and A, the one who like threw those flashbangs out earlier. But Inters was still super paranoid about a lurking player as he was trying to retake in through heaven. And so he never really got to position in time to make that retake happen. And so Cloud9 had to save. Try to make this return to the mid control. Ultimate in with the donut smoke here. It looks like they want to try and take this mid off of Cloud9, and Cloud9 are trying to stake their claim to it now. 2 players in middle, but there's the Akindar split. Donut now smoked off on a timer. They've got Axel trapped out here in middle. They've got all the control. Looks like they're going to try take the red room away.
Great beginning to the round for Liquid, just causing a lot of chaos in this one. Smoking the split. Like they're going B, but that is not the move. Bomb coming up through A main, silent. Heavy God, great position. He's actually split right behind Yakinda, who won't know until it's too late. Boomich has this site right now. Flash is perfect. It gets Liquid control if they want to take it. JKS is now lurking as the bomb goes back. They know they've drawn 2 players to this site, but they've lost a man to the lurker. And Icy, quick rotation, knows exactly what's going on. That Liquid are faking. It's too quiet right now. Cloud9 re-push through Donut, but Icy's being wrapped. Oh, he's
seen him.
No way.
That fly dead. That's the lurker removed. The bomb now stuck out in no man's land. JKS dead in middle. It's left onto Ultimate, but 1v3 and spotted by Heavy God on the jump up. As he roots back in towards mid here, there's 2 players ready to deal with him, and Cloud9, they might have been 3v5, but Icy's AWP helps them hold their ground. Heavy God with a big multi-kill as well.
I wonder if they're scared of the AWP on A. I think they think Icy's in that bomb site right there, and that's why they cancel. So, hence why Twist plays middle, Icy kills him, and it really is just on the read on Naf. Completely reads that, hey, I've made a loud rotation, there is a timing. If he doesn't check Naf, Liquid win that round. So super heads up, awareness from Icy. And the re-push to middle again for Cloud9. They know what they're doing in the mid round there. They have to gain some info, some space, and it comes up with kills instead. That's a sick round out of Cloud9. Despite 2 entries and red control plus A main. Disaster for Team Liquid. And I like that Icy's now been seen playing both bomb sites already, because it just puts that seed of doubt into your head. You never know where this AWP is going to be. If Cloud9 are happy to use him to just rotate.
I mean, the fact that Icy's looking so good to open this up for Cloud9 and making these decisive calls like that is only a good thing, right? Because I think, especially with the crowd, and that's really where the X factor comes in on how he's going to perform. It's not like this is a feeling he's used to. Yeah, only a handful of LAN matches for Icy. And so you can imagine both the stakes and the crowd size paled in comparison to what he's going through right now. Still, he's exerted a lot of presence over this game already. 9-4 on Icy, 10-2 for Heavy God. So the right players stepping up for Cloud9. The side of Liquid right now, it's JKS trying to be the difference maker more often than not.
Icy with a huge pick, deep angle into main, and he just 5v4s Cloud9 and can concede, let his rifles play. Axel takes his position, has block util, enters in front of the CT smoke as well. So Liquid, there's no freebies in this round. This is a beautiful beginning to this BO1 for Cloud9. And Liquid playing very reserved. Cloud9 give them a lot of space, but they know about it. They're not worried. Icy has the cutoff in CT, and Liquid just waiting to pounce.
I mean, this whole time, Liquid have kind of been waiting for Cloud9 to overstep and play into their hands, and that just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Axel is starting to make this move in towards main. Comes very late in the round, but a lineup there for Inters. There was a chance at the double. JKS able to trade it, keeps it clean. Does find twists in the process, sure, but it's giving them away into the site at least. Nice flick down for Icy. Spots the second player moving in through main. Nafly gonna have to go through the motions here. Doesn't elect to fall back and instead plays his hand further forward, taking space away. Up to the big box now. He's gonna try and control these rotates in through Temple. Too strong there for Cloud9 and just the one and done for Nafly. It's Heavy God swinging out wide.
Monster.
And you can see why this guy's talked about. You can see why he's so exciting.
Diffuse, yeah. All good, all fine.
Boomich hopping on that as Heavy God goes and retrieves the AWP. Cloud9, 6-2.
I mean, I love watching that from JKS's POV to show just how impossible that fight is to win. What a peak from Heavy God. Like, how does he... JKS is on an off angle as well. Heavy God just pre-fires him, it looks like. Oh, it's a flick. He's not even pre-aiming. Oh. Disgusting kill. He loves that. Liquid on a halfie now. Not a lot to play with. Cloud9 pepping their step. Playing to win. Oh, burning out in middle. Axel, gotta be careful. They actually flash late mid. Inter still. He was anti-flash the whole time. Ready for that. Knowing Liquid wouldn't just walk through the smoke without a flashbang. Heavy got on B. Could get overwhelmed here. There's a lot of players.
Him and Boomich have run this boost setup time and time again, though.
Yeah. Third hit.
Now he's got enough time for Axel to move in and help out. Lovely spray for Axel, and Liquid go running right in.
Poor Ultimate gets hung out to dry there. He says, please play long. I'm planting for you. Throws a flash, pulls the bomb. At that point, what else can you do? His team swing just as he dies. And Axel just keeps spraying. Yeah, it feels like an upset day today, Harry, with 3 out of 3 played games already being upsets. Can Cloud9 keep that running?
Icy's AWP has been at the tip of your tongue for the problems that Liquid are running into here. He's had so much impact in the early rounds. 3-0 in opening duels for Icy on that AWP.
It's been everywhere.
He's constantly keeping them guessing. That AWP is striking fear into Team Liquid.
Re-clearing lane, but it's very loud. Cloud9 know it's coming and eventually might just recommit to a mid clear again. They've got Axel in the cubby in mid. Fake set up by JKS. Icy calls for a bit of help. Meanwhile, that rotate towards B goes back. Boomich and Heavy God yet again got it all to do.
They've got to get past Heavy God cleanly. Finally, they stop him in his tracks. That is such a huge kill from Twists on the opener. JKS going to try and late lurk middle, but he's been spotted as Twists continues to put the hurt on Cloud9. Axel out through cave side, but he's very quickly alone in this endeavor with his teammates smoked off and CT taken away. Cloud9 can't go for this. And so big stuff from Twists. Heavy God has so often been good for the multi-kill in defense of this B site. And so they finally stop him before the ball gets rolling.
Oh, if he's not falling there, different story, I think. But JKS doesn't let Axel save, and so Cloud9 only get 2 guns out. Still going to be fine to buy. But yeah, eyes on this Heavy God B hold right now. First round, he's faltered. And Liquid come through with a win. Still a chance to save this half with a 5-round T-side. Attack for Cloud9 to make sure all goes to plan.
Yeah, I think right now, you know, one of the conversations they've got to be having is doing something about these A lurks from JKS, keeping so many bodies pinned in over towards A. This is kind of, you know, where the mind games are going to look to start between these squads. Up until now, it feels like they've always been willing to bite down on that little... You know, JKS isn't doing a lot to keep 2 players there. Oftentimes, it's 1, maybe 2 pieces of util. He never even takes a fight, never takes the swing, doesn't want to run the risk of falling down to the AWP, but it's been enough to slow down these rotates for Cloud9, and that's left them with the double B hold more often than not. And when Heavy God is multi-killing, when him and Boomich stick the landing on these crossfires, it hasn't been a problem for them. But if this is something Liquid are going to be able to keep exploiting down this half, there can be a route back into this T-side for them. And so this is sort of the adaptation of that, right? Cloud9, anticipating the problem that we just highlighted, they start 3 over towards B, and they play Inters alone over inside of A. But Liquid expecting a change off the back of the pause. They started stronger over here towards A main. JKS actually gets flashed in. They were anticipating that Cloud9 are going to try and solve this problem with some A main aggression. That hasn't come through though. JKS still gets the same amount of space.
And Icy's playing such a confident angle because he's hitting everything. He's wide in the open, no cover. If you miss his shot or if Liquid flash you, you're dead. So it's a scary place to be. Gonna flash his team out for the lane peek, but Boomich had to take it clean, and Naf swings out to cover Yakinda. They had a chance off that play. Heavy God now hoping he remains uncleared in the cave. Molly, don't tick in it, don't give it away. Heavy God holds for the fight, he wins it out.
Oh, Naf comes in a little later, but Heavy God owns the cave. And now the bomb on the back of Ultimate alone down here at ramp.
Don't know about the AWP.
Never even spotted.
It's a read. You've seen double cave. The anchor is cave. What does that mean? Icy AWPing. 20 seconds, he drops a smoke. This round's over. Liquid are combat saving. Wow, that went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Liquid anticipated an adjustment coming through. They started heavier over towards A, and they tried to sell the fake even harder, right? Like this time you had Twists actually smoking off CT, lobbing flashes over for JKS, who's also throwing util out for a main. They were hoping that that would draw more bodies away, but Cloud9, they didn't fight or die on kind of moving resources away from the A site. They actually siphoned them off of middle. They left middle a little more open. Liquid haven't really been fighting for that map control till later in the round anyway, and they went heavy on fighting for lane, trying to take that space off of Team Liquid, and it worked out for them.
I'm just shocked Liquid get a 5v4, untraded, they get to wait, and then they just walk 2 players one by one into Heavy God. Like, they don't. I feel if I'm Twist, I'm like annoyed that my team have done that.
Yeah,
because I don't think that's what he wants. It
felt a little bit like Yakinda jumped the gun on the because Nafly was moving his way to play trade, but he went early.
Yeah, it comes off of we've killed the cave player. Let's play cave. But that's exactly what Cloud9 wanted. Heavy got tucked. He played behind the molly, and there's no like if Naf and Yakinda are both there, Heavy got kills them both. Okay, unlucky, but he gets 2 1v1s clean. When Liquid are throwing util. It's like, if I'm Twist, I'm actually annoyed. My team have let me down there. I haven't got the chance to call anything in a 5v4. I'm still holding my default. So, this feels like a wasted half for Liquid. Can they get anything at the end of it? 4 rounds would make all the difference. And they maybe just want to go a bit quicker here. But again, Cloud9, 3 strong in the site. The AWP is here. Finds a shot in the broken smoke. Icy gets out as well. Heavy God in a powerful position. The flash is so good. They don't know he's here. They have no idea until it's too late. Heavy God, a heavy burden. And Liquid crumble under the weight.
Oh, Ultimate tried his hand. Does manage to live another day at least as Ultimate, but this one just peters out. Gonna try and link back up with JKS over here in middle, but if you look, Axal is moved in over towards the red room. He's even now got the rest of the team moving in behind him. They've spotted JKS out on an island, and so it's just Ultimate left up against it all. Going into this B site is far from safe territory. Icy on the line, Heavy God ready to swing out a little later, and so Cloud9 dominate this first half. It's not even close, considering this game starts with back and forth force buys. Liquid were in that position very early in the game to start exerting some control. They fall down to the pistols. They get upset early on. And Cloud9 never let up. Icy's AWP constantly keeping them guessing. These adjustments to fight for the lane control, take space away, and punish a Liquid that are playing very late in the game serves Cloud9 well, and that's spearheaded with a fantastic performance from Heavy God over towards B.
I've seen enough. Cloud9, 3-0, Harry. That's all I need. 1 half. But jokes aside, yeah, phenomenal play, and this is what Cloud9 hopefully are going to look like when their 2 stars are shining at the same time. Icy, this prospect AWP, hitting some blinders. Heavy God carrying at the highest degree. And bro, everything's going perfectly. Crowd getting loud. I do love the thing about the crowd in China. It's very like respectful applause. There's a lot of clapping. There's a lot more clapping than cheering. It's good fun. It's good natured. Here we go. Cloud9. Can they just stick it down Liquid's throat? The Glock, that is.
Oh, well, the util is super punishing. Liquid might have had a lot of bodies over at B, but they've been locked out of having any say over this initial fight. Now, they want to try and deny the control, the extremities being taken away. And because they put so much faith in these long fights, they have to be winning these out. They need these kills. Oh, and they get all of them. Boomich and Icy both trapped in behind default. It's just Boomich left up against it.
Oh, I believed.
And the wave of Liquid wash over this B-side retake. Pistol round picked up for Team Liquid.
That's an ultimate feel-good round. Get him activated. He's going to need to be on the CT side with an AWP here if he wants to match Icy's output. And retake B is very potent on this map. So Liquid hold off passive. They believe it when Cloud9 come running at them, and they hit every shot. A pistol round and a long road to recovery here for Team Liquid, but a road they've walked many times before. Of course, Cloud9 force. Bomb plant down. They've got a lot of nades here, prioritizing utility over firepower. So what's the move here? Can Heavy God break open a bomb site? Bubich through a smoke, denied by Twists.
I mean, no time like the present for the A hit right now. Liquid started super heavy, stacked over towards B in middle to fight for that control early on. Cloud9 know this. And so trying to get in now, but time has elapsed and Liquid have been allowed to bring extra bodies over. Ultimate still riding on that high from the pistol round. A clean double up. Liquid looking to take this one without breaking too much of a sweat. They've lost JKS on a little jiggle over towards main, but you don't feel like this is out of control yet. Far from it. Still 3 strong inside of A. Nafly playing a safe game, just locking down the retreat. And so at this point, you're not worried about any other avenues on the map. You know you've got them boxed in main. Naf is playing this perfectly.
Yeah, good off angle. He's not overdoing it. They can't go anywhere but forward, and he can flank if they get out, but if they get out, you've got bigger problems. Triple held here by Team Liquid. Kinder fires up, and they go swinging in. So nice work from Team Liquid to get rid of that force buy with ease. Fully go now for Cloud9, and the game really gets going.
Oh dear. Heavy God had a great spawn and a Deagle invested in the round. He's used it to open up a B play. Even the molly retrieved from Nafly's body, so Yakindar's unable to fight for this. Now a lot of control's been taken by Cloud9. This is a handful of upgraded pistols, and they've made it very scary for Team Liquid. There's still kits here. You're able to slow things down a little. Twist is giving you all the openers you need to feel far more confident in this round, but it's the Heavy God Deagle. Back turn, Boomich's Glock rallies off another kill. Time's starting to get away from Liquid. They've got to get on this bomb now. Boomich just with a Glock out, and JKS gets rid of him. Far closer than it felt like it had any right to be. It's Heavy God's Deagle that makes it all happen. Yeah. Cloud9 get out with a plant. Liquid at least successfully stick the landing on that retake.
If Heavy God stays looking at the long side and doesn't turn to watch a smoke, I think he can get 2 kills there with the Deagle. He was feeling it. But it just turns last second, traded too late. Boomich, nothing to do with the Glock 1v2. Liquid, expensive, but enough. But it's all on this one. Cloud9 have been waiting for the rifle round. They're going to get it. Heavy God still with a 3 KD, even after these kills back in for Liquid. Ultimate picking mid with the AW. It's quite a display. You don't often see the swing elbow. Cloud9 go through the smoke. Naf doesn't know they're already on default right now. Caught out by Heavy God, who continues to exert pressure. What a clear for Axel, winning out over Yakinda. And Liquid, desperate times call for desperate pushes. Twist through the smoke and the Molotov. Just trying to send it, save the day. Hero style for Twists. 3 kills, shut down by the captain, but he's too low, surely, for this clutch.
Every bone in your body is telling you Twist has done enough. That is a crazy sequence. Boomich so low on health, can't sustain even 1 bullet. Tries to get out. JKS punishes on the swing. And so Team Liquid, this one's heating up. The gap is closing. And Twist is certainly feeling the pressure to be that hero figure.
He almost doubted it. He was like, umming and ahhing about that molly, then he went, screw it. Sends through the Molotov, gets 3 kills, kills him off the bomb. What a beautiful display from Twist. Ice cold. Cloud9 freeze up. Yeah, what he said.
I mean, that is a round that gets the blood pumping a little bit more, right?
It's a crowd round.
It's a hell of a display from Twist.
Game on. Oh, it's feeling like a very different game now. We know Liquid play with confidence. When they're on a heater, this is a momentum team. Can they pick up more steam?
Another B-pop for Cloud9. This time it's Ultimate's AWP to go up against. Ooh. Had a chance there to catch them jumping. They've learned about the AWP, but they pay a heavy price. Boomich will fall early. There's Heavy God and Icy. The heroes from that first half. Twist's gonna have to do it once more out on the long side. Swings him wide. Twists will bring Liquid back into this game, even if it kills him. He is doing everything he can.
That's a bit of an oversight for Cloud9. I mean, they missed the timing of him getting out short, but they didn't even consider it. Both players looking at Cave. Now Cloud9 go for that late clear, but down ramp comes Twist, looking for more. 2 is not enough. He didn't even reload. May not have the ammo for this. And it's only body shots. Axel finds a clean one. That's bomb spotted. That allows Liquid to just gamble. They may as well risk it. Yakinda spots mid, but right now it's only JKS on this site. Smoke gives away his position. They don't need to respect it. They're already up.
Yeah, they're going to play through that. Flash is good. JKS still collects. And so it's left on Inters. Going to try his hand at the plant. Looking to get that locked in. They start to run him down now. Inters low on health. Yakinda just whittling away with that SMG. And so Team Liquid have brought themselves back into this matchup after all.
Again, it is Twist though, right? Coming through another Molotov on the B-bomb site, finding 2 kills of players who weren't ready. And this time they weren't ready at all. Doing just enough. And that's why it helps when your in-game leader is a fragger. Because you often see him in those rotate positions where you could have a huge amount of impact, but often you expect an in-game leader to be past their prime.
I mean, right now, Twist is leading the way in every conceivable metric for this Team Liquid squad. Most opening duels, most attempts at openings, most multi-kill rounds. Certainly had the most impact, and that kind of goes without saying when he's leading the charge in every metric. So for Liquid, it is all in on Twists. For Cloud9, you know, that last round, I think more than any so far, represents a bit of a serious turning point here. Because they're able to get up through B, and sure, like they lose Boomich early, but he's always been someone who's down to be kind of the sacrificial lamb and set up the rest of his team. You had Icy and Heavy God immediately put them in the advantage. And so the 2 guys that really were the cornerstones of that first half both find success to open up that last round, and even then it wasn't enough. Game is closed up massively. Liquid with a lights out CT side thus far. So in the same way we've been saying, it's clear that Twist is feeling that pressure to perform. Well, now the same thing can be said for Heavy God. On the other side.
Boomich needs to call something different. He goes for a mid-split, coming elbow and heaven at the same time.
This is nice, right? Because for Cloud9, they've been pretty obsessed with breaking down this B hold for the time being.
And they've had the entries.
Yeah.
it's Twist who stopped them in 3v3s. Like, they've double entry B every time they've gone there. So it's fine to go back to B, but at least put some pressure on for Team Liquid. Twist still in the same position to hold this rotate. JKS getting pushed back in A main.
Yeah, you're hoping that by showing mid early, Twists as the guy who's rotating around is now worried about middle. And sure, he's not in B as he has been in rounds gone by where he's often hit that timing to be out over at long, but he's not far away either. He's going to be that first man rotating over. Nafly on the board. Ultimate's AWP fires off as well, and now Twists gets to his position over on long.
We saw him. Yeah, he knows about that peek. Axel tagged up. Twist finishes him off. And he gets another double on this B-bomb site. Ultimate and Twists, the 1-2 punch. And Cloud9 getting knocked out of the sky right now. This was a 9-3 first half. This was a brutal game where nothing was working for Team Liquid. Throw him on the CT side. A very different map of Counter-Strike. And Cloud9 just getting bludgeoned. Can they stay calm? Can they stay in this series? Will Liquid steal it away in a second half sweep?
Well, that's what we said. You know, in the round prior, it felt like a real turning point because they got the openers, the stars stepped up for Cloud9, and it still wasn't enough to close it. Well, you see what happens there when they don't get those openers at round, when they don't secure that initial bit of leverage, that initial bit of control. It looks far worse. A very clean round for Liquid, who now start to build up a bit of a bank, become even harder to uproot in this second half.
Double red. Cracks are showing, Harry. Cloud9 waste a smoke, and they only have one left.
Liquid actually decided to start 3B in this round and try to fight out from Cave. But in doing so, it means that Twists won't be in prime position to rotate over. And with how these rounds have gone, with how often it's been a Twists multi-kill or nothing, that's going to leave him far removed. But Nafly and Ultimate will make up for this. Oh, Ultimate's AWP starts hitting, and Nafly from bottom of the board starts to rise up now. Liquid yet to drop a round in this second half.
Blimey. 7 straight. And every round they found on that T side was on its own, was a one and done. They were reset immediately. Could never pick up any momentum, any money, any chance. It's the opposite here in this defensive half. Cloud9 had stars shining. Heavy God become very quiet now in this T half when he's needed to close out the game. And Inters, who got 3 kills on CT, didn't feel like it mattered. Now it's starting to show its head. Cloud9, again, go for middle. Surely they don't just climb back up B and do another exec. This has not worked any of the rounds. Kinder's still playing very confident. Say what you want about this guy, he always plays like he's having a good game, even if he's not. Can sometimes beat you to the detriment, but he's very aggressive. It does get punished again. I'm trying to find the positive. Okay, bit of patience, paying off. Icy picks Ultimate. The flank for JKS could win this entire round. Heavy God, stop looking. Nobody is looking. He checks it again. Boomich with the kill. Just a voice in the back of his head. And now Cloud9 know 2A picks. This is our site.
There's not really a lot for Naf or Twist to do here. They've been locked out for so long. I'd not have had time to set up. I know they got gifted a route to make that one far more than...
Yeah, like I was saying, Kinder playing very confident and stuff, but he goes through. His team are almost ready to crunch, and he goes 5 seconds early.
That's kind of where a lot of the issues I think have been with some of these pushes. Is like he's playing at a tempo that no one else is matching on his squad, and I don't think that's their detriment. I feel like he needs to slow down in those moments. You know, like they have the A main flank. JKS is committed to that and is sneaking in. He physically can't go any faster. Then you have Ultimate starting to get to Donut, but he's kind of forced to take that line maybe earlier than he would have liked to try and make up for the fact that now they've lost all the info around middle. And so it kind of forced everyone else to play in situations where you could have slowed down so much more if you're Team Liquid. They had great map control. They had an active flank. They had the AWP, you know, being mobile, keeping them guessing, and they had the opener, a 5v4 that goes the way of Cloud9.
First T round, can they build? Icy finds a mid pick. I think he broke the smoke. Twist sending it down B, gets a clean headshot, and he's even covered by Yakinda on the ramp, ahead of the Molotov, finds Heavy God. So suddenly a 5v4 doesn't look so good when it's falling back from Cloud9. And Liquid full rotate. They've cleaned out middle. 3 players on this site. Good luck, Cloud9.
Yeah, Liquid are all here, ready to smoke break. Oh, they don't get the spot on the bomb. Twist more than makes up for it there. Another multi-kill round from him. It's just Inters, 4 kills deep and gets deleted on the side swipes.
You hold that shot for a second, that's what you get. That's what you get. Twist is feeling it right now. 20 and 13.
He's just the embodiment of fine, I'll do it myself. That is how the game has felt for Twist.
Hey, if you want it done right, that Inters, man, that's not going to bring you back into the game. You get a chance to. He actually, like, that was clutchable. I'm going to be real. That was very clutchable. He could hide back sight. They're coming from Donut and Temple. He gets that 1 kill on its own. It's not impossible. But he holds his shot for a second and lives to regret it. Dies a round down for Cloud9. Ooh, Ultimate, careful. They're all there. Fires off. Nade is good. Chips away, but a wallbang would be great for Cloud9 right now. Would put Ultimate on his last legs. Close enough, but not quite. I trust in the Ultimate aggressive opener, and Liquid do too. Cloud9 panic. This is a panic.
Yeah, Twist can hear all this as well. Able to call for the rotate around, and so Liquid are very quickly amassing a defense over at A. JKS knows he's going to be fighting upstream here, but first kill comes through. JKS teed up with flashes. Yakinda lends a helping hand, and now plays out from the spawn. Heavy God needs support, and they line up. Ultimate and Yakinda, quick work made as Liquid are just 1 round away from having recovered this opening game.
Dude, it's
9-3 down at the tail end of that first half.
All momentum, they're just pushing, they're just getting aggressive, they're just trading out there. It's a pretty crazy fight in A, but they know once JKS gets a kill, he gets flash, he gets another, we have to send it, we have to keep the pressure on. At Cloud9, this T side has been basic. No fear. They're playing like it right now. Cloud9. No depth. No hero. Nothing but devastation after a 9-3 goes sour. And JKS has a great position for this last round, potentially. Inters has had 4 and 15, had a horrible time in the server. It's only going to end worse. Oh! No.
I mean, you know, with all these rounds kind of ending up over towards B and middle in the early stages of this first half, that A side of the map was almost entirely forgotten about. But JKS has remained super active throughout the entire CT side, always trying to get the info. And that's in part why Twist has felt so free to roam the map. Naf, they crunch upon him in the red room. Ultimate's AWP still looks to complicate matters. They've gotten past JKS Ultimate. They're low. This is doable. This is doable. First kill comes out from the 5-7. And it's the clash of these AWPers left up in it. Icy gets the bomb planted. Ultimate moving on in for Team Liquid. Was a slow starter, but he finishes strong and secures the victory for Team Liquid. It all starts with Twists. He gets the ball rolling, leaves an impression, and then Ultimate comes alive in the nighttime of this game to take the opener for Team Liquid.
That's almost better than winning in a stomp, right? Coming back from such a dominant scoreline where it felt like nothing was working, where Cloud9 are running over the game, and Liquid put on a near flawless defense. Looked more like an offense than a defense. It was excellent. Twist pushing Molotovs on the B-bomb site. Ultimate going for his standard aggressive moves, but keeping it dynamic, picking mid with the AWP, pushing down B ramp. He was all over the place, Harry. And yeah, you wonder where the hell did Heavy God go? Icy gave us maybe one pick on that T side with an AWP. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about for Cloud9's T half.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why Twists is kind of so identifiable as the man of the match for this one, because in the early stages of the T side, before it all started to come undone for Cloud9, the reason why they got so fixated on B was they were getting the openers. Heavy God was providing them. Boomich would often get sacrificed in doing so, but then you had the tag team of Heavy God and Icy or Heavy God and Axile to kind of make up for it and actually get you in with a man advantage and a chance to plant. And that's why Twists was so important to this clean CT half, because every time they did that, he would be there to multi-kill and stop those aggressive pieces from Cloud9, the ones that were switched on. And then you felt the whole nature of the game change, and gradually, you know, Liquid individuals outside of Twist started to get switched online.
Yeah.
I think Ultimate being the most notable one to rise up through the board and actually, you know, overtake Twists in terms of the kill count, but more importantly, just find a lot of impact in that second half.
I think Twist's in-game leader arc is awesome, and it shows up always on the CT side because you still see him able to frag out and as a result trust in his teammates. He's not doing all this micro like you would have to on a T side and can kind of let his pieces flow, and as a result he feels more keen to get involved, can trust in his own individual ability, which we know is still super strong right now. Probably the best fragging in-game leader in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you know, after the dismal result in Copenhagen for this Liquid team, and then the restructuring, essentially building it around Twists and his vision, like there are a lot of eyeballs on Liquid and a lot of eyes on Twists to deliver in this atmosphere, in this squad that's been put together around him. So seeing him look like that, play like that, and offer up, even in those moments where like he couldn't depend on his teammates and it did have to be Twists or nothing, he was the guy that got the ball rolling. And then everyone else, you know, started to find their form around it. But you even saw like the sort of shades of leadership there where we saw him on the player camps. Remember, guys, no fear, no fear.
Yeah.
Like that was the takeaway. Twists played a fearless game, and eventually that cascaded across onto everyone else. So sigh of relief for Team Liquid as they do recover that from a 9-3 disadvantage. They let them get one more round in the second half.
Brutal game out of Liquid, the Liquid we wanted to see. And we have more Counter-Strike coming up. Wildcard, who actually managed to take down Liquid in that RMR in the opener in the BO1. They play Fnatic up next on the B stream here, so join us in just a few minutes for that.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
It's time for Fnatic versus Wildcard. Hugo, I know you've been looking forward to this one.
Yeah. All the games, actually.
Why is that?
Why is that? I'm rating Wildcard at the moment, and that's why I'm excited for this game, because Fnatic, on one hand, I don't know if I am rating. I don't know if I'm on the Fnatic train. I'm certainly not predicting them to go through, but even in this game, I feel like, as we were selling earlier, I was trying to sell you earlier, I don't know if you were buying, I think Fnatic might get anti-stratted hard in this matchup. Because Wildcard have Stanislaw, he's been known to do that, he's been known to prep very well when he's got some lead in time for an opponent. And also Wildcard, we saw them at the Americas RMR. This is a team with a couple of Europeans in an NA mix, and they beat some of the best teams from their region. They beat Liquid in a BO1, they beat Pain in a BO1, then they beat 9Z, who, don't get me wrong, had a very underwhelming RMR, but still went 2-0 and then obviously choked. So for Wildcard, I see a world they beat this Fnatic roster. That being said, you want to talk experience, you talk Fnatic, because this is a team that has some legends of the game, blame on his resurgence, trying to reformulate himself entirely, and a new AWP to a roster that definitely needed one. Oh yeah, we got the audio on as well. Nork taking over, he was pretty underwhelming in the RMR, but we know what he can be. And he certainly is more consistent, more reliable than Afro was on this team. He had Afro had plenty of time on this team, didn't look too great. And oh yeah, I like this. Stan playing up to the crowd, trying to get some of the fans on his side. I don't know. I think this is actually a really 50-50 game right now, Harry.
Yeah. No, I like that. I think that's fair. I mean, I think I'm with you in that this is a good matchup for Wildcard, because even when you look at like Fnatic's run through the RMR and who they were able to beat, I think it's less impressive than what Wildcard went up against, that every single time they were good to answer it there. This is also a team that you kind of seen go from strength to strength, and even when you look at the guy holding it together in Stanislaw, and the decision he made, you know, when NA was starting to fall apart, to kind of like go back to square one essentially, and like rebuild his entire career, and then made it to this position all over again essentially, you know, like going back to basics, grinding his way back to the top. Firstly, I think that's just like an admirable move, you know, like no longer just trying to float around and exist on some name value, and now bringing up some younger players and having the European element mixed in there makes
like
this Wildcard team a very interesting prospect.
Something he's used to, yeah.
We've also talked about, you know, already Fuzi and the return tour to China after playing for Rare Atom. I think that's going to be interesting.
Fun. Do we have Ancient for a third time in a row, Harry? That's a big question. I wouldn't surprise me. Oh, Fnatic do love an Ancient, so Wildcard are going to ban it last and take us to Mirage. Yeah, it's definitely a hard game to call, because when you look at experience, obviously you're looking at Fnatic, even though you have pieces of this Wildcard team, more pieces, more Stanislaw than pieces, who've made deep runs, but that's a long time ago. Fnatic in the current era, these players, Crims, Blame F, Nork, these are guys who are playing actively, playing a lot, and playing at a high level. So I also think you have the best rifler in the server on Fnatic in Mattis, or someone who's supposed to be the best rifler in the server. Sure, Blame has great numbers, but in terms of like raw aim, I think Matters is the guy who you have high expectations of in the future. Whether he's going to do it now in this Fnatic jersey, this would be the time to. This is the deepest we've seen Fnatic make it for a hot minute. So it's nice to see them get a chance to actually play a tier 1 event, and they are favorites at the end of the day in this matchup. So they should be coming in confident without a doubt. I think an interesting talking point is Jaber on Wildcard, because funnily enough, it's not actually the Europeans that bring the most intrigue to me. It's obviously Stanislaw, but it's Jaber and Sonic. Firstly, Jaber, who was called an onliner for so long and had really decent results online, had always struggled on LAN, came to the RMR and actually popped off. I think he had like a 1.3 rating or something. Sure, they won all their games, they stomped, but he went crazy on LAN against, like I said, legit opposition. It's not like Wildcard. I think that's the coolest part about the Wildcard run. It's not like they fluked a major qualification. They beat Liquid, they beat Pain, both teams are here, and they beat 9Z, who have had a great year and were 2-0 at that point.
Yeah.
So Jaber had a great tournament, and Sonic as well, someone who played at the upper echelons of CS, quit to go back to South Africa to do business. To do business. It sounds like a bit. I'm going to go do business in South Africa. Like, sure, comes back. When this game first came out, when CS2 first came out, Sonic actually jumped on this game, was looking really good, was topping the charts in FPL, was actually looking really legit, at least in a kind of more casual setting. And then came back to pro play, Wildcard gave him a shot, and he's been their go-to guy in terms of the fragging output. So I really am enamored by the Wildcard project, and I think they're going to be in like the 2-2 game, and maybe they'll make it, maybe they won't. Maybe I'm overrating them, but I like the style of CS that they played back at the RMR. So I don't know. What do you think, Harry? Am I actually convincing you? Or do you think Fnatic are just favorites? They have more experienced players. They have a better cooler. They have a better AWPer. They're just going to run over this game. Where do you sit?
No, I mean, for me, I think Wildcard are going to win this as well.
I'm selling you.
I'm in there with you, man. I like this project for a hot minute, and you can see, but it makes sense for folks to get behind Fnatic for the sake of, like you say, experience goes their way. Blame F. I think the thing that's cool with Blame F in this team now is like he's always been good. But my God, this guy has not found a lot of success, even though he's good. And there's always been the conflict of how he views the game versus how a lot of other people view the game. You know, is he playing to inflate kind of his own numbers? Is he bringing stuff to the table there? I think this is him on a bit of a comeback tour, trying to prove that his brand and his vision for the game works. And I feel like the fact that he no longer is the guy taking the reins while also in these positions has actually like had a positive impact, I think. I feel like he's a lot more involved now in how the rounds are playing out. Very, very good at taking space and finding the gaps, and that's always been the case with Blame F. But now it's just used in a slightly different way. So, yeah, I mean, like you say, this is a pretty 50-50 matchup.
Closer than meets the eye, Harry. Fnatic Wildcard, a BO1, an opening stage match. You've got experience versus up-and-comers. Who will prevail?
Well, this is just a straight-up call from Spawn. All in for the B play. Smokes lined up. And lobbed out. But Fnatic start strong over at B. Oof. Nork, clean stuff on the opener. Massis now firing off from the short side. Will get overran. And so Wildcard managed to get in. They find their way into a 2-on-2, but it's Blame F backstabbing on this smoke push that turns the tide.
Oh, okay. He's getting loud. Look at him on the cams. Getting crazy. I feel like Wildcard don't take any space there, right? Like, sure, they get Sonic in the site, but he gets kind of hung out to dry. It's Stan who dies second, and he's the guy throwing util. Or third, rather. And no one takes any space towards market, backside. Blame F, loving it. Loving the big stage. And of course, it is an anti-eco. So what do you expect but Blame F getting keen, but not overstepping it, Harry. Checks top mid, checks under, chills. Crim's covering. Sonic with a Zeus. Out they go, Blame gets one, the Zeus gets none. Like, it is a bit of a meme, but he is also really good at anti-eco kills. Like, I've never seen Blame get one deeked in my whole life. Oh, he's getting hyped right now. You can see that, though. Does it again. You can't keep getting away with it, Harry. Fnatic 2-0 lead, Wildcard with a bye.
Like that he's embracing the crowd early on, because I feel like you often used to see him, if anything, look very, very focused, like he was just channeled in on the game and trying not to let any of the external factors weigh on him. I like that he's embracing the energy here. And you know, for how good he is, you feel like he would have spent even more time playing in front of crowds. Weirdly, it was always like the Colognes and Katowices where he would get to do that, but then it would be vast periods of, you know, group play for the squads that he was in.
Yeah, you know, for everything, or for the lack of success he had as an in-game leader of Astralis, he did take them to a top 4 of Cologne. But this is a guy with 0 LAN trophies, despite multiple top 20 placings as an individual. Wildcard found a couple of kills in middle early, stand with a spray from under, and they're going to get the B plant for the round. Not a lot being saved for Fnatic.
Trying to get these hands on the rifles cut loose over in mid, but yeah, they go to body.
It's also worth noting that Wildcard are playing their permaban right now. They play 6 maps. They do not play Mirage. It's been over 6 months since Wildcard played this map, before the Swedes joined. So this is their first official on Mirage since coming to this roster. So talk about the underdog making a bit of a risk, doing something Fnatic never could have prepared for. And it's a map that Fnatic are on a 5-loss streak on right now. 6-loss streak for Fnatic. So my god, that one slipped in there. Wildcard with a big gamble, and Fnatic bite down on it. I love the bold move to do that in such an important game. But Stan, that's what he brings to the table here. Good flash, Crims dodges it, but still Sonic trades, and Wildcard will take that.
Nice timing on the backstab here. Well handled, gets out. Oh, with his one, Fuzi cooking up the quick trade. Only had one chance to land that, and so now Wildcard have spilled out through the connector. It's this AWP on Nork back in spawn that represents a bit of a problem. JB does have a smoke. He could alleviate some of this pressure right now by getting that lobbed in. So that goes over. But cuts off the connector line, meaning that CT is something that Wildcard are going to have to fight for here.
They heard him.
Still don't know about body. Or playing late out from Palace. They molly it. They think that's going to be enough. Allows him to swing out for one, and with very little time left, they've got to get this bomb planted. This shot for the Nork AWP. Just forced it off the line. Nork tries to commit back into this. Nade brings him down super low. But it's still this 2v2, and BlameF still has a lot to do here.
All on Blame.
Moving out from jungle. Nork gonna try and swing into this, but that's not a fight he's supposed to win. BlameF might just be saving here. They hinge it all on that fight of the AWP out through spawn.
Oh, is he going for the AWP? No. Gonna keep his gun. Wildcard go 2-2. I want to go back to the map as well, because I think it's such a... I wonder I don't know if, Wildcard have secretly been cracking this for months and they're super ready on it. I would imagine it's more a case of Fnatic. That Wildcard's seeing, okay, it's BO1 against a Fnatic who have been losing this map. There's no way Fnatic will ban it. There's just no way they'll risk it, or waste a ban on Wildcard's perma. And they walk right into it because Wildcard get last ban. So I really think it's probably caught Fnatic by surprise.
Yeah, 100%, especially because like the map that you envision Fnatic were expecting this to end up on was Ancient,
yeah.
and that was like the backbone of their RMR run.
No.
BlameF, Hero, AK. Sonic gets up on the board. They swing him. Sonic's doing it all. 4 kills in a crazy transfer, and BlameF caught retreating on that rifle.
Oh my.
Wildcard dig themselves out of the hole. BlameF's double up. Left Fnatic feeling fancy, but Sonic is quick with it.
It's only an eco, but it's a 3-on-5 that was getting out of control quick, and they were getting AKs as well in that smoke, so Fnatic could have overwhelmed that round. It's just especially funny because it's not, I think if this was one ban, this wouldn't have happened. Fnatic would have seen it coming. They would have not let it slip through. But Fnatic get 3 bans in a row after Wildcard get 2. And so that leaves 2 maps, Ancient and Wildcard's permaban. So that's Fnatic just saying, all right, you have to play Ancient now. And Wildcard saying, nah, don't want to, not going to. You're on a 6-loss streak. We're from NA, baby. We can play Mirage. Right now, Sonic's showing them how it's done.
Yeah, I think, if this pans out for Wildcard as well, it actually gives them a lot of leverage and vetoes going forward, right? Because then it does raise that question, well, have they been pracking this? Was this like a one-off thing? Is this a map that now they're going to look to throw in more and more? It really does create a conundrum for other teams to solve, but a lot of that hinges on this gamble of Mirage panning out for Wildcard.
Yeah. And it is a gamble, right? You can prac it all you want. You've got no officials. You've got very limited experience as a roster entirely on this map. So let's see if the cracks begin to show. I think the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to get for Wildcard. A loss streak isn't the end of the world for Fnatic. Years of experience across this roster. Moving through this smoke, it's getting heard. Steps being made on the ramp. Fnatic too strong, close position. Stand with another brutal entry. They're not ready for Body, who gets away with 1. He's going to go through the smoke right now. He's being trapped. He trades places. Orb shot does not connect. The anchor cut down off of that B-bomb site. 2v3. Somehow Susp is doing it. It's the Swedes now up against Fnatic.
Oh, Nork knocks Susp out of play, and so it's all left onto Fuzi. BlameF. Quick work made, waits as long as he can before making his presence known, and Fuzi was never ready for it. Fnatic bring themselves right back into the conversation. A knockout blow in that round there. A lot of Swedes in the server. 2 on either side. That time it's Nork's Orb that reigns supreme.
Wildcard waiting for a move that they're not going to get. Late mid-take instead. Blame would need a flash if he wants to make a play, but just holding for a boost right now is a nice static defense for Fnatic. Wildcard will surely announce something in middle. Top con smoke broken. Here comes that boost Blame F has been waiting for all round. Oh dear, he's leaning B. This could be the gap. This could be the gap. It is the gap. They need to wait on this flank.
The util coming in. Doesn't make it look like they're waiting for a flank anymore. Stanislaw, though, will get checked. Blame F. There's a funny feeling, goes back and checks it. Jabo dropping in, but just the one and done. As the B hold stands up to the test. It's Blame F with another huge round.
Really nice awareness from Blame F.
Bro, here's kind of where this, Mirage Gamble gets even more interesting. It's like, this has always been a good map for Blame F. And so, sure, for Fnatic as a team, the results haven't been there. But their high-flying, high-fragging individual piece of Blame F, this guy is going to feel so at home here on Mirage. And he's hyped up. 11-2, he's got good reason to be screaming like this.
Did it after the pistol. Done it every round they've won. Yeah, that's great awareness that Wildcard have gone a bit quiet on that hit. Maybe if they sold one player more in, Blame wouldn't have turned. But he read it well. Explosive out A. Blame farms him up. Body here in the sandwich. Takes a chunk out of Wildcard. The bet's off. 1v5 for Jaber. And Nork should just knock him out. 5 alive for Fnatic on their 5th round. Blame always in the right place. 13-2. Having a lot of impact. Closing a lot of rounds. And it's Wildcard who are in trouble now. Even Galil's in this one. Whoa, double B.
Attempted the B play. Crims, very blind here, tries to steal himself away, and with a bit of help from Nork. Oh, step made for Stanislaw. Nork's turned back around. Oh. There's the backstab in from Body at the window, and so they lose that little lurk.
Stan had him, man. I don't know if he saw him there and was trying to hold the shot, but he had that kill for free. Nork didn't know he crossed. Too much patience. Fnatic 4v2, double and con, Blame floating, and Crims trusted with that B hold. It's a very hard round, and the timing makes it even worse. Blame gets that trade. Fuzi 1v3, but he's got timing onto his fellow Swede. Nork turns around, and Fnatic, another confident 3 alive round, starting to build out of control.
Tag timeout for Wildcard, and justifiably so. I mean, you've got to try and solve the Blame F problem. For a guy who gets finds a lot of his impact through, I think, very smart positioning. That's one, the standout areas for Blame F. He was always so good at putting himself in positions to succeed. The thing that's scary here is, he's throwing himself into a lot of just straight-up fights early in the round. Not necessarily the fights you associate with Blame F. Even thinking back a couple of rounds prior, where the first fight he takes is him swinging the top of stairs in an A exec. And so, not only does he feel very, very comfortable on this map, it's probably one of the best maps for Blame F as an individual.
Oh dear.
But that's coming across in how he's playing. Look at this. Dude, he just stood out on an island hoping they give him the early fight over at ramp. It's no playing for trade, taking it slow. Blame F wants to be in the conversation. He wants to dominate the conversation, in fact, and he's done that to open up this game. Quick B-pop again on the cards for Wildcard.
Okay.
Mattis left out on an island here, gotta hold the line, can't get out with a kill, so the pistols have broken through. Wildcard have gotten away with a bomb plant. A man down, a Fnatic in this retake. Blame F very slow out of middle. And Fnatic not in a position to go for this. Looks like they are just going to concede and give this one over.
Surprising. They were pretty far out, but would like to see at least a look in for some damage, some exits. Still can get them on Cat. Blame tried. But the nade leaves his gun dry, and the AWP is also in trouble. You don't want to give away an AWP. Well, they're trying to hit the window jump, but they die to the bomb. So, oh, actually, by the end, it turns out pretty nice for Fnatic. 4 kills right on the exit. They keep their guns, Wildcard do not. But that's an eco win after a pause to get them back in this matchup. Looking for an even half. They laugh it off. Alright, need Fuzi to come alive now. 1 and 8. Buying the AWP in a T-side B rush. They're going for a lot of contact B plays. There's no one even here. Fnatic full mid-take. Soon they'll realize this one's empty. But Wildcard are already out B.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That could have been a huge opening. Crims was mid-reload, falling back into what he assumed was a safe B site.
Stand again, Lurk.
Now been taken. You're on for a retake here in a 5-on-5. Fnatic need that first incision, that first kill. It could be Stanislaw. They seemed aware that someone made it out in the top mid. The Stan gets one for free, and Fnatic, this is already a save called just off of position alone.
Stan can hunt this as well. Impact can be found off these kills, but you need a lot of them to actually stifle the money for next. Great round for Wildcard finding the gap. Fnatic on a mid-take. Awkward. And Blame should be good for this. Stan's only got 4 kills, but I feel like they've carried some impact.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only guy to have secured opening kills for Wildcard thus far. The only ones who have kind of put them in a man advantage round. Oftentimes they're playing from the back foot, and yeah, that has been Stanislaw's impact currently. I mean, you know, we just came off the back of that last Cloud9 Liquid game, and you could say, you know, in the same way Boomich doesn't mind being involved early, Stan is very much the same. He's also been, I'd say, rather successful in the lurks.
Oh, Fuzi is having a mare right now. Molly traps him, so Stan's on his own right now. Sonic coming up with the bomb. 4 mid. After doing all these B hits, makes sense to do a mid take right now. Fnatic are really scared on the sites. Playing heavy A. Got Nork holding that window split. Only Crims on this site. Powerful position. And he's going to push back in.
Awkward there, no one holding the window. There is Sonic over in ladder room who was kind of supposed to trade this out, but right now his attention is fixated on Crims. Over at short, Jaber has found the gap. Very good timing on this boost.
Hey, it's not the way.
I mean, look who resides here. It's Blame F tucked in at Sandwich.
Gonna clear this, are you?
But that bomb's actually going back up catwalk.
Whoa.
Right into Crims. Sonic wins out the head-to-head.
Now the flank is
Nork
sick.
makes his way over, but there is still this backstabber. Jaber ready to come in. Can Nork hold the line? Because he could end this whole round right now. The bomb is away from them. Jaber coming in on the backstab. Nork has just stolen himself away, hiding out, gets the spot off. Crazy kill feed for Nork as he has robbed this round from Wildcard single-handedly.
Oh, that really hurts. That really hurts. Jaber had to run at the end. He felt, I mean, he probably could have walked a couple more steps. Whiffs the shot, though. That's what matters. A flank that materializes too late. Both of them really do for Wildcard, where they get players in CT spawn. Stan tried it on a B hit, Blame read it, and Nork reacts appropriately. So Fnatic, solid half on a map they're on a 6-loss streak on a map they 100% did not expect today, did not prep for, and they are putting up a solid CT side as a favorite. Yet still some signs of life for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, this second half, I think, is where it gets the most interesting, because it's the T side that's been problematic for Fnatic in that 6-loss streak that they're on. But now you're going up against kind of an untested Wildcard defense, so it's anyone's guess as to how that matches up.
Impossible to predict.
Crimson blame F responsible for half of the opening kill success for Fnatic in that first half. 6-0 between the two of them. Sonic tries his hand at battling blame F over in the Palace. But a stutter on the step, and he's left wanting. Stanislaw dead, back in the spawn. Mattis runs him down. It's all the control for Fnatic. A high-flying pistol round here to kickstart the second half.
Gotta try.
They're going to lend some time to Susp on this wrap round, but he's going to take contact on a Crims, even if he wins this. Once the flank is known about, the impact it can find becomes drastically lower, so he gets past Crims, sure, but that only spurs Fnatic on to go fight for the spawn. So they walk away with this pistol round, and that could do so much of the heavy lifting for this T side already.
Yeah, unfortunately in this game we've just had some really quiet players who have accomplished nothing. Jaber, Fuzi. And when Stan's carrying more impact on 4 and 12 than it feels like anyone else, the exception of Susp, it's not a good sign for Wildcard. Fnatic with a pistol in the pocket. Feels like they're about to swell over Wildcard in this series. Can the Force stem the bleeding?
BlameF playing a single-player game in this round as he's teed everyone else to go up the catwalk. They do run into that Susp SMG, and it gets away with a lot of damage. Mattis is too low and all alone. He can't continue with that anymore. So now it's kind of on BlameF to open up that other doorway to keep this round clean. Crims has left the apartment, so Fnatic have abandoned that idea of following through with the B play. Stanislaw is the one to beat right now. But his teammates here with him. Wildcard are full grouped over towards jungle and connector. And they're going to start to re-aggro. Oh, Sonic hits a flick. BlameF dead. Stanislaw follows up. It's just Crims.
Oh, what's just run at? Barely gets shot out. And Wildcard flip the script. A Force buy comes through. Some well-placed Eagle shots. And those MP9s that churn up. Crims only fired 1 bullet. That changes everything. Fnatic now are on Deagles of their own.
MF is just walking out through the apartments. He was trying to find the early pick there. But the rest of Fnatic have set their eyes on middle. The thing that's so worrisome for Fnatic is, as we say, T-sides have been the problematic half for them here. The idea that the pistol could have been enough to close this game out went awry after they got upset in that second round. So now as they force sport up themselves, can they get back on that path to salvation? BlameF seems to think so. That Deagle ends out with a kill on the ramp side. Fuzi Deeg pulled, but they are all around him. He gets swarmed by Fnatic. And it's just Jaber left. Doesn't fire off, so they don't know he's in jungle 100%. Fnatic have time to get posted here. And so expecting some miracle 1v3, it's just, it can't happen. It won't be allowed to happen. Now they get the spot, they get the info. BlameF playing as the safe pair of hands around the ramp side. So Jaber's got to run for the hills, look to save. Fnatic cook up an immediate reply. That opening kill from Mattis down in the connector, worth its weight in gold. It just created that avenue. They all start spilling up into the A site. Only makes BlameF more lethal, lurking the extremities. And so back and forth we go to open up this second half, but that is to Fnatic's benefit. Especially with a pretty clean round now on their force buy. They get out with 3 guns. Only have to throw money in on 2 more players here. So even if Wildcard managed to come up with a really, like stellar call, a great individual moment in this timeout, something of the likes, it's still going to be an uphill battle because Fnatic have accrued a bit of money. They're going to be coming through with guns if the force buy wars continue.
Oh, somehow Fuzi's managed an orb in this broken buy. But he's also 3 and 11.
Yeah, I think it's a tremendous show of faith trying to get their orb activated.
You have to. Like, you're not going to win this game with him having a game like this on CT side Mirage from down 3 rounds. He has to wake up. He has to get activated right now. Or this one's done before it's begun. Fuzi, shot in middle, stuck in con. Gonna try smoke his exit, but didn't leave immediately. They'll make him regret it. Orb lost in the wind now. Double smoked, but not the end of the world. Body plays out mid while his team reset.
I mean, that was their last bit of util used in middle. They don't have any smokes now to cut off sight lines. They're going to have to just brawl their way across the rest of this round of Fnatic.
Gamble.
On the upside, you've seen so many resources used in mid if you're Wildcard. They've gone and padded out these areas, the connector floating around the ladder, and they're worried about the mid control, when in reality, Fnatic have quickly regrouped for the B hit. Stan's going to hear this, but how much impact can he really find? The first shots miss. So Wildcard saving would be their best option. That AWP is still dropped down in connector. You can run this round back in the next.
Yeah, someone has to save that AWP for sure. Sus will have a go. So it's actually not the worst case scenario, but it does feel like Fnatic are starting to close out this game. Fuzi just lacking confidence. He goes for that kill, but he feels like he can't escape. So he'd rather smoke and try and tuck. But Fnatic just see him tucking. So they just get better angles and they spray him. Sure, it's a risk to wide swing back out of that angle, but I'd say he'd have far better chance of living. Heat of the moment, though. Fnatic playing very confident, playing off each other. Blame is 17 and 4. Unbelievable, to be honest. 17 and 4. How's he done that? 100 ADR, 4 opening duels to this.
Yeah, it's the fact he's done it all while being like hyper involved across all these rounds is the wild bit. BlameF. Not going easy on Wildcard.
Oh, they're going to crunch middle again. Wildcard just try and live in the madness. Headshot will go far here. Jaber gets it. He even sends it a little bit further. The flash lands. I think Nork saw him, but he's trapped out top mid with the bomb. He tries to escape. He definitely didn't see him. I take it back. Jaber drops a bomb. 3v2. Can someone group with him and help him? Maybe Sonic. They could just fight for this bomb right now, but they're looking for extremity players. While Blame goes to pick that back up alone. It's fine that they give up mid because they're doing it together. Wildcard grouping.
This is where, though, Crim's coming in through the lower tunnels is like, if you're Wildcard, you're wanting Fnatic to waste a lot of time here in clearing out dead angles in mid, but Crim's is kind of confirmed immediately that there's no one left fighting for this. And so not a lot of time is wasted from Fnatic. They're actually pretty quick at getting this bomb and regaining all the control over middle. Now they have open runway to try and hit this B site. Crims lurks through the top con smoke, and he's now in a great position to deny these rotates to make life hard for Wildcard.
Fuzi can lock in on short and apps because he's actually got this flank held. Jaber gets the info, commits and wins the spray. Now they know Blame should be going B, but he's not. 15 seconds, he calls it off.
Hell of a round for Jaber, man. The aggression up and at the top of mid. Teed up with a nice flash and closes the distance on Nork, dropping that bomb, and that ultimately goes on to win them the round. Even dispatches of Crims when there was still a route back in for Fnatic, and committing to that fight, you know, when you've had a really rough start to the game, a must-win fight here.
Yeah. The 2 rounds Wildcard have won on CT have been the big brawls, right? Like the fight in middle with 4 people. They did it in round 2 with the MP9s and the Deagles. They won it. Same thing again with that cat push into the top mid smoke. Fnatic say you want a brawl, come B.
Body dead. Jaber with the transfer.
What?
The Jaber Saber's been pulled, and it's cut through Fnatic. Blame F and Crims, once again, the 2 left up in this one. It might just be a continued save. This AK cursed in the hands of Blame F. Always has a gun, but never gets to fire a bullet.
Jaber trying to wake up in the CT side. 2 3Ks in a row. He's going for a little bit more. Give him 4. Unfortunately, the ace is a fickle prospect. But Jaber has just saved this round for Wildcard. Got to see that spray again.
I mean, you have a whole extra piece to work with now if you're Stanislaw. Like, that was the big problem, right? In every kind of conceivable metric, Fnatic were winning. They were winning all the opening duels. Up until, you know, like late into this second half, Wildcard only had 2 opening kills to their name. They were playing almost every round a man down in that first half. And then you looked at like the individuals. Well, Blame F was lights out. No one was even close to him. You looked at just the number of players that were getting into double digits and having good impact for Fnatic, and they were winning there. Because a Wildcard, it was kind of a, at best, you could say a 2-man show. Sonic and Sus putting up numbers and Stan finding a little bit of impact here and there on his lurks. But now the nature of the game started to change. Jaber getting activated has given a much-needed second win to Wildcard. Up against Fnatic on their weaker half.
Check this spray back. Oh, he holds that so well. It's not just a transfer. Gets all 30 rounds. Straight through the window. Okay, we've got a game on. Fnatic, can they shut this up? Can they stop it in its tracks? Or do Wildcard on their permaban pull this game back to an even score? Missed window molly. Body sending it into connector. The distraction up cat. Ugly spray for Stanislaw. Matters will punish. Gonna go for an ace split or fires off. He still checks the corner, but Sonic, the flash faded. He does not. Gets his kill. Jaber's nade finishes Matters in connector. And a 4v3 while Fnatic still have body in the window. Wildcard will be aware of the gap. beautiful, beautiful blink of an eye, and this round flips on its head.
It's the two top performers left in it for Wildcard, though, and Jaber on this arc of a crazy second half comeback, a redemption story for him. Can they offer something up here? Crims whittles Susp down on the push out from Spawn.
Might be too far gone, yeah.
That's a Fnatic breakthrough. BlameF and Crims, the two players that are often left in those like awkward 2vx's. You saw it multiple times over for Fnatic on this T side. Well, they find a lot of impact there. They weren't necessarily, the guys involved early, but they get the two swing kills. BlameF on the smoke spam, and then Crims catching Fuzi out on an island. And this is where it will hurt a little bit for Wildcard, right? Even though Jaber's gone on to really recover individually here, the same still can't be said for Fuzi on the Wildcard side of things.
Yeah, it does feel like you're sort of playing 4v5 in that sense.
You hoped CT side AWPing, chance to stretch the legs a little. But has not been the case. He's found his way onto another AWP here. Maybe the last chance to change his fortune in this matchup. Timeout called in for Wildcard. This one is on a knife's edge.
Hey, even if Fnatic close it right now, Wildcard made them work for it. Yeah, Fnatic have still played a great game with a solid CT side on a map they've had a lot of trouble on. They're going for a pop. Nork doing flashes, I think, and they're just going to go right out the palace with the speed. Sonic's not ready for that sheer pace. Jaber gets another entry. Sonic in the site living so Stan can come in swinging. And one by one, they start beating back against Fnatic. It's just the mid lurker. Too little and too late. Well, you can't save here. Blame's got to do something.
Orb's holding him.
Better than nothing. Fuzi getting on the board.
I mean, that is just a very exciting round for Wildcard because Fnatic, they see the pause come in. They're expecting adjustments here. They try to catch Wildcard off guard for their Hail Mary APOP. Yeah. But very, very quickly, Wildcard are able to get there, offer up the defense. Jaber continues this insane recovery arc since getting those back-to-back triple kills. He's yet to die.
That rush is going to feel like a wasted opportunity to win this game if they lose now, because it's broken your money. You've just called a momentum play, a disrespect exec, not even an exec, just a rush, and it's cost you everything. So Wildcard now will surely get 10 because it's an eco. And then Fnatic have one proper round, and it's not perfect, to try and stop Wildcard from actually stealing this game away with 4 rounds in a row. Suddenly a terrifying prospect, a risky call for body. One they may live to regret. Fuzi care, they're out mid now. It's his. Galil underspotted. Fuzi hits both. This is the confidence enhancing round you want from Fuzi. Oh, Jaber has just been... He's one.
Dude, I just keep hearing one bullet and Jaber's in the kill feed.
Okay, Fuzi just messes up the movement there. Jaber, go on. Yeah, I love it.
He's feeling very, very confident.
Since those 3Ks, he's had a lot of just little tap kills. Here we go. Here's another. Watch this. Easy.
Oh, now he even goes hunting for Nork. Like, he's just playing like a whole different player to what you saw in that first half. There was no confidence. But suddenly, for a young player on the come-up like Jaber, you hear that crowd roaring as you're offering up these multi-kills and you're pulling Wildcard back into this game. That does something to you. Timeout called in for Fnatic.
Oh, the 11-9 Palace rush with no flashes either. That's the craziest part. I didn't even see any come over. Sonic had a molly in his hand when they ran out Palace. He still got a double kill. This could be a game that Fnatic absolutely drop. Like this was in their hand. Blame is 19-6. Don't get me wrong, he saved in a lot of clutches, but here we go, Fnatic. This is your best opportunity to close this map. A map that Wildcard have never played with this roster. And they are playing like it's their perma pick. Sonic swings in Palace, finds the lurker, frees up Fuzi a lot on this A site. Fnatic will clear middle, but Wildcard have not competed for mid in these gun rounds. Gonna go for a boost. 4 on the A site. Stan with his eyes on this. Breaking. Oh, they heard that. Or not. Nice shot.
Okay, that's a big kill for Mattis. That's actually opened up a route to try and make this round a bit more interesting. Pressing the issue further forward. Sonic will get that trade. Jaber's walked the smoke, called the bluff over in middle. There's no stopping this guy. Blame F left up. Hasn't done much on the T half as Blame F. A CT warrior. But a chance in this clutch as he's been given 2 chances at 1v1s. The remaining wildcard players are grouped over in middle. And the 2 titans of this matchup about to clash. Jaber and Susp playing it tucked in top mid.
5 bullets.
Every one of them is to count for Blame F. And he's given no fight early. They swing out, they spot him, and Jaber is there to close. 11 all. Wildcard tie this up. Their permaban, their gamble. It looked like it was all for naught. But the late reactivation of Jaber, decision to try the up-tempo, disrespect, fast A play coming back to haunt Fnatic. Down the tail end of Mirage.
(11-8). 11-8. 3 rounds straight. Eco for Fnatic. The wheels are falling off the wagon. Crims tries to put them back on. Sonic, rock solid on this A hold, has always put up a kill or 2. When they need him, he will do it again. A double up for the South African, trying to finish off the job. He'll take them to match point. Ace for Sonic, 12 rounds for Wildcard. And Fnatic kicking themselves.
This is a matchup full of just unexpected surprises. From Wildcard letting Mirage through, to Jaber finishing that first half with like 3 kills to his name, going on to be the top performer for Wildcard. Oh. They lose Sonic early. Susp tries to take up his position, and he will get that trade on a body. Right now, Fnatic know they have a guy trapped in top middle. Yeah. Susp, good for the double up. It takes Nork swinging wide.
It's insane that he gets 2 kills there.
So this is it for Fnatic. They're aiming for overtime. Crims, great timing on the backstab, and a serious piece of the puzzle removed. Jaber finally knocked out of a round here. They got to do it without him. Stan steals himself away over at ramp, playing very late into the round as Fnatic do get up through the connector. They get past the Fuzi AWP. It's Stanislaw or it's overtime. Goes unaccounted for. Stan plays the trigger discipline. Will these be kills that get away? Stan strikes. Blame F now knocked out of the post plant. 2v2. Stanislaw has opened a route to make this possible. Flashes raining over. Fuzi moving in. And Stan holds on. Boost up. They leave it all in the arms of Crims. jumping up, jumping over. Stanislaw and Fuzi get it done. No overtime for Fnatic. It looked like they had all the makings to get us there in that last round, but Stan steals it away and rubs their faces in it. A crazy result from Wildcard as their permaban is let through and they win it out.
It's not just that they do it, it's how they do it. It's against the odds. It's against a Blame F firing on all cylinders. It's with an AWPer that is irrelevant until the final round of regulation. And I gotta say, like, of all the things, there's so much stuff to criticize there. There's also stuff to celebrate. Like, I'm loving watching Stan play this game in 2024. Such an intelligent player. He had opportunities to fire shots there coming up on the CT players. He could have jumped the gun. He let Fnatic take spawn. He pieced the round together, smokes them off, gets Fuzi to come play with him. They 2v2 that beautifully. So many ways they could have messed that up, and Stan just pieces together the perfect round. On top of that, Sus, not been the star of the show, really rock solid in this game. Jaber had a huge return to form. Sonic was sick throughout, and my question today was bodies calling, and boy did it underwhelm yet again. That 11-8 or 11-9 call when your money's on the line to just run out Palace off spawn when they've been winning mid, that's a shocker for Fnatic. That's a stinker. That's one that's gonna hurt.
You know, I think the other thing to look at, old habits dying hard for Blame F. Had a phenomenal first half, came into the second looking good. Heading into that final round, he had something like 4 kills in their T side. So a very... It just felt like, you know, it'd be a moment and it would be the classic Blame F type of round. You're like 1v2, but, you know, you just save because there's 30 seconds left and you're planning for the future. But, you know, he saved all he liked. He always had a gun. But like we said earlier, you always have a gun, but you never fire a bullet. You're not going to win. Yeah,
there were also a lot of rounds where it's like, you know, he would play, but just like, I feel like 5 seconds too late and his team would just all get eviscerated.
I felt like as the game went on, you felt like he kind of lost faith in the team and felt like, you know, he had to try and do things alone. I don't know, the wheels kind of fell off for Fnatic there. For Wildcard though, I want to talk about the Jaber recovery, because man, like he came in the second half.
Dude, was it
I think it's 3 and 10 or 4 and 10.
But yeah, now he's 19 and 11. So he had 1 death, and I think it was that final round.
It was that 1 death where Crims catches him in the last round. Crims catches him back turned from Palace.
Bro, he had either 3 and 10 or 4 and 10. He had back.
There you go, 3 and 10.
Oh yeah, wow, nice stat. Yeah, he had back-to-back triple kills, 3 and 4 on the B side. He had that 3K spray down. Then he had the 4K where he went back out into mid, one-tap someone, and I think got 4 kills in middle. And then he just went on impact round after impact round. Unbelievable. This guy was called an onliner a month ago. Now look at him. RMR had a monster performance. Opening game of the major, his first major. Absolutely shows up, steals a shot.
For the first, you know, 16 rounds, he would have been sat there feeling like he's crumbling, you know, like feeling like it's all getting away from him. And then that one multi-kill just to react, you know, flip the switch, and he was a whole different player from that point going forward.
It's a beautiful game to watch from Wildcard. I'm gotta keep our eyes on Stan for the rest of this one.
Well, now that their Mirage, like, you know, stood up to Fnatic, that even poses issues to teams going forward, right? Like
the fact that they even play their permaban. How often do you actually see that?
Yeah, no, not often.
Sorry. Yeah.
The thing that's wild though is like where the mind games come in is like, was that a one-off? Was that like just prep for Fnatic? Or is this a map they've been putting time and attention into? And that's something that teams are going to have to think about going forward. Even just the threat of it being there. If anything, I think while it now is still unknown quantity, works to the benefit of Wildcard going forward. Yeah. Which is very, very cool and some super insane 4D chess from Stanislaw to open up their run at the major.
Some things never change, but, you know, 1 game left for this first round. Here on the B stream, we got an Imperial versus Pain, Brazilian Brawl, Brazilian Brunch up next.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
All right, then. I think it's time for some Brazilian Counter-Strike. You feeling good on that?
Yeah, that's a good deal, I think.
All right, then. How about this? 2 Brazilian teams.
Whoa!
Bam.
Wait.
Bam, bam.
Whoa,
Both
whoa,
sides
whoa,
of the server. Pain
Well, okay, yeah.
on one side.
The other side?
Come on, man. You know who?
Imperial.
Imperial on the
Wow.
other side.
If it ain't Copenhagen all over again.
Exactly.
Harry. These are the two teams that made runs. They made deep runs. They gained the Americas more spots alongside FURIA and Complexity as well, of course. These two rosters or two cores came out and shook stuff up in Copenhagen. They did good work for the Americas. Now they're here again. But they're in very different places, Harry. We've got a Pain Gaming who are ripe, who are ready to be harvested, ready to reap what they sow. All of the sayings that don't work,
Yeah.
that's Pain. They're looking really good right now. They're in fantastic form. They look solid in the RMR against an Imperial that, while we would hold to a pretty high standard, didn't really have to beat the toughest competition to get here. Red Canids, Crew, and Carse.
Yeah, they certainly had an easier run, but I don't know, with this Imperial squad, I feel like they're one of the more teams that get kind of underrated, right? Like even back in Copenhagen, when you had like the big surge of Brazilian squads, they were sort of the surprising one to be on that list. But there are some really nice pieces within Imperial. I think as time's gone on, you've seen someone like Vinny, who for the longest time, you would have known from FURIA, go on to spread his wings after that point, and now find success helming up this Imperial squad. Then you have some nice guys, someone like Desenchi, who can step up and take control of the game. Same can be said for No Way, who actually back in Copenhagen, he had some stellar games in the Imperial jersey. He was looking lights out. Obviously, as well, the acquisition of Try, having him in the roster now. Someone who can step up on that AWP. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Those are the teams.
Those are the teams, and these are the maps, Harry.
The thing I think, in a matchup like this, where there's a lot of history between these two squads, they play each other a lot. And it's not like there's a heavy favorite in terms of the head-to-heads. Pain majoritarily win it out, but even then it's like pretty thin margins. It's usually very close matches, and Pain often fare better in the BO3s versus this squad. In BO1s, it's not terribly uncommon to see Imperial win. I think Pain should be coming into this feeling like favorites. They kind of are for my money, but in the domestic matchup such as this one, where there is a huge degree of familiarity between the teams, there's a lot of time to anti-strat and know how your opponent likes to play. It can always end up in the air.
Yeah, I will say it's worth considering, of course, despite the head-to-head, the recent head-to-head was at the Americas RMR, where Pain won that 13-5 in a BO1. So they have just kind of smashed them just the other day, in fact, to qualify for this event. And I guess, I'll go both ways, because while I say, hey, Imperial didn't play exactly the best teams to get to this major, I think you could levy the same criticism against Pain, right? Like, they took down Nouns, they took down this Imperial, and they took down 9Z, who, as we said, sure, went 2-0, but then absolutely bottled it and weren't really playing great CS throughout the majority of the RMRs. So, yeah, you can make the same criticism both ways. I just think Pain have come off of more recent EU experience, better time in the EU, and we haven't really seen Imperial do anything since Copenhagen. I think the odds reflect the favor as well, despite, to be honest, those odds are pretty one-sided when you consider exactly what you're saying, in that these teams play a lot, and Imperial have won this game 16 times out of 40. So I'm still going to sit in the favor of Pain. I think that players are more in form right now.
Yeah.
But man, in a game like this, especially on a stage for an opening match of a major, anything can happen.
No, 100%. I think that's pretty apt. I feel like if you're Pain here as well, I know whenever Big Azera enters the the server. I feel myself rooting for him. He's someone who, for the longest time, you've looked at as like, okay, you are the real deal. You call a good game. You put up big numbers. Kind of the all-in-one package for what you want from your captain. And so I hope he kind of starts the tournament off strong, especially, you know, we talk about Copenhagen a lot, but especially after the success of Brazilian squads there, you want him to be putting his best foot forward.
Yeah, both these.
But of course, it's the case as well that, like, in the same way you have Rare Atom versus the Mongols going on right now, we have like the Brazilian from the Americas RMR matchup just clashing immediately day one.
No free wins. On the bright side, one Brazilian team will win this game. That's a positive takeaway.
Right? Yeah, there's no losing for Brazil, I guess.
Yeah, well, apart from the loser of this game
apart from the
will be Brazilian, so there's that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What was that?
Good bit there.
Thanks, I've been waiting to do that. Whoa, there's another one. They're everywhere, Harry. Watch out, okay? Watch out. Check over your shoulders. Yeah, both these teams having also young stars in their own right? You have Nowhere and Descent, who really solid for Imperial, proved themselves already. But Snow, I think, is someone who is getting more and more comfortable with every LAN showing for Pain Gaming. And, man, this guy is very fresh to the competitive scene at the age of 17. So it's an exciting time between these two rosters for a BO1. Dust 2 as well. I couldn't have picked a better map myself.
Oh, rip-roaring start for Phelps. A dink down range onto Cowes, softens him up. Still going to get out with one, honestly. Considering he's left at 1 point of health, that's a pretty good trade, however. There's Try on the board early. NQZ steals himself away. Back of the site here. Whoa. They will overwhelm him. Quad peaked. Not long for this world was NQZ. Imperial trying to put their best foot forward.
Oh, I forgot about Big Zera's view model. It's disgusting. Great. It's horrible, but I'll forgive him. Okay, Imperial with a big swing and a hit. Come through with a pistol round. T-side's about to be lethal in this game, you can already tell. With some very aggressive teams. Ouch.
Terrorists win.
So interestingly enough, even though these squads played each other a hell of a lot, Dust 2 is not often one of the maps they face off on. It's only kind of become a recent thing.
Okay.
And they're only 1-1 on it between the two of them.
Ooh.
So they've both picked up dubs here.
I do like that. I think that gives Imperial a chance to upset. Oh, no way. He had a great position, but he's missed his spray. Big Zera's come in with the opener. Imperial speed it up. They actually break the mid-smoke and spill out through. Oh, dude.
That's a lot of damage off of NQZ. There's the reply.
Venge.
Descent quickly deals with the pesky scout back in spawn. Solo B-hold. Lux has been tucked in this whole time, waiting to receive. The 5-7 lands even more damage. Look how low they are.
Cool's got to be there. 3 low.
That was a golden shot for Cowes. If he found the bomb crossing, this could be a very winnable round, but sadly it misses its mark, and so they will just bow out of this and save.
I actually don't like the save here. You can say like, oh, 3v4, B-site, etc., etc. But when you have 3 confirmed tags, you have a dink, and you have 2 scout shots. Like that, to me, that's when you have rifles, it's not like they're on.
Yeah, I guess one of the scout shots was through the smoke, so you don't know about it.
Right, sorry.
Right?
Right. I missed that. Yeah, we'll allow it. But I think if they knew 3, you should go for that every day. They weren't too far away.
Terrorists
But
win.
Pain gives some respect to Imperial. And they actually convert on their pistol. B-rush. Go get him. Psych. Triple nade, so a lot of info for Pain. Finny holds the line. Cowers in the corner. Flash. Oh, actually ducked when he crouched for that shot. Dodged the flash completely. Lux gets a scout, but they're not going B. Not yet, at least. And if they get this kill top mid, that only brings Imperial back into the fold.
Oh, I mean, this is Big Azera on the Galil, and he's kind of thread the needle on this timing. That bomb is still down in lower tunnels.
Oh, no.
Try could die moving in with the bomb on his back. Big kill for Big Azera, but it takes Descent to swing him wide and deal with him. Cow is left as the last man standing, and Imperial can just free roam here. They control all the real estate. So they're on their way to a 3-0 lead before Pain get that first buy on the board.
Very grouped rounds for Imperial. Using their util well. Trading each other. So far, fantastic look at the start of this game. The center of the 3K in this one, 5-0. Everything's going to plan for Imperial. But we haven't had a gun round yet, so let's hold out.
I think, you know, if you are this Imperial team, if you were to kind of like power rank the 4 Brazilian squads in the opening stage, I feel like for a lot of people, Imperial would be number 4.
Yes. Just because
Right,
we
like-
haven't seen anything from them lately. Who would be number 1 though? Because I actually don't think there's a... I think you could make arguments for... Honestly, all 3. Maybe just 2. Who's to you, number 1? Obviously, you've seen games today, so maybe that's changed. But who would you have said before today? Because FURIA lost, MIBR won, and here are Pain and Imperial. Like, I would have, before today, I would have gone FURIA, Pain, MIBR, Imperial. I don't know if I end the day feeling the same.
But yeah, I think it would be to that effect for everyone. Not 100%, but I'm saying like 90% of people would have lent similarly. And as a result, I think if you're Imperial, this is like a rare chance to, you know, you're no longer facing off against kind of battle-hardened, tried-and-tested EU opposition where you can look at things like stylistic differences or whatnot. This is a team you are super well acquainted with, and you have a chance to immediately leapfrog them in the opening game and show why, you know, the Brazilian region is very competitive and why it feels like even doing that power ranking is innately hard.
Yeah.
Anyone can be anyone from the region.
Sure.
And they play each other a hell of a lot. Big Azera on the AWP.
Martinez tier scope view model.
Snow hears these footsteps. He's called for the rotate early. Big Azera gonna move in and try and join him as Snow holds the line. He needed a multi-kill there because the AWP only just arrives. But he stands his ground. Imperial, it falls a little limp at the end. The Snow multi-kill goes untraded. It's just Vinny. And Cowes playing the off angle over in mid is able to deal with him. That one is going to leave a mark for Imperial. A 4-on-3 where they feel like they had open runway into the B site. 5-on-3 rather.
Yeah. Double orb just so early in this game. Snow on it now with NQZ. Biguzera, a hobby orb. Snow, Bianca. And it's Imperial who don't want to make the first move here. Laying up a mid to B. Two orbs and neither of them fighting, so might catch Imperial by surprise. Biguzera. Flash just came a second too late. And Imperial, they could commit to this mid to B play, but walking through the smoke is try. And Lux goes for him. Now it's just a one man in the site. If they contact, does he ever throw it? Like, this is so quiet right now. Cow is going to be looking very silly. Oh, dear.
Oh, and essentially is able to control the rotates out of middle. It's a double AWP retake. Vinny only has a Glock. And he's got NQZ trapped in a box.
Ow.
Oh, it's dead by 1,000 cuts.
No,
Night out. Vinny tried it.
Oh, God.
I mean, that's Vinny for you.
He never bought a gun. He dropped.
Having a bit of fun with it. As he tries to knife NQZ.
Better than a Glock.
Round 5 of their opening game at the major.
Terrorists win.
Oh, Cowes, you silly boy. Just standing there with a flash. Bro, that was 45 seconds minimum with a flash out. And they just walk up catwalk.
Oh, so Vinny.
All right, Imperial looking solid to start today. Come through with some confident rounds. The one loss was a 5v3. But otherwise, in full control of this game. T-side of Dust 2, a good place to be to start your major journey. In a matchup you know you can win and have won.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that essentially starting this off so strong, I mean, he was such a big part of their run in the RMR. He's such a kind of standout guy within this team. Then the other one that you want to get switched online for Imperial is very much Try. You know, if Descentra was a big part, Try was too of their run through the RMR. 1 or 2 quiet games here and there, and Imperial always felt it whenever he was quiet. But more often than not, he was the guy topping the charts for them. Because they fell off the boost, I don't know if they saw Lux get into lower tunnels. That's a little bit awkward for No Way. They think lower's clear because they had that AWP boosted up and Eva manages to get out. That's a huge win for Pain Gaming. An untraded 5v4 on a lower tons push from the SMG.
Need this round desperately, Pain, because it's, while it's low economy, they've already got the advantage. They've got a lot of info. And Imperial have started to pick up some steam. Biguzera. Oh, I love that molly. He walks behind it the whole way. maybe walks a step too far, but he won't pay the price till BIG gets aggressive off catwalk. Now it's all down to the long push.
Painter just able to flood out from Cat. NQZ's AWP watches on. Lux ready to push through the spawn smoke as well, so there's no hope for Imperial there. Well handled on the triple Cat push from Pain Gaming, as they immediately offer up a response here. It all starts with that kind of awkward fall down of the AWP, right? Like one tiny error where you fall off the boost, massive implications. Gets them out of the round with an early 5v4. And so Pain go back to the double AWPs. I mean, you'd be seething if you're Phelps there. You're the guy doing the boost and you get AWP'd from NQZ aggro on Cat.
Don't worry, he might return the favor to try as well. Re-pushing. Oh, dropping scout. It's very in right now.
I like the Pain had fallen back a little bit. They were getting very tunnel visioned on that scout. And so now they've dismantled the triple mid-hold and they've grouped swiftly with 3 over towards this B site.
Now they have vision on the tunnel. It's Imperial coming out lower instead. Not wanting to be too one-dimensional. And so Pain split. Nice block. He just fights behind it. Lux is there as well. BIG tries to climb up. They're splitting mid to B. Do they know their smoke has been absolutely rumbled? They redo it. He's still got a gap over the top though. A good spray for 2 kills from the captain. BIG double up. No way traded. And Kawez should have this one on lock. It's actually trying to escape. NQZ. There's the shot. Pain Gaming, 3 on the CT side. 3 out of the last 4. They're not going down without a fight.
No, and I mean, that was the force buy for Imperial. They put money into that. They were hoping for a little bit more off of it. It's the BIG kind of hero play in middle. Disrupts the smoke, uses it to his advantage. And so now Imperial are broke. Oh dear, Lux does get overran. Heard him aggro up in the top middle. Now getting that gun is wishful thinking. There are 2 players holding for this cross.
Oh dear, miss. Can't miss this. Could go very wrong.
Oh, they're trying so hard to bait the shot out of the AWP, but...
Oh god. Oh dear. He got the gun. Just allow it.
And another dink. They just dinked Kawez with a Glock. How are the Glocks doing so much? And he can't just give up the site. He can't just give up the plant. So able to run down Phelps.
Boom.
Oh god, no way. Finally bested. That one is a skinny, a teeth type round, but Pain will get it on the board. I can't believe that became so interesting. It was just Glocks.
Bit terrifying. Imperial need to sharpen up right now in a full buy.
Well, you know, I mean, something that's interesting in this one is, you know, when you look at Vinny and how he likes to play this, he is not afraid to kind of just play on feeling and his read of the game. Like, they'll often, you know, not go super telegraphed. Like in that round where you saw Kawez get caught with the flashbang in hand because they just contact played up through short. Those aren't really risks that a lot of other teams would look to take. But Vinny and his boys don't mind doing them. And so I think this is going to keep being a very explosive matchup because you're missing some of the usual tells that Pain look for.
isso, mano, muito bem jogado, velho.
It's always 60 in Snowplay, getting hyped up there. Yeah, Imperial aren't afraid to think outside the box, was the point I'm trying to make.
Sure.
And have faith in how they're perceiving the game to play. And sometimes they will get burned by that, right? Like, it's not like it's only wins playing that method of counter.
I mean, it's a pretty good gap to find, the one that you referenced, but it's a lot harder to find that on Dust 2. A lot of it is going to come down to brawling and just trading out on XX, be it up cap, be it playing long spawns. We haven't seen long spawns yet. Pick cross.
Even in some of these rounds where they have gone for like the long control, they're not doing it, you know, with the flashes over the top, corner smoke in, super resource intensive. A lot of it is Vinny will sit here, wait a bit, and when he feels like he has the window, he'll go walking out contact.
Yeah, it's been coming down to mid. A lot of players here on CT right now. Rifle up close, beckons them in. Good grenade. Softened up. Lux and Big Uzera both get a kill for it. Vinny yet to play. It's only going to get worse. Big Uzera escaping, or at least trying to. Descent just walked out B. Snow headshot and a spray. One more in the window. Knocked down by Descent. That's decent, all right. 3 on 2. Vinny tucked in mid has that rotate clean cut. Can he stop the bomb? No, but nice try. It's all on Cowes, who's a long way out, and even if he gets the kill, and QZ has to live, he will. Are we on?
I mean, losing that does suddenly make it more interesting.
Saw him.
Descent on that scavenged AWP puts it to work, and they're ready to double swing. Cowes missed shot from the
no!
And Cowes has picked it up. Try on the jiggle.
Why is he jiggling?
It felt like he just had to commit to that, especially when the shot sails past from the Descent AWP.
It's like he's still trying to bait for the orb, but in doing so, he never committed. Either got to gigabait him, or just got to swing on the AWP missing the shot. That's a robbery of a round. That should never happen. Sick little 1v2 for Cowes. It's been quiet so far. Try will regret that round. And Payne are back in it. 4 in a row.
I mean, they got gifted around there, right? Like, you're 2 on 3, B site's lost. Any other team would save, but you're handed a reason to go for it. Play out through long, Snow might be blind, still gets out with a kill.
Do they know a player got pinned? So yes, they do. And they deal with him. Big Uzera very impressive on catwalk in the CT side.
Yeah, strong start to the tournament for Big Uzera. And this CT side is getting very active now, right? While Imperial were the ones taking risks early on. Now that's extended the way of Payne. Push through the upper tunnels. They know where both players are for Imperial. They are all grouped for this. Ready to pounce once Imperial set their sights on getting that bomb planted. Flash goes in. Cowes swinging wide.
Oof.
There's the backstab arriving up through the catwalk, and it's just Descent. Can't do it. Lux hits the perfect timing on his backstab. And so Payne are looking to run off with the lead at the end of this first half. Oh, if you're Imperial, I really don't know if you can move past that insane blunder in the round prior to last. Like, Descent, that was a masterful 3K he put up in that round. It felt like he did everything. And now it's gotten away from you, and you stand to lose the half because of it.
Yes, he's gone And spiraled out of control for Imperial. Gonna try and pop up catwalk right now. NQZ hits a shot before the flash appears, and while BigZera falls, oh my god, they jump over the box and they find NQZ with the orb. Good grenade, but somehow no way is piecing this together.
Lux is making use of all these drop nades in spawn. Pain have been doing that constantly, dropping the nades here. Okay, another 3v2. Imperial just can't give a kill over in the short term.
This could go wrong though. Orb on.
Snow's AWP along. That's the collateral, and another 3v2 round that might get out of hand. Try is given a shot of redemption, but in comes Lux to clean him up. And that is now 2 3v2 rounds that have spiraled out of control for Imperial. This one, it's an awkward lineup over at ramp that hands Snow the collateral.
Both those rounds you talk about, they're post plants, Harry. They have everything in their favor. How are you getting collated on long in a post plant? These nades are great as well. The reason that last player doesn't expect Lux on short is he's cycling nade CT. He throws a flash CT. Meanwhile, he's running back up cat. Great reset. But this is a painful way for it to come crumbling down for Imperial from a 4-1 lead. 6 rounds in a row now. Pain looking for the full sweep.
It's sad to see, like, this first half has been a bit of a disaster for Tri. Out-AWPed by both players that have donned them for Pain. And oftentimes he's such a crucial part of the conversation for this Imperial squad, especially on Dust 2. BigZera dead early as Pain re-aggress into middle.
Okay. Jumping up the box. Mid has been the way. Imperial have gained mid control in a lot of rounds. They've set up on mid to Bs. It has been the post plants that have been the problem. Can they get past Cowers? Phelps has a smoke. Oh, he got spotted there. He gets it down though. Pressure as a nade comes out, but there's Lux you've got to worry about as Cowers sprays 2 through. Lux helps out. 2v4 now. You're not getting past these orbs. Snow has been waiting all half on this bomb site. They'll finally come his way. And for Imperial, it's too little. And it's too late.
Counter-terrorists win.
Solid half for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, it ends up being a great half for them. And that's, you know, in spite of all these moments where you could have looked to have, you know, written off rounds, not even attempted it. I think on top of that, Imperial very much dropped the ball in 2 of these rounds. And like you imagine it, even if they'd won one of those 3v2s, it would have played out so differently this first half. Instead, Pain head into their T side now with the 1 out first half under their belt, with everyone feeling switched on. There's nothing wrong with Imperial not minding being loose in the openings of rounds, especially when it's working, but it's the looseness in the post plants here that really cost them this first half, the kind of lack of, you know, process once they get that bomb planted. It leaves you feeling disappointed because this could have been so much more. Now you have no breathing room. You kind of have to win the pistol here if you're Imperial. If you field this loss early on, you've got 1 rifle round between you and this game being over. When on the other side of things, like, you could have won out this first half.
Sure. Should have. 4-1. Got a lot of nades here, maybe a BXX. BigZera might have even spotted Dissension lower, so I wonder if they fixate on his position. Here they come for the clear. Julie's, oh, damage. And they double push upper. NQZ is ready. Julie's going to be really powerful here. Descent with a double. Finishing the job is Tri up close. P250 comes up. 2v2 now. Could reset. And he'll take that option as Imperial scramble to defend the B bomb site.
Now this is a very lengthy rotate for Lux.
It's making it happen.
BIG Nuke played this well as well. Like, he hasn't tried to get ahead of himself here. He is still taking space and taking room because he knows he has to. But he's not rushing it to such a degree that he could die and then Lux doesn't even have the control over the A site. Like, they've really taken their time to piece this one together. Imperial, they've grouped up. They've cleared out the tunnels. They're now aware that this is the A play. But they're not even going to be on catwalk till that bomb is already planted.
Can he get out of the site?
BIG Nuke still has a smoke and a flash. That's going to slow this down even more.
What gives you an option?
Pretty rough smoke. No way. Important fight here as he's got one player trapped inside of the site. Lux just looks away from short. That's when Phelps tries to make his move. Caught by Lux, who swings the last man, goes looking for No Way. Time is of the essence here for Imperial. Tap on the bomb. Lux swinging it wide, secures that pistol round for Pain and puts them on the path to victory.
Lux.
Big pistol round from Lux and a great slowdown from Pain Gaming to go and join up again with BIG
The whole
Nuke.
game from Lux has been luxurious, Harry. You could say he's had so much impact playing that mid player. A new addition to this squad. Second major. And showing up in this Brazilian brawl. Imperial want to do exactly that. Fight with fire. At long, all five. Oh, some team damage in there, but they can just abandon ship. NQC has the bomb. Better run. Lux trying to guard the guns.
Oh god,
Careful.
this could still get so weird. Now they've retrieved weapons.
See ya.
Okay, Imperial misplayed a bunch of 3v2s in the first half, but now it's their chance on a USP round to try and do some damage back the other way.
Probably a save, though. They'll know the bomb's beat. There's no getting back into that one. Pain don't even have the option to misplay this. 10-4, Harry. We're looking at one rifle round.
That was always kind of, you know, the worry for Imperial after not winning the pistol. And sure, you know, for the side of Pain, Lux and BIG Nuke are taking a lot of the attention as they are the two kind of front men who have been hyper involved in these rounds. But Snow definitely deserves his flowers, right? Over towards that B side of the map, he was damn near infallible. When your B anchor on Dust 2 heads into the second half with 2 deaths, you know you're on to a winner. You've got to be feeling good about that. And still for Imperial, you know, there's kind of no noise from Try. Finally going to get to bring out the AWP here for the first and maybe even only time on this CT side if it doesn't find success from the get-go. A quick reposition for the Try AWP. He made his way up onto the catwalk, but he didn't go and take the space, and that's because mid was smoked. They actually think Pain are further up cat than they actually are. And so that AWP is just going to be waiting around for a long time before it has any chance to get involved. Okay, right place. Weapon of choice.
Nice.
This has to be it for Try. First shot lands. Getting run at now by the SMG. Big Uzera with the trade. Just the one and done from the Tri-Orb. Cat conceded. Pain with all the control here. Imperial left scrapping to try find a way back into this. There's a very late mid-lurk on Kawes. As the rest of the gang start to fall one by one. Kawes now arrives, catching them crossing, and Big Uzera farms them up on the MAC-10.
It's a 2v4 in seconds.
Before you even realize you're losing that round, it's already over. Big Uzera, I don't know what he just did to get away with that.
4 kills off a MAC-10, 3 up close.
Oh, Imperial.
Yeah.
Many a chance to have sweetened the deal in this game.
That hurts. I feel like they played that post part pretty well. Like, they waited, they used the flashes right, they blinded the players on the site. Long player peeks out, catches them repausing, trying to get out of the site. And then as soon as you're ready in the 4v2, when you know Big Uzera's on default, you go for the fight together, and a player comes through CT, and he lines up 2 kills. Like, what can you do about that? You never knew where he was. He could have been on cap playing the bomb. You had time. Just not accounted for. Check this. Big Uzera. The entry. And then when the smoke comes up, he uses it so well. Able to just rob these kills as Kawes gets a lot of damage. Like, Big Uzera gets a glory, but Kawes got a lot of impact from lower there. Tagged up 2 players for the MAC-10. Getting lower, but there's no way you'll catch Lux off guard. He's had a great game. Does he even see the feet? Oh, now he does, but that's an ugly spray, and no way grabs him. Snow just getting out of there. Oh, they don't fall for it.
Great awareness to be ready for Snow's fallback. Bit of a shame for Snow. I felt like he played that perfectly. Try and give them the space, claps in a little bit later. But no way was ready. Down to these 3 for Pain Gaming. No man advantage has felt particularly safe for Imperial. And so even now in the 5-on-3, those nerves are creeping in. No way plays up close to the smoke. Big Uzera crouching underneath him.
Oh my.
They don't know that he's made it up here.
Scary.
Past them onto the ramp. No way thinks that this gap has given him all the vision. Try caught on the backstab. That gets denied. Big Uzera, there's an intentional gap on that smoke, and that lets him strike up through the ramp. Did he see the boost as well? No way tries to move out and clear this, pushing around the smoke. No way takes a risk and gets all the reward. Imperial keep that one in check. Finally, one of these mad advantages goes their way.
Finally. It only took almost 20 rounds. They close out on their early hard work. I mean, nice move from Big Uzera. How can he expect No Way to do the same thing right back to him? And Imperial's final tactical timeout, their final chance in this BO1 to long out the game, to make it interesting. That's their first round since the opening 5. A huge streak mounted by Pain. 10 rounds in a row. I'm even scared of this round because 1 AK on Dust 2 in the right hands, put to use, can be very threatening. Phelps is alone on the bomb site. He starts swinging in. Phelps hits his. Deep out. Double down, Kawes.
Oh, God. One more spotted back at long. Kawes is onto something brilliant here. Off the Deagle, onto the M4, the one-man army of Cows. It's enough! Pain Gaming can rely on Cows. He brings it home, 12 rounds locked in. And they've got 7 chances now after Cows' handiwork puts Imperial in a body bag. This one's done.
Oh, that's enough. That's surely enough. That's an ace in 10 seconds from a running 1D up cat to 2 more. Hot swap to the M4, and he even gets a clutch to throw a bit of style on it. Cows. Maybe just pack it up and unplug the mouse. NQZ hunts him on long. No way keeps this game alive. With a 4-on-4, Vinny's aggression could be tempered by Lux's patience. But how patient? The shadow is not enough. No way through the long smoke, and bit by bit, drip by drop, Imperial run out of fuel.
It's essentially been the one shining light for Imperial, but he's not able to get a handle on the double upper peak, and now it's just try. A bit of an underwhelming debut for the Imperial AWPer here. Not without chances, not without opportunity. It was the notable misstep that gave up that first man advantage round for Imperial. From that point on, they were only able to get one more round, but they're now left hinging on him in this clutch. And as he swings wide, plucks Cows out of the round, but so much damage done. Pain Gaming pumped the brakes. Big Azera and NQZ know they've got their man right here. 2 HP. So they play it together. There should be no world for try in this one.
Coming for him.
Molly's gonna do it. NQZ seals the deal, and Pain Gaming walk away with one hell of a Dust 2 under their belts. From 4 rounds for Imperial, 5 was all they get. As the Pain boys emerge strong to open up their run, the Perfect World Shanghai Major.
Didn't even feel stressful for Pain. Did not even feel stressful. They played a slow and steady game. Felt like Imperial maybe came in with a fight, but they just disappeared, Harry, for 11 rounds or 10 rounds straight after a decent beginning. I don't really know what happened to Imperial. Like, whoa, they just disappeared off the face of the earth. There was no one to rely on. They censored a couple of rounds, but can you really call it an impact round if you don't even win it? Some really sloppy post plants in this first half. A bunch of 3v2s with the bomb in their favor that they lose. And that's the explosion of Pain that we expect, that we saw in Copenhagen, that we wanted to see here in Shanghai.
Yeah, I think, that's the big difference here. Is like Pain have just really good fundamentals and structure nailed down. Even like when they've won, when they've kind of had nothing but success, the individuals all firing off, and they get into that final 3v1, but they're kind of separated in that last round. The moment they see try, Big Azera doesn't rush it. He waits for NQZ, gives him the extra like 25 seconds. It's maybe not the most exciting way to play it, but it's the right way to play it, to not let try rob that round away. Meanwhile, for Imperial, it felt like, they're taking so many risks and so many chances, and then didn't have those protocols or procedures in place. Like every post plant felt like it got out of hand so horrifically, from the lineup at ramp on A to the awkward like dissension and try 2v1 in the tunnels. There were just so many moments. Dude, this could have been a crazy close game.
Yeah.
This could have been
all the swing rounds.
Yeah, but in every single moment where you've done all the work, the hard bit was actually over. Like all you had to do in a lot of those rounds was nothing, and you probably would have won them.
True.
But instead, you actively did kind of the worst thing. So yeah, crazy stuff. Big Azera topping the charts for the Pain squad, with Cows in there alongside him.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't a weak link in sight.
No.
Even though Snow's down bottom of the board and went on a bit of a losing streak in the second half, he was a rock throughout the entire first half. And there were even those rounds where he's getting run at by 3 dudes through the tunnels, and he would just multi-kill and buy time for the rotates. So yeah, very good from Pain.
First half for Snow, he had that one multi-kill you talk about. Then he second AWP B, they didn't come there until the last round of the half, and he still stopped them. So like, yeah, he was 7-3 first half. He did nothing wrong. It was a perfect game. Big Uzera and Kawez lock-in match. I think Kawez with that ace stole the show. He kind of stole the show with that one. Lux, great game as well. Yeah, there really was nothing but love for this you know, Pain CT side especially, with all those retakes, all those clutches. But yeah, Imperial just kind of unimpressive. The worry was for Imperial coming into this game, they didn't beat any notable teams to get to the major. They beat Red Canids, they beat Castle, they beat Crew, 3 of the bottom rated teams of the entire America's RMR, and we worried that, hey, they haven't you know, earned, it's not they haven't earned it, sorry, they haven't proven themselves coming into the major. Would they be a bit rusty? Definitely looks like it. There was some big holes.
Yeah, I think it's just a weird game to have to talk about because of like the amount of moments where Imperial kind of had them, right, where they wanted them, and then it all fell apart.
Well, I got good news, Harry.
Okay.
The first round is done. We've wrapped up both streams.
Nice.
We're gonna do the maths. We're gonna put Harry and a calculator in a dark room. You'll figure it out, and we'll have the second round of matches for you guys coming up next. So more BO1s across both streams, 8 more games to see who's going 0-2, who's going 2-0, and who's going 1-on-1. So join us soon for more of this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
Hello, welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I was like, hold on, there's someone running behind me, Jason, but it's just Hyde running right.
It's just the screen.
It's all good.
It's just the green.
Yeah, we're all good. We're all fine here. We've alleviated
your first major?
Harry and Hugo from the early shift, Jason. It is indeed my first major, and I made the mistake, man. I put FlyQuest 0 and 3 already.
I know, that was a rookie mistake. That was very amateur of you. They looked good this morning.
Yeah.
And, complexity didn't look good. So, I mean, all things turn out quite nicely for FlyQuest.
Yeah, they do. They work out pretty well for them. But how are you feeling? It's major time, Jason.
I love it. This is my favorite time of the year. It's now at the end of the season as well. This is the capstone on a long and beautiful year of Counter-Strike. I'm pumped to get into it. Got a lot of cool teams. I think the opening stage matches, and obviously the ones that come after this, we were talking about the other day. This has been, it feels like it's been seeded so well that all the games are like players of equal quality going head to head. So it's been really, really tough to look at the matchups and discern if is the favorite going to win this game. Is the underdog? And obviously we open up today with 3 out of 4 of the first 4 games were upsets.
Yeah, so it's always the case for the opening stages of the major. The opening round is always littered with upsets, and I think FlyQuest was certainly one of them, right? But it's not just the fact that they got the win, it's the fashion in which they beat Complexity today that was so impressive. Yeah,
they were spanking them, weren't they? A couple players popping off. Inns had a really good series. Dexter had some really good sequences with the AK, some sharp shooting from him. And yeah, the fact that, I woke up and tuned into it when it was like 3-1, and I looked back maybe 10 minutes later and it's like 9-1. I'm like, what's happening? How has this occurred? So FlyQuest shocking everyone, looking really good and building off of, I think, the confidence and some of the successes they had to get here in the first place through the Asia's RMR, where they did not have an easy route to run.
And here they are being revealed live in Shanghai. FlyQuest, the team that would have come into this event, talking about all the pressure that they felt getting out of the RMR. They barely scraped through it. We heard Dexter saying that now that pressure is alleviated as they get themselves into the major itself.
And you add into that, you go back even further and you go back to the win at the ESL Challenger event in Atlanta. And I mean, even that is going to be obviously a talking point too, because their opponent's going to be BIG, who they beat in that grand final back in Atlanta as well. But you now have a couple elements of where this project of Dexter coming back with all of his European experience, in-game leading for MOUZ, being able to bring it back to his home country, to the lesser experienced teams, a new philosophy of playing, and it's coming to fruition at a perfect moment for them.
Yeah, well, for BIG, this is a team that went flawlessly through the RMRs. A team that haven't necessarily had the best year, right? Their results have been quite rocky. I don't think this roster's clicked the way they would have wanted, but when it comes to the most important time of the year, they get 3-0 through the RMRs. They're now going 1-0 in their opening game, and this has to feel like a very winnable game for BIG to be 2-0 at the end of the day here on day 1 of the major.
Look at JDC. It seems like he's the one taking a lot of the talking time in that huddle as well.
Yeah.
One of the newer recruits into the team and kind of being sort of an emotional guy, putting some smiles, getting everyone happy and ready to go and focus and trying to alleviate some of that pressure. So yeah, going to be a big test. I hate it. It's going to be a test for BIG, a test of a certain quality.
A large test.
A large test. Some would say.
Yes. A sizable quest as they go up against the Flies. Now, we have got an opportunity here to see the Australians go 2-0 up too. That's the craziest thing to think about. Like, this is a FlyQuest that everyone underestimates, and the pressure is certainly off them now. They're 0.
Right.
They're not a favorite. At the RMR, they absolutely are a favorite to make it through for the region, but at this major, they are considered one of the weaker teams. And so when you go up against BIG in a 1-0 game, you didn't expect to be here. This could be FlyQuest at the end of day 1 being 2-0.
And it'd be great for this scene. I think, the Australian teams that always come in are like easy teams to kind of root for from that underdog perspective, because it is a tough region to make it out of and kind of break into things. And remember, I think the only times we've really seen Australian teams in major playoffs and kind of making deeper runs is you go back to Katowice 19, the major that ESL ran.
Starlighter Berlin
and Starlighter Berlin later on that year as well. So yeah, it'd be really cool to see a team, and not just an Australian team, but a team of like a new crop, a new generation of Australian players.
Well, we are going to go to Nuke. So that is the match we've got here. BIG will start on the CT side. How do you feel about Nuke in the series for FlyQuest?
I think when I look at this, I always think of the big side of things, and then kind of all the preparation they have, and obviously some of that's gone away with Gabi no longer being the coach. But I think this is going to be a really nice map for them to kind of decide this on. And they've played each other a bunch this year. I think they've played each other in like 2 or 3 series, 2 best of ones as well. BIG has won everything except for that grand finals back in Atlanta. That's the one series that they lost, which has got to be a little bit painful. But BIG is usually on top of this particular matchup going head to head,
as you would expect on average, right? right? But when it matters most, in the finals and now at the major, who knows? FlyQuest might have their number, but we're only a few moments away from getting into the game here for the second round of matches.
And I mean, it's hard to tell too, because I think like the FlyQuest we sort of saw against Complexity this morning was like a confidently like a level above, a level or two above Complexity. So I mean, that's also one thing you have to take into account is this might not be the same FlyQuest that we're used to. Obviously, a lot of people putting in 0-3s for whatever that's worth, but you know, a team that you didn't really expect going into that to be so dominant. You're thinking they're going to be heavy underdogs against a Complexity team, and individually showed up. And I think that comes back to that confidence angle where once these players get some wind beneath their sails, once they get that kind of feeling and momentum that they're actually accomplishing and performing the way they should be, let's see what they've got now, because this is a beatable team as well in BIG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at BIG as a squad, though, who is the standout star of this team? That is the question.
Searson right now. Searson right now has been playing really well for them.
Sure,
yeah.
He's been incredible.
Obviously, a big conversation always around Crimbo, even if it hasn't always reached that potential time and time again. I really like the acquisition of Regon. I think he's been a solid piece. Yeah,
that's an interesting maneuver. Obviously, Regon's been to quite a few majors now with the BNE guys. He knows what it's like to get upset results in their favor and the intensity of the major environment. He's now on the squad, so fantastic to see this big squad put together. I didn't see that this concoction was possible. You know, JDC, the move as soon as it happened just made a whole lot of sense. It's like, okay, waiting in the wings and TSM was in the mouse roster before that.
And it also, like, I really like the decision to pick up someone like JDC, because you have kind of, as we mentioned, there's three guys who you kind of look at to be like your heavy stars, your heavy fraggers, your more star players, your Searsons, your Crimbos, and your Regon. Having JDC and kind of Tabson, who used to be like a really heavy hitter back in the day, transitioning to IGL and a more supportive element, he can also pop off sometimes too, but you have a pretty good constitution of playstyles and mentalities of the players in terms of who's the supportive element, who's the guy setting their stars up for plays versus just trying to make a play at all times.
I think FlyQuest capitalized on the fact today that when they were going up against Complexity, their star player wasn't really showing up, right? Lige didn't have a great game, had a bit of an off day.
He started it out really slow. You know, I think he lost like his first 4 opening duel attempts, and that's kind of a tough thing to dig yourself out of as kind of a hardcore playmaker, especially someone like Lige, who on that Complexity team probably feels like he needs to do more than he's called upon to create opportunities. But yeah, they did a great job burying him, and that comes down to good performances from Inns, good performances from Dexter as well.
Yeah, when we've talked about Searson being the heavy hitter for BIG, it's going to be tough to put him away, especially because when you talk about the AWPing head-to-head between the two teams, Alistair, not necessarily seen as the star of the squad, has a lot of quiet games for FlyQuest as an AWPer, was really looking at Searson in a completely different lens.
I think Alistair is someone that you probably look at it and say, you know, if there's ever going to be a roster change, that might be one of the first places you look to upgrade. But yeah, we'll see what he can provide here. And again, it's like, you know, Searson isn't exactly like a world-class AWPer quite yet. Like, we know he's got some incredible skills. We know he's
online.
Got some big games. Well, I think, you know, honestly, we got to start shifting that conversation away, because I think he's been starting to back it up on LAN as well, even towards the end of his last tenure in BIG before he stepped away, coming back. But yeah, that is always going to be a question with him with how his career began, and until he maintains that consistency on LAN, that's going to be a talking point for him for sure. But I think that improvement has been there that we've seen from him now that he's gotten more and more LAN experience.
And for Alistair, just think from the humanist perspective, the fact that he has had all this criticism all year long, more than just a year at this point for Alistair, a lot of people putting his head on the chopping block. You have an opportunity here at the major. If you have a strong individual performance, you can silence a lot of that doubt, a lot of that hate.
Well, I think a lot of it too. I mean, look, you were focusing on Alistair, perhaps a little bit unfairly, because I think this whole team had to have had that conversation coming into this, and it was like, look, if we don't do something at the major, there's going to be, you know, some changes coming in. But obviously they've gotten here. Let's see what they can do. Upper bomb site rush, right out of the hut, right out of the door.
Straight away into the fights. JDC, Searson, and Tabson taking out the initial attack of FlyQuest, but they are still in this as Dexter and Alistair fight their way back. Crimbo left 1v2. We talk about him as a clutcher. Well, he has to pull one off immediately here.
Yeah, they disappear down the vents. They're going to split up, though. Alistair going to look for this drop down, so a little bit of a risk. Crimbo flanking through ramp room. Alistair waiting. Got to hit this shot. Sees the feet. Tags away. Crimbo brought very low. Nice and easy. Just talk tons about him, and Alistair delivers a triple kill in the pistol.
Yeah, great start for FlyQuest. A very quick, simple call into the top site. Get down the vent when it doesn't exactly go as cleanly as they would have hoped. Even numbers on the trades, and they get down in to the lower bomb site swiftly. And Crimbo never in a position to compete for the round win. So BIG going for a force buy here. Regon's invested into MP9s. In fact, everybody pulling out an MP9 here.
Everyone pulling out an MP9. Not a lot of smokes, not a lot of utility to stop any kind of early aggression. FlyQuest, how do they want to play this? Doors broken open. Lobby crunch coming in for Big. JDC, Regon already through. They've got to hear these footsteps. They're going to start picking up the pace outside with this smoke wall. Inns communicating about the lobby crunch and plenty of space and freedom for FlyQuest to start making their moves.
Crimbo tucked away in the lockers for the time being. His opponent silently climbing above it.
There's 2 players down here, a third joining up with them, so as long as they don't lose the bomb, Dexter spots one over towards Squeak Door, and he's calling the rest of the bomb site clear. Inn's going to start clearing out lobby. They shouldn't commit too much to this fight. One goes down, there's Liaz. He's got to pick up the bomb. Dexter's opened things up outside. There is a snake in the grass beneath him. Crimbo waiting for his moment to slide up heaven.
55 seconds, still time for him to slither in behind some of these FlyQuest players. Spots the bomb at the back of the pack, but lethal will not be his attack. It's Searson and Crimbo taking kills between them, leaving Vexside in a 1v2. This has actually worked out pretty well for Big in these MP9s in this fight. Oh, it could have went Crimbo's way and ended right here, but Vexside still in this fight. He'll head to the back of the bomb site, bomb going down, and JDC the climb up the vent.
He should know.
Take his time now. But he's gonna go through the lobby, a reposition. It's an intelligent play, but Vexside's gone back into it. AK, the perfect angle, but the MAC-10 comes out on top. Vexside to step up with a clutch here for FlyQuest to keep them going.
Ooh, that's an awkward angle to fall into. That's a well-recovered round from FlyQuest. Really tough. Big does everything necessary to make this sketchy. Opening duels actually won by the MP9s in a lot of cases. If it's not for that Dexter flank up heaven, there's no option for FlyQuest to fall back. That opened up the opportunity for them to come into the bomb site and find the solution to the issue. So well fought from Big. It goes against them, and now they have to save. Upgraded pistols picked up a little bit of utility.
Yeah. Well, you think of FlyQuest and you talk about that win in Atlanta. It was probably a similar sized crowd, right? If not slightly smaller, but it's going to feel like an intimate environment, similar to that matchup when they were going up against Big. And I think it's quite cool to see that we do have a crowd for this stage of the major. The only one I can remember that had a similar crowd situation was the one in Rio, right? And it adds something extra to the environment, especially if you've been playing your RMRs in the hotel rooms, right? It's just a huge step up, gradually increasing before we get into the playoffs.
No, they have played this map earlier this year back at IEM Dallas. That's plenty of months ago, quite a long time ago. It was a very narrow victory for Big, 16-14.
Do they always just play each other in America, Jason? Is that how it works?
Yeah, Atlanta, they played each other in the Cologne play-ins, Dallas, the Rio, and then you go all the way back to 2022. So we'll forget about those ones. That one falls a little bit out of the purview. Statute of limitations has ended.
Well, the bomb going down. Big have actually done a decent job. They got 1 kill here and the opportunity to get more damage done.
Setting up for exits, I believe, at this point. You're not going to win this retake, so get in some position. Maybe you make some money off this MAC-10, but the HP on Liaz, Vexside, Inns makes them, pretty tasty targets to go for on the evacuation from the bomb site. So FlyQuest is going to have to find a way to clear out an avenue to safety to get away from this bomb explosion.
Very strong start for FlyQuest on this map. And, in a best of 1. But the ramifications of going 2-0 on your opening tie of the major, getting the first 3 rounds this well for FlyQuest is so important on Nuke.
That luxury on T-side Nuke, you're exactly right. It makes it a lot easier for Dexter to be able to call when he knows he doesn't have to call like 4 or 5 rounds, gun rounds to get on the T-side. Add 1 or 2 more and you're going to be very happy with it. So good start, 3-0, but the guns are coming out for Big, and that means the AWP is going to be in Searson's hand.
Yeah, I just talked about him before this game started as the man to watch for Big, especially in the form that he's currently in. He's got it out so very early here. First gun round. FlyQuest do not have one of their own. They're going to stick with rifles. 1 MAC-10 in the hands of Inns. Let's see what Dexter calls for the first attack into the gun round of Big. It's quick again. Down the vent with 2 players. Some space taken here for FlyQuest and panic stations for Big as Crimbo tries to get down. He does very well. Gets 1 kill, does damage onto the second, but is traded out. And so FlyQuest hit the pause button.
Ooh, yeah, I don't think they got it nearly as much as they wanted. Look at this. Oh, good shot. Taps in. Nice clear. And everyone from Big is panicking into the lower bomb site, but they're going to walk the bomb, stroll it right out into the upper site. Liaz, just a distraction. I don't know if he realizes how many players are here, but he's keeping them occupied for the moment.
And now when did FlyQuest decide to go out? They're already on the bomb site, getting it planted, and Big are going to realize, hold on, they've went A.
This is a very chaotic first gun round from FlyQuest. They are causing a lot of chaos in the Big comms. Well-constructed round, but they're at a man disadvantage. And Liaz is stuck at the lower site.
Big had a lot of conviction about wanting to pounce on that lower bomb site before it really even started to get planted. But
One
now
kid on
they have to
Tapson.
come for a retake, and they've got plenty of utility, but yeah, one kid. Liaz finally taken out by JDC, who waits in the vent, but here comes the Heaven play out. Recon goes down, flashes in. Dexter removes himself from the top of the hut, flashes down, time ticking. They've got to get on the defuse right now. They've got to stick it, but there's no more time. They can't win this round. Big will concede another, and FlyQuest a 4-0 start versus Big.
A little goosh helping take down Tapson at the end of the day. That's a very cool round from FlyQuest, showing the vent drop, and Big panicked. Everyone shifts down. This is a really good clear for Tapson. They don't get caught off by the lurks, but Liaz does such a good job of occupying attention and selling the fake down to the lower bomb site that FlyQuest can stroll out upper. Really nice tactical call from Dexter.
And am I right in assuming now, Jason, we're likely to see Big be a little bit more considerate about rotations for the rest of the half, given how quickly they were to bite down on that B play?
Well, they've got to slow down this pace of FlyQuest, and it might just naturally occur on its own, but they have to slow it down enough to where they're not panicking when these situations arise. That's a really good fake out in a round where Big doesn't have the best economy in the world to stop the fast play. But if Big can slow the pacing in the mid rounds, that's where they can have an advantage.
Searson starts to move forward into the lobby using this AWP. Clearly the most important piece available for Big in this round, and they're looking to make it sing straight away.
It's a really dangerous piece in this position
Here
as
it
well.
goes. A little bit closer.
Gonna let the pistol go first. The MP9, good shot from Searson, pulled into the fight is Vexite. Bomb now isolated over towards Radio.
Liaz won that fight against Rigon, but Searson detroit it back on Alistair. So the AWP falls out of the hands of FlyQuest, and Big's first round win is being teed up, but Dexter comes through main, through the smoke. JDC pushed down, Crimbo, spotted, but Tapson's there with him. And so Liaz to go down, the MP9 will follow, and Tapson needed to win the fight and doesn't. So Searson's stuck in the vent, going for a Hail Mary no-scope. He's not going to be able to do much about this. So bomb now arriving to the upper bomb site. FlyQuest teed up for 5 in a row, and Searson's going all the way around towards Secret.
Yeah, but this is what I mean by slowing down the mid round. Big actually, this is a well-constructed round for Big where they have some MP9. Searson with the picks from Hut actually takes attention away from Ramp Room, and Big realize there's not enough players on the FlyQuest side of things to keep track of every single choke point. That lobby crunch is really dangerous. They even drop the bomb. If it's not for In's double kill to defend against that and recover, Big probably win this round. So huge round from Inns, but a really well-constructed round from Big Clan.
Now, we were talking about a 3-0 lead being a great start on the T side for FlyQuest. They're 5-0 up right now.
Hey, Dinko.
What's up, Jason?
I'm going to throw you under the bus here. You ready?
All right. Getting myself ready.
So, word on the street is that you picked FlyQuest to go in 3.
Yes, I did. I did.
Word on the street also is that you had some, some less than friendly Australians reaching out to you today.
The Australians are always friendly. They're always friendly, and I understand why they would want to rub it in. Because I did kind of double down on it. I was like, yeah, they may F everybody's pick'ems up, but not this time. And they did. They did immediately.
They certainly did.
Straight away in that opening game. So
at least it was day one, game one. It was right out of the gate.
I doubted the boys. But you know what's so great about it, Jason? I can root for them now.
No, what's really great about it is,
they've already messed it up. I can root for them.
You can bury the hatchet as well with a shoey.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, sure. I'll do it with your shoe.
You don't want to do it with this shoe.
Yeah, that looks a little gross, actually.
Yep.
I can do that later on. If they go 3-0, I'll do a shoeing, and I'll put it on social media.
There we go. Now we're cooking with gas.
There we go.
Yeah. All right, I got you something, Oz. 5-0. Dexter's calling a really good opening to this T-side half. I'm loving it. Another full-blown gun round. Liaz gonna run right through the smoke. He wants some pace. Tapson spotted that. Pretty sure Liaz would have seen him as well at single box on the cross. But at the only man, he wanted to get this position early on to cause this shift in this rotation. He will not be the first play from FlyQuest, looking like they want to line up an upper hit.
Yeah, Dexter's got to feel locked in right now with some of the great calls he's been making so far. Big realize they have to show some stopping power immediately. Searson down, low in HP, 20 health left. Crimbo holding secret. Liaz looking to get involved in that fight. And Crimbo gets around the corner. Deploys the smoke. It's all about slowing FlyQuest down, trying to keep this pace a little lower.
Yeah, but I think FlyQuest is going to be super pleased with this. They just did that kind of pump fake at the upper bomb site, forced a lot of counter utility out. You've now spotted one lower who's had to deploy a smoke. There's not a whole lot of nades left for this defense. And the follow-up hit with the Molotov on top of Hut, nobody's playing there, but with the utility, now you've put pressure on Crimbo. This actually is not a bad position for FlyQuest at all.
Here come the flashes and the util. Rigon waits up on top of the cylinders, gets annihilated by Vexside, and the follow-up from Inns is hitting hard. Now JDC out from CT Vent gets blasted away in the end by Alistair, but he's got a double, and that 2K keeps his team in this fight. Final 19 seconds left, and Sirius, unfortunately, will arrive just before that grenade. And he dives down into the site. This silent drop from the sniper. Alistair has no idea. Now the scope is in. He's going to hear that surely, but Liaz goes down and Alistair does not react. Searson comes in alone. He didn't even need Crimbo and pulls the round off for Big.
Yeah, good silent drop. The scout, yeah, or the scope definitely would have given it away, but obviously a little bit lost in the 2v2. FlyQuest can't react in time. Makes it a much easier clutch for Searson than it initially looked like it would have been. But again, FlyQuest seem to be winning the game tactically at the moment, and even some of the shots in this round are beautiful. This swing from Alistair for the trade.
Damn.
Yeah, picture perfect, but then from here, communication doesn't come in. Alistair doesn't think he'll swing all the way around, and a beautiful clutch. Still though, they are put under a lot of pressure in that round. Once again, Liaz doing a good job selling Secret as an attacking point.
Oh. Goes to the shot outside, some aggression, does not pay off for Searson. Fortunately for Big, Tapson is effective in terms of getting that trade kill in. Dexter took damage on the initial fight, so he has to pick up the AWP. Crimbo applying a little pressure towards ramp room, but it's JDC at Secret that spots that barrel come in, and that bomb leaps forward to the feet of John DeCastro.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too ahead of himself, Dexter. That might be a little bit of IGL brain, looking up at the minimap and trying to think of what the next play is going to be and not actually clearing every single corner the way it needs to be. So Inns at ramp room is going to start making his move. Ain't nobody home for Big, so he's got some space to work with. And if they want to connect the pieces down in Secret, JDC might be a very tantalizing target from this ramp play.
Yeah, Inns just taking his time. Making sure the ramp is entirely clear.
I'm not entirely sure JDC realizes how open ramp room is. Just jump spotting over in the door. Not even checking behind him on a timing.
Well, Alistair's starting to slip his way down Secret. Vexite with him. And perhaps, oh, well now JDC's moved in. They're actually going to go aggressive. They're going to take this fight. Tapson goes down. JDC involved in the fight, trying to slow two players down, doing some damage. But here comes the flight to control room, and it's all about the patience for Inns. It pays off. Eventually, JDC gets blasted away, and Alistair with a follow-up through the vent. It is crumbling here for Big on the defense as the rounds continue to rack up for FlyQuest.
Oh, the boys are playing with some confidence, with a little bit of swagger. And they are hitting some absolute bangers. Beautiful round from FlyQuest and great patience. Even after Dexter goes down with the bomb, you know, a little unfortunate. The patience to allow the play to come from ramp room. To just kind of wait in Secret until he's in a position to help out and realizing you have a guy in a position to make a massive play and just give him the time to open it up for you. And he does exactly that. Second timeout for Big because they cannot get a grip on this CT side. They'll buy in this round. 3 players can get rifles. Searson can have his AWP. Rigon and Crimbo going to be a little bit out of luck. But I think Big's at the point in this half like we kind of have to fight for this.
Yeah, that's the problem with the best of ones. There's not a whole lot of room to get back into when you've had such a slow start here for Big.
And this is 2 games back-to-back now where FlyQuest has come in as, maybe less in this game, but the underdog, and just got out to a blistering start.
Still certainly the underdog,
blistering start.
I mean, in almost every single game, FlyQuest will be considered an underdog here at the Major. 6-1 start, looking to try and continue it. Big out of the timeout into a round where they barely have any utility to speak of. The majority of it is on Rigon.
Good damage on the backside. He's a sad panda.
And Crimbo could be getting rid of him. Should be traded though. sees the shadow, allows him to line them up, and that low HP works out. Alistair eventually getting that trade on Crimbo, essential that he was able to find that. But Big, because of that setup from Crimbo, are now into a 4v3.
You have to win this round when Crimbo's delivered you that double kill. Man advantage at the moment. Tabson outside at the single box. Dexter finds him over the smoke. That's way too free. 2 players in the upper bomb site. Searson going to start closing the map with the ramp push, but ain't nobody in lobby. He'll find nothing.
Yeah, Searson realizes there's just not a whole lot going for them, so they clear lobby together, but FlyQuest, they've got control elsewhere.
Yeah, but Alistair has the bomb. And I mean, you have Dexter kind of clearing out secret. Looks like he wants to apply a little bit of pressure, but the bomb is waiting outside heaven, so... Oh, I don't know what the end game is. Dexter, this is surely just going to be a fake. Make your presence known, pull some players downstairs. You could see Searson rotating through the walls.
"30 seconds. Alistair watches the vent. Rigon shows him a little bit of feet, and that's enough for Dexter to react. So he goes flying up the vent. Now coming into the A play. JDC waiting hut. Here they come, accelerating as JDC begins his pre-fire. It has not worked out for him, and the Molotov will keep him back, giving enough time here for Alistair to comfortably plant that bomb and force JDC to relocate.
This round's toast. You're going to have to save. JDC's location is known. Searson is going to have to retake from vents or mini with the AWP, but they're definitely split. And you cannot go for this or else you're out of everything in the next round. JDC already in T-spawn. So FlyQuest up 7-1. And this is a round where they were actually put at a disadvantage early on and had to work themselves out of it. And I'll say there's too many free kills. Tabson was free. Rigon was free in vents. Too many easy opportunities for FlyQuest to find the frags they needed to give themselves back an advantage. But, man, they're playing a great T-side. Dexter's calling a great game, and individually, they're making great decisions.
We mentioned saving, and they could hunt down this AWP. They could get rid of it from Searson's hands, and that would be absolutely devastating here for Big. They don't want to apply too much pressure, so he's able to get away. But yes, the fact that Crimbo gets that double kill towards Secret, see it again here. Just, you think at that point, surely they're going to be able to pick it up. And then Tabson gets caught. This was too easy. Dexter got 2 free kills in this round.
Yeah, neither of them fired a bullet back at him. Way too easy of frags to give up, and missing some timings on that rotation down vent as well. It's always a dangerous prospect when you've lost control of outside and secret, and the risk doesn't pay off for Rigon. So timeout from FlyQuest. Urcast gets to have a little chit-chat.
The Mongolian coach behind FlyQuest obviously had a time as a player with the Aussies, with some of these players, in fact, with Greyhound. Went back to Mongolia to study. His education continued, and he ended up becoming a coach instead.
Decided to study Counter-Strike one last time.
Yeah, he had a time in a Mongolian squad as well. We would play with some of the well-known players in the region. I mean, he played under the team at Tiger, which, if you remember, possibly were in talks to take Snappy and Smoothie to the squad a couple of years ago.
All right.
Didn't pan out, but
no. Could have been fun.
Could have been interesting, for sure.
Yeah. Another chance for Big. 4 M4s in that AWP. Good saved weapons. Timing hit, it looks like, towards the upper bomb site. Searson might have a chance at the first, but can he get overwhelmed?
Patiently waiting.
Well, Dexter's looking to get in position outside, just calling for smoke to come up. Another wall being constructed with smoke outside. Trying to pull some attention away from this upper bomb site. It hasn't worked yet, but that kill might do it. Searson might have to consider a new angle.
Well, JDC's down, so Searson needs to get a trade immediately here, and he can't really fall away because he's exposed to the open. His teammate Rigon only manages 1, and this is utter collapse for Big today. FlyQuest 8-1 start on the T side of Nuke. There was no slowing them down, and at what point did we start asking the question, how much is too much for Big to pull back?
I think the conversation is right now. They've been so beaten up in these first 8 rounds. They gave a lot of room outside. They gave a lot of space, and still getting picked off. Tabson and Crimbo have no interest in the retake in the recovery mission, and it's about to be a 7-round lead for FlyQuest. Whew.
I should have put them 3-0, Jason.
I know. They have to be one of the teams with the least 3-0 picks.
Oh, 100%.
I would imagine.
Yeah, Australia doesn't have the highest population.
Beautiful beaches, though.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Liaz going down as well, so they defend the life of Tabson. So 1 rifle saved. That's all they've got. At least they got to become an AK.
Losing Crimbo at the end hurts. I think they buy up again, though.
I mean, you've got to fight for a few rounds here, right? Like, the best case scenario is 4
that's
rounds.
how it starts. And then Dexter, who got all that space outside, slides in to make sure Searson can't have any impact. Everything falling into place perfectly for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Dexter's fragging out. I can see why his sticker said sex, Jason. It's beautiful right now. 8-1 lead.
That's where you went with it?
Yeah.
Oh, you could have gone so many more cool places
Well,
with
then we'll save that to the 3-0.
Here we are, ramp rush. Trying to hit an uppercut. Might be early for this. And Crimbo can only get the 1. Nice trade. Searson with an MP9 wants nothing to do with this fight. Going to try and find a timing to slide in behind them. But now all the pressure falls on Tapson.
Going in towards ramp, and Dexter getting away from the MP9. He's able to turn. Searson goes down, and Tapson needed a double, but he can't get it. So JDC instead steps up, and it is a 2v2. Finally around, the big look like they can win.
JDC took a lot of damage to that Molotov. Dexter is low. They don't have they do have a Molotov on Regon if he puts it over towards Dark. That could be an interesting play with the utility. It goes elsewhere, goes into the bomb site. They don't realize bomb is planted on the side. And Regon's going to have to lead the way on this retake. JDC's very low, but a beautiful nade.
Backside just waiting around the corner. JDC, the time it's taking away from him, and so is the round for Big as he goes into the final fight. Backside wins it, and every single clutch, every single moment going FlyQuest way today.
They are so calm and comfortable at the moment. This is mental. What a beautiful looking FlyQuest we got at the majors so far out in Shanghai. It was jet lag the whole time.
It was. You know, they've played their entire career for this moment.
As an American, I can sympathize.
Yeah, well, it's still messing your players up.
Not all of them. We got a couple.
Yeah, Team Liquid took a while to wake up today, but eventually did it. Dexter on the charge outside, Vexite in behind the ramp smoke, and Dexter's not slowing down today. This is what we're talking about. The leader of the boys. He's got himself a great headshot, getting traded out by Searson, though, as he was overexposed in the open.
Yeah, but the openings have been so strong for FlyQuest, it feels. They've been able to find the opening frag in so many rounds. Searson getting aggressive with the scout. Liaz walks into it. Fortunate that's not a headshot. Crimbo, this time, goes untraded. Falls back, and now Big is putting something together.
Yeah, 2 rounds.
Hey, it's
better than 1.
It is better than 1.
Yeah, you're right. In's getting a pick on Crimbo. Fortunately, Searson was close enough to be able to trade it out. He's done everything required in this round victory. 3 picked up from him. Now Alistair to walk out into the open. JDC should take it. AK upgrade in. Survives on 5 HP. And Big going to the last round of this first half. The best case scenario now is 3 rounds. And looking at the money, they really should get that 3rd round win.
I'm not sure opening kills in that last round. It's actually not nearly as skewed towards FlyQuest as it feels at the moment. Big just unable to convert when they do get it. There we go, round number 2.
Well, this is what FlyQuest have for the last round of the first half. Mag 10, Tech 9's on 2. Another Mag 10 for Alistair. An AK for Vexite, so some speed behind it. A lot of the early success was based on how fast FlyQuest were playing. So Liaz goes down first. They get a play under the vent. Can the ball make it down? Yes, it can. Inns gets into the lowest side with the ball on his back. And Dexter not joining his squad. Crimbo on the rotate over. Smoke out towards the double doors to allow the 2 remaining teams to get into the bomb site. But Crimbo moves forward. Plank cancelled. And he's got a kill on Alistair. This isn't the start of the round for FlyQuest they would have hoped for.
No, Inns is hoping someone else can provide him a new opportunity somewhere else to go, and that all falls on Vexite because Dexter's and Vent's looking for a rotation. So Vexite's going to take the long round around towards heaven. 2 players in that upper bomb site. If he can find one or both of them, the play up Vent can come in. But it has to be Vexite with the AK-47.
Wrap it around Tapson. Oh, the timing is not going to favor him. He just looked away. Now Vexite. Oh, God, you got to take it. As Tapson turns back, Vexite was trying to get a little bit too greedy about it. Trigger discipline to see if anybody else was in the sight. And on that timing, he misses his chance.
Yeah, you can't really fault him either, considering the situation they're in. You can't really fault him for going for trigger discipline to try and get both frags to really open things up. Yeah, in a 3v5. Fair play. Still, what a beautiful half out of FlyQuest. Lovely calling from Dexter. The individual showed up on top of it.
Lovely fragging from Dexter as well.
Him and, I mean, down the board, they all had their rounds, but him and Inns certainly Felt like the sharpshooters today. First half, 105 ADR for Dexter, 101 for Inns.
Yeah, one of the most important rounds that I
Crispy.
can recall from that first half is Vexite's clutch earlier in the game, right? In the first gun round, he was able to win the 1v1 that resulted in the ability for FlyQuest to get off to the hot lead.
And I mean, it wasn't really until round 11 where Big, regained economic control. They always had the money issues, despite the fact that it was like one round win and then all of a sudden they're broke.
Yeah.
Big just could never find it.
And they've got to start a huge comeback now. And that's the difficulty that lies in front of Big.
Yeah, Tabson just saying, look, boys, that wasn't our best half, but we can still come back in this. You just got to believe.
Yeah, so they're going to filter out through the utility here for Big. Smoke, flash for Rigon. Smoke for Sears and flash on the hand of Tabson.
What have we got?
Begins.
Yeah, what have we got for this pistol? Critical for Big to win this. Over towards ramp room. Liaz will be the defender. Searson has some utility outside, so likely just a distraction when he deploys it just now. It'll hopefully pull that support player away from ramp room. There's the P250 spotted. In sees only one. Liaz stands his ground.
Well, Liaz, he's got to deal with quite a lot of big presence coming at his way, so he drops down into the ramp, calls Dexter to come over for the rotation, but Dexter instantly goosed and can no longer stand and fight. So Big have the ramp room to play with. Do they decide to just drop? So Searson making his way towards Secret. Inns will keep that secret for the time being. He's called Liaz over to make sure that he can hold on to it.
Oh, they're in trouble now. They haven't gotten any of these kills in this progression. The Glocks have too much room to work with, too much room to move forward aggressively and take space. Nobody can stop them. Finally, Vexite and Alistair have a little bit to say, but once again, the upper bomb site is going to be open for Big to fall back and commit to a reposition. But the bomb is dropped from the site.
Yeah, the bomb's dropped, so they're committed to this B bomb site for the time being, but the fights are coming in. Crimbo wins his first duel with the dual Berettas, but it's still a 2v2. FlyQuest staying in this with 35 seconds left. Damage done. Dexter down low on 4.
The reposition is beautiful from Vexite.
Yeah, this is huge. Up on the rafters. It's going to wrap around, and with time now ticking on, Big have to relocate themselves, and Crimbo comes out of the decon door. Hasn't spotted the player on the rafters. Dexter isn't peeking, and the time is ticking on, but Vexite, he messes up. He doesn't get the kill locked in, and Crimbo steps up instead for Big with 3 on the door.
Oh, it was there. The reposition is absolutely perfect. The frag is there. Everything you wanted. That's such a tough pistol round for FlyQuest, but they almost pulled it back into favor. And in the 2v2, missed opportunities. Oh no!
That's gotta feel so rough for Vexite, realizing how close you are. You made every right step, and all you needed to do was kill someone not looking at you, but it doesn't go his way. Pistol round picked up for Big, and the first step of a long journey back into this game. FlyQuest go for the force buy. They've got the scout out for Inns. Upgraded pistols and an MP9 in the hands of their in-game leader.
Yeah, with this kind of a lead though, FlyQuest, let's see what happens in this round, but let's assume they're going to lose it, which is a big assumption to make. But the goal for FlyQuest needs to be settle your economy down as early and as fast as you possibly can. Don't get into the same issue that Big had where they were always on the verge of a buy, 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, low on utility. You want that money to fill your coffers up very, very quickly. Get the utility you need for this CT side so you can be dynamic, so you can slow down fast plays.
Oh, good work from Dexter. Searson to die.
Oh, beautiful stall out.
Great opening. They slow down Big.
Yeah, they're kind of really trapped here for a moment. I will say, though, a little bit clogged up in heaven with 2 players there.
So perhaps the reaction is for Dexter to try and get some space towards ramp? Like push all the way through trophy room?
Yeah, they're going to start moving into that now. They slide both into the bomb site. And, I mean, with the 3 players in the upper bomb site and that kill towards lobby, you can turn in and just address upper at this point.
Here comes Dexter. Starting to move forward. Rigon's got to worry about 3 different angles, and does spot out Dexter, but doesn't win the fight. So Rigon getting pushed from 2 players. A little bit uncomfortable. Here comes Tabson.
Now they know.
Out from heaven, they turn their attentions to watch for it. And now the rest of the blue squad at FlyQuest CT side look to try and stop them from getting into the bomb site. The 3v2 with 14 seconds left. Dexter again stepping up for his team.
Damn.
And the force buy works out for FlyQuest. Big do not get it going at the start of the second half. They are broken when it comes to money. 11-4 is the most likely scoreline now for FlyQuest.
It was a massive assumption. Dexter, quad kill in the round. He is everywhere with his MP9. Perfect reactions, perfect cohesion with his team, trading all the kills coming out. And the captain leading the charge for FlyQuest, taking a 6-round lead. And Big realize you ain't making this comeback without AK-47s. It's down to unarmored Glocks. A desperate situation.
This is a team that so often come to the majors with limited expectations. But to be 2-0 up on the opening day of the Perfect World Shanghai Major seemed like a pipe dream for FlyQuest.
This game has been an absolute pleasure to cast if you're a FlyQuest fan. Just watching the way that Dexter has played this game on the T side, the calls.
Jason?
Yeah, I might be now. I might have to be a FlyQuest fan now, but this has been a beautiful game of Counter-Strike from FlyQuest.
Lynn's just waiting. Shadow spotted out to the left side. He's so primed, so ready to deal with Crimbo. And these pistols should prove no threat. But there's so many of them, so he has to have some help from his teammates, and that's no problem as FlyQuest clean it up. Not a single kill from Big. Money in the bank. And FlyQuest start to stare down the barrel of a 12th round and victory if they can defeat Big in this round.
Yep, Big buying up entirely into this round.
Dude, this sucks.
It's not a pretty one. Galils are out on Regon, on JDC, on Tabson. A pair of AK-47s. Regon, excuse me, goes down to the MAC-10. Yeah, by firepower weak, utility not complete. But firepower be damned, FlyQuest is just outplaying Big.
Yeah, there's another opener. Lee has to take Regon down. It's loses the fight, the straight up fight against Tabson as he
just tapping through smoke.
Credit. Is that how he got it?
I think so.
Oh my.
Spots one, blinded, gonna drop down. Safety for Lee as he descends. A little bit of support. Miss spray, but Dexter's good for 2.
Dude, he holds down mouse 1 the whole way. That is conviction from the in-game leader of FlyQuest as he gets himself a double and pushes his team closer and closer to 12 rounds. An utter collapse for Big. Tabson on 4 HP, still clearing out the lower bomb site. Alistair's on the flank though, around the back.
He's on the hunt. He knows exactly what's going on.
He's got the scent of Tabson.
Timing.
He looks back, and Alistair just about looks at the right direction at the right time. So it's Crimbo in a 1v3, 50 seconds left, bomb on his back. We've seen Crimbo pull off some great clutches, but this would be a huge step for his squad if he's able to pull this one off.
FlyQuest playing this pretty good so far. I mean, 2 players in the lower bomb site kind of out of position, right? But you have 1 player in Vexite able to kind of, just keep an eye, keep track on the upper bomb site. Now, if he spots Crimbo or gets the information, it's not time to peek, it's not time to fight. You call your teammates in. There's plenty of utility for them to utilize to find themselves in an advantage situation on top of the 3v1 they already have.
Crimbo roaming.
He's going to have to make noise to drop now.
Yeah, roaming in the rafters.
15
Crimbo,
seconds.
limited time, dives down, utility will be put in place, but as soon as he drops, it is the peak from Vexite, and it is a 12th round for FlyQuest. They are about to go 2-0 up on the opening day of the Major.
And then let's just see who they get. Yeah, that's how he got it. And this extended spray as JDC and Searson line up. Well then, who would have thunk it?
I guarantee you there's a few Aussies at home that wanted to believe in this. I don't even think they would have told you this was happening, but fantastic work from FlyQuest.
All good counter utility. Upper bus coming in. Vexite completely blinded. Blinded again. He's been blind the whole round, and the Tech-9's doing their job. FlyQuest caught off by a timing. A timing pop into the upper site.
Well, the celebrations will be
God.
put on hold for the time being, as it looks like Big secure themselves 5 after the upper bus, so FlyQuest off to save their weapons. Some upgraded spoils of war for Big. They can pick them up.
If they get that kill, that nade kill over towards Vents, I guarantee they stick around and see what else they can find. But Crimbo's left on 2 HP, so victory held at bay for the moment.
There's a couple more weapons picked up for Big. I'll save those into the next. FlyQuest, they are flush for cash. They've got plenty of it. Vexite, $9,200. You can drop over for ins. Liaz has some spare cash too, so they've got a lot of opportunities to close this game out, FlyQuest. It's not exactly a sustainable strategy to round victories, just popping into the A bomb site like that consistently in the fashion that Big did it, but it certainly is a great life raft to swim back to shore, and they find themselves an opportunity. They've got to run with it.
Surprised with how good of a game FlyQuest has played. They didn't sort of expect that, right? Every team has an upper bus like that in their pocket for their lower buy rounds. Mac 10s, Tech 9s. FlyQuest maintained just the two-man defense in that position, third towards Mini, but I think all the utility was just perfect for Big.
Liaz looking to get another one. There he goes, straight through the smoke. There's no stopping FlyQuest. They will go 2-0 up, and they will do it in dominant fashion. They defeated Complexity, and now they have destroyed Big. This is a FlyQuest that we haven't seen before. A 2-0 lead to open up the major affair. They took Big to Nuke. And we talk about a team with its structure. We talk about a team with firepower on the back of Seriously in great form. And Big did not display that today. They got outmatched in that first half, losing crucial clutches, getting their ass handed to them by Dexter in particular.
He's been a beast this whole game. I mean, he's won with brains and brawn. 13-5. Destruction is the right way to put it. Big never stood a chance.
And look at that. FlyQuest barely celebrating it. They just got the job done at 2-0. They took Big to the danger zone, and they did not enjoy playing with the boys.
No, not at all. Dexter's got to be so happy with how that one's gone. Now he's got the smile on his face. But just what an incredible performance from FlyQuest on day one of the major. They came in hot today, focused today, and they're leaving with a 2-0 record.
Dude, that's incredible. I mean, if you take a list and look at all the teams in the major and you say some of these will be 2-0 after the end of the day, not FlyQuest. Like, barely anybody would predict that. But you have to say they beat some of the more difficult teams here at this stage of the major as well. We're looking at Big. We're looking at Complexity. Two top squads at this stage of the major, and they were able to defeat both of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I kind of mentioned, you know, this FlyQuest coming into this tournament, to this major, on a little bit of a streak and having some wins at Atlanta, having some things that can give them some momentum and some positive signs. But I did not expect this. I did not expect the complete decimation on an individual and a team level.
But just think of what this will do with their difficulty rating in the format, the book hole system too, right? You're coming in as one of the lower seeds because you're coming out of the Asian RMR. You barely got through the Asian RMR. You find yourselves here at the major. You're playing two of the most difficult teams at this stage of the major, and you beat both of them. Now, really, their difficulty score should favor them as they now get into those BO3s.
Yeah, and we'll see how they can fare in those best of threes. But if today's any kind of an indication, they're looking like they got a hot hand. This is a whole new attitude in the FlyQuest side of things. Absolutely beautiful games of Counter-Strike today. And for Big, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough after this one to kind of accept the fact that you just got busted in this fashion. Like, not a shot, not a chance, tactically outplayed. They got to be scratching their heads and being like, what the hell happened? We've played this team so many times this year already.
Yeah.
We've beat them for most of them.
Every time they play in front of a crowd, though, it just goes bad. 13-5 win for FlyQuest. Topping the charts is Dexter. 20 kills, 12 deaths, 110 ADR.
Him and Inns today were very good in the Complexity series as well, so the two of them just pairing up to have a wonderful day to put FlyQuest in a solid position. Big drops to 1-1, FlyQuest 2-0, and they'll await who they're going to play in the series, but Dexter going to be the standout player. You can't really put up stats in terms of how, actually I guess you can. You can't just put up the first half score, because that was a beautiful, yeah, it was a 9-3 half. We'll throw that one up there too. 20-12, 9-3 in the team scoreboard. Absolutely stunning.
That's the thing about these best of ones, though, in MR12.
He had the quad kill in the MP9 round as well, the save round, the
second round. He just has so much impact. Calling and fragging, it was so incredible from Dexter. But that's the thing about these MR12 best of ones. When you lose those crucial 1v1s, or even in the pistol round, you know, you get swiped out. You go down 3-0, you lose the first gun round. At that point, you're in a situation where it feels really difficult to come back into the game.
Yeah, some early clutches were really good. I'll give a shout out to Liaz as well, because he didn't have great game statistically looking at the scoreboard, but on that T side did a lovely job causing distractions over in secret at the lower bomb site, occupying attention. I got to give him some props for that.
Well, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, we'll keep this major show on the road.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We are live for another game, and it's MongolZ. They're back. They played earlier today. They got themselves a victory, and obviously today they're going up against MIBR, who also picked themselves up a victory. 1-0 matchup here for two teams that quite comfortably took their opening games. MIBR beat Virtus.pro 13-7, and we see the MongolZ beat Rare Atom 13-2. Jason.
Yeah, which is obviously cool to see from the Mongol side of things, maintaining that dominance that we know they have over that kind of a region. Yeah, I think this is a cool match too, because I think there's like an underlying story with MIBR where not just obviously they're going to be super ultra focused on the major and their run here, but I think there's also an extra element of MIBR trying to figure out and trying to overtake FURIA to be called and termed and crowned the best team in Brazil. For MongolZ, they don't really have that sort of an issue, right? They've just been, this has been a great year for them.
They are definitely the best team in Mongolia.
Yep, that's where I'm going with it. Best team in Mongolia. Look, they've had a couple disappointing things recently, right? You can't be happy about their performance at Eliza in any way.
But then they won the follow-up tournament.
They did win the follow-up tournament, but that other one, that loss really kind of sticks in my craw the wrong way.
True, and I was talking about that actually because I got to cast their final, and I was saying like this is a squad that when they go to tournaments they should be favorites at or go have deep runs. Sometimes they choke that away, but I think they shaked off those shackles. They shook off the shackles at their most recent tournament, and they're not on an 8-win streak. Like, this is a team who are in some great form. Obviously, going back to Asia to play the RMR, they were the favorites out of there. They comfortably got the job done, but they played their opening game in a major against Rare Atom, the same Asian team.
Yeah,
right?
That's a nice way to ease yourself into things.
Another going up against MIBR.
Yeah, I think the MongolZ thing is interesting because I feel like this is a team that can like beat some of the best teams in the world, that can have some cool upset series wins over some big teams, but I feel like I always watch them in some of the bigger events throughout the year get to that point of like playoff qualification
and they just miss out.
Like they're always in that last game to make it to the playoffs, whether it's EPL, you know, whether it's one of the clones or and it's like, and then they just kind of stumble there. And I'm hoping that coming into this major, those experiences have been enough of a lesson for them to overcome any pressure they would feel in this sort of scenario in terms of qualification to the next stage, because this is a team that absolutely should be qualifying to the next stage.
Well, historically, the MongolZ have had a pretty decent track record of beating Brazilian teams, namely FURIA.
They did have that little bit of a rivalry on the rise up where it was like, they just keep beating FURIA.
Yeah, recently FURIA have beaten them, but in the past, you know, it was always MongolZ coming out on top of that. So we know they can handle the Brazilian style, but I'm intrigued. I think both teams are very intriguing to me because I want to root for both of them. You know, you've got MIBR who have Insani, you have this sort of upcoming Brazilian squad have made changes to bring LocalZ in. This is a team that I feel like have a lot of potential.
This MIBR team's, my interest level in them has risen dramatically over the past few months, and that LocalZ change might just be a wonderful point, and also a culmination of what the past like 2 years since Insani really kind of broke onto our radar as well, of him being a really strong player.
We're just waiting for him to take the next step, right? We know how much skill he possesses, and we know he can hang at a higher level, but when are they going to make that next step?
Well, it's also a matter of gathering experience, right? Because I think Brazil is still kind of struggling and laboring of breaking out of the old Brazilian lineup, the old LG, SK lineups, breaking out of their shadow in terms of those players have all gone on, and you're seeing a lot of them struggle in their respective projects. Fallen's now find one that's actually working on, but he went through kind of a dark period where things weren't being super successful. Same with coldzera, obviously, famously struggling to find some success without the old guard. But I think this is finally feels like a squad that's starting to do that. So it's starting to establish itself with some talent that can actually be the next Brazilian team instead of comparing themselves to the old Brazilian team.
Well, we've got Ancient, a map that both teams are going to be very comfortable on. We see both these teams play it frequently. Earlier today, we seen Anubis for the MongolZ. They won that 13-2, but we did see Ancient come through from MIBR against Virtus.
So nice and warmed up on the map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So not necessarily
I'll
against
say
VP as a warm-up. How you feel about that?
I'd say drastically different styles, VP and MongolZ.
Yeah,
you know, like you're going to go from different ends of the spectrum, it feels like, to a certain extent. MongolZ, I think at the moment, definitely shooting harder than that VP squad as well, so you'll have some more tests there. I still think, you know, as much as I want to root for this MIBR team, I want to see them do well, I still think MongolZ, you know, should be in the position to take this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have MongolZ going 3-0 as well in the pick'ems, and I think that...
Really?
Yeah, it was very, very popular, actually.
Bold.
Yeah, very popular to see the MongolZ go 3-0. I think they were just... when looking at that opening game, and guaranteed win against Rare Atom, like 9 times out of 10, the MongolZ going to win that game. So I think that just puts them in a good standing, and now their second game against MIBR, I don't know. This is hard to call, but I'm going to go with MongolZ, and I think they're going to win it around 13-9, Jason. I'm going to even give us...
Oh, you're sticking with it. You told me that like an hour ago. Yeah. Now you're sticking with the 13-9.
Yeah,
right.
I feel like the MongolZ are just on some great form right now. They're in some real confident moods right now, and I love that. For them.
Outside of the loss to ENCE.
Yeah, but we don't even talk about this. Like that,
We don't need to go there?
That needed to happen for the end story in Finland.
Yeah, that's fair. If you're going to drop a heartbreaking match that you should never drop, it's better to have it happen then than now.
Exactly.
MongolZ T side kicking things off. All 5 players towards the A bomb site, struggling into A main. Strutting is what I wanted to say.
Straddling, perhaps?
Straddling, yeah.
Well, they are doing that towards A main. And currently, it is Exit waiting over towards the default boxes.
Well, this stack towards the B bomb site for MIBR needs to be a little bit of aggressive, and they are doing it just now. They're going to miss the timing to react to the information. Oh, okay, Exit. Oh, no way. All 3 headshots. What a pistol round from Exit.
Yeah, that is huge. Just out of nowhere from default, delivers 3 headshots. Now, MongolZ have to try and flip this back, and Blitz, he'll do that straight away. Through the elbow, drop, gone. Here comes the charge, though. MIBR right into Mazinho, and the little Mongolian monster's ready to go. That defuse being stuck, though. The kid on his back. Mazinho swings it, and Mazinho says no.
Bro, they really wanted to Exit. Exit gave them the round on a silver platter.
Look at his little dance.
Exit gave them the round on a silver platter with these 3 kills right here. Gush immediately, great composure in this situation, but the retake beginning through that smoke. Oh no, why did they want to hustle? With a kit, you can be patient.
Mazinho is one player in particular that I have loved watching his evolution.
Yeah, his glow up in Counter-Strike has been phenomenal.
It has been so fantastic to see. I think in Katowice we got to see him on the first outing this year, and he was overshadowed obviously by Donk as the young player in the tournament who went on to have one of the greatest performances ever. But he was a 17-year-old starting this year, and he has just gained confidence, and you can see the confidence not only just on the server but off of the server. He just looks so much more comfortable, and that's been fantastic to see this year for the Mongols, in particular Mazinho.
Especially when you consider having watched his first games and first tournaments within this lineup. Yeah, he looked lost. Yeah, he did. It was like, how do they find this guy?
Well, this is one where the Mongols have missed on the replacement.
Yeah, it's like, we know it's going to be tough for them to find Mongolian players, but this one, I don't know.
Yeah.
But he has really stepped up and evolved within this team to be a pretty strong piece for them. So 2-0 for the Mongols off Mazinho's recovery in the pistol. And the guns come out for MIBR CT side.
Yeah, we talked about the run of form for the Mongols. We'll talk about that streak and teams that they have beaten since losing to ENCE. They beat Cloud9 2-0, they beat Fnatic 2-0, and they beat Imperial 2-1. They then beat T3 Max, Heroic, and then they went on to the Asia Armada where they beat Alter Ego Drillers, and now at the major, Rare Adam. So they are on a streak, and they've beaten some decent teams on that run. Straight into middle, Blitz just today called him the best pound-for-pound fragging IGL in the world.
Okay. All right. That's a nice statement.
Certainly up there.
It's up there.
Exit in the donut. Smoke to fade away. He will fade away into the A bomb site. So on a timing, check A main for a push. Mazinho and 9-10 ready to go.
They have so much good space, though. If you're the Mongols, you're loving how this round has played out. 2 players in mid, you know it's completely clear. You haven't seen anything in donut. 2 players walking A main. They'll respect that smoke for the time being, but all the pressure is MIBR to make a move. And once again, like the pistol round, they have to find information at the B bomb site with 3 players here. And the timing of the smoke is about to clear. So Mongols start making their move, and there ain't no peeks elsewhere. And that B aggression, they never turn the corner. They don't realize how clear it is. So MIBR is going to end up likely saving this round. Molotov towards Temple to prevent anyone from swinging out. Rotations starting to come in, hoping Exit can provide something. You do have a kit, but you've got 1 flashbang and 1 Molotov for this retake. And if you go for it and lose, it's back to pistols in an easy round.
Yeah.
So MIBR, they rotate over, but they back away quick.
It's also just the sheer number of Mongolians that you have to get through to get back into the bomb site, right?
Hordes, some would say.
Yeah. That D is really important. But yeah, they're going to all hide out in the donut, and that's going to be real difficult to get back into. So MIBR calling the save.
Yeah, nothing they can do here. Just off an opening kill, good positioning, good map control for the Mongols, and they put it to good use. Slow and patient. And they know the situation as well. They're going to be really focused up in the next round with MIBR saving all these M4s. But a good start on T-side Ancient.
Terrorists win.
I mean, we just seen it in the previous game with FlyQuest defeating BIG. We know how strong good starts are in MR12, especially the best of ones, right? If you see MongolZ 3-0 up here, this save call doesn't pay off, and MIBR concede this round. Man, we're looking at MongolZ grabbing real control of ancient early doors.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to go to from there, and obviously it depends on what they would manage to save. But they've got money in the bank due to the fact not having to replenish these M4s. They can replenish utility instead. 3 players again opening up at the B bomb site.
Blitz just going through his usual motions of applying pressure towards elbow, mulling out the ledge, climb up.
Exit has no support once again, and he's very committed on this boost.
Yes,
but Drop's getting the intel this time. They push all the way down, they turn the corner, and Exit's got to know it's coming towards him. And Sani's going to be here in time, but he can't get anything done.
Committed on the boost, and yeah, no kill. That's a big problem here for MIBR. And Sani's still burning, and his vision severed off by the smoke, but he stays committed. He goes into the fight, into the swing. Double kill for Insani. Looking to flip this round back for MIBR. Boost is good, but no spot from 910.
Really good patience from Insani, but shout out to the B defenders who got the information at the perfect moment this time around. Insani just staying alive.
Dude,
Safe's head taken off. They know there's one more there still. He's burned out, but Temple lies in wait, and Lukowski finds a frag.
Yeah, answers the prize as Senzu goes down, trying to get back into this one. MIBR drop needed. A kill from Donut, but he does not pick up his chance. And Lukowski left on low HP, starts to slink his way through that CT smoke. Bomb plant in, 910 locked in, and he's got that kill to bring it up to 4 for the MongolZ.
Yeah, the heroics at this bomb site from Exit in the pistol round and Insani with his double kill here, they go awry. 2 players playing that default box. When the first gets killed, it's not Insani, so they know there's a second player lying in wait. Really well managed after the difficulty caused with that double kill.
Again, a lot of these close rounds going the way of MongolZ. We've seen that earlier with FlyQuest BIG. There's a lot of parallels that I'm seeing at the moment where these close 1v1s or 2vx's early on in the half are going the opposite way, and this is allowing a great start for the T side. Fortunately, because of the save that MIBR had earlier, they have enough residual cash to get a buyout here.
And even an AWP on the hands of Safe. The Red Room smoke missed, but nobody from the MongolZ actually heads out to get that kind of control, so Safe has information and he can slide back a little bit deeper into Donut. And Sani's going to stick around, so this time the B defense is a little bit weakened with only 2 players here. And this time as well, MongolZ not grouped up. Playing a spread default, applying pressure, and starting to take control of Jaguar.
Yeah, Safe, good kill from Donut. That's going to be 910 off the top of Heaven. MongolZ relocating their forces. They would have attacked to the B-bomb site instead. And it looks like MIBR have a good read of this because they're just sending Safe back with his AWP. The double commitment in towards Jag. Here comes the trade opportunity for Techno. Applying pressure to Drop in the corner, and Drop's gonna hold on. And with that off rotated over, it's an easy kill onto the ramp play from Blitz. Bomb down, and now Mazinho must clutch on his own.
Kills are lovely though. You know the money's really, really busted on the MIBR defensive side. 1 more frag would be awesome. 2 more would be special.
Likely spotted, realizes he needs to move forward. Molotov's good, actually severs off the AWPer from his teammate for the time being. Actually trying to fake the plant. Oh, Safe is burning! He's just burned away! And Mazinho now opens up a chance with the fire and the flames. There is life igniting into the MongolZ.
He's got to take a risk somewhere.
And he wants to take the fight. Insani's shoulder spotted. Mazinho starts to back off. The flank up the ramp. The flank in behind. And it's Insani to drop him from long instead. A nice try from Mazinho. The damage was good. But then an opportunity. A Safe burns away. You think there's a chance for him to win it. But first round on the board finally here for MIBR.
AWP recovered as well. Yeah, Safe never thought the Molotov would spread quite like that.
Yeah.
Takes a little bit of damage and then it just chunks him down. But he had a beautiful round up until that point. 2 nice kills with the AWP, including the opening frag, and that sends a little bit of notice over to MongolZ. That AWP being on the field of play can't just dry walk in towards angles. Safe is going to knock you down. Plenty of money for the MongolZ T side as they reinvest. AWP in the hands of 910. Residual cash on Blitz as well.
Blitz going back to the elbow. There goes out the classic util. Applying pressure, not looking to get out mid, at least on the first wave. Go again instead on reflashes, and Techno stops the aggression from Lukowski working out. Drop involved in a fight at the bottom of the B ramp that doesn't go the way of MIBR. All of these opening fights are coming up to MongolZ. A lot of brawling and a lot of battles, but the Mongols win every single one of them.
Yeah, well, look at the X's on the map. It's like no one had any kind of cohesion. They were trying to execute a crunch towards the B lane with the player coming out Jaguar and a player coming down B ramp, and they both just got into really awkward engagements. Some partially flashed, someone partially stuck in smoke, and it almost feels like the Mongols picked up the pace, but that was aggression from MIBR that allows these openings to all come out so quickly. Exit found in CT spawn. Bomb will be planted, and we look towards the money at this stage. Because Mongols want to hunt down this last M4, and there is not a lot of cash to play with.
Exit doesn't know how deadly close Senzu is. Now he spotted him out. Exit moves into the open. Senzu low on HP and grabs that headshot. That is a great shot from Senzu. Survives just about when that grenade landed on his head, but a 5-1 scoreline. Just think how hard MIBR in the end had to fight for their first round victory, and this is the round that follows. It's just not good enough. Oh yeah. I think there's a case to be made that you could say Senzu and Insani are a good comparison in terms of firepower and ability and the ceiling that they can hit. I think Senzu has proven this year that his highs are extremely high, and I think that he is one of the players you look to for the future of Asian Counter-Strike.
Oh, sure. This whole team, though, has been impressive throughout the year at different moments. Blitz, we've seen some great games out of him. 9-10, we've seen some monster performances with the AWP. They've got a really, really cool team, and obviously handling the early stages of this map against MIBR very well. 5-1, MIBR have to drop down into a partial buy. Upgraded pistols and armor, MP9s. Enough to upend the round if you get a little luck going your way.
P250 is on 2 of 5-7 for Insani. And yeah, not pretty here for MIBR, but they leave some cash left over. 2 players in towards A main. Bomb holding elbow. And 2 outside of the B bomb site right now for the Mongols.
Exit's got to re-smoke to maintain this control of elbow if he wants it, but already looks like he's deciding to back off. No presence over at the B lane from MIBR. So they don't want to maintain the aggressive positions.
Here comes Mazinho. Into the open, safe to be taken down, and there wasn't really any expectations for safe to be able to hold on or even delay. 6-1 being teed right up here for the Mongols, and they're going to drive that one home. Exit out a donut to the annihilator of Mazinho.
We got the A bomb site, guys.
Yep.
Come on
A
over.
is free.
The water's warm.
The water is full of blood.
All right, well, you took that to a dark place.
Yeah, it was kind of cool though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little
metal.
Yeah.
Well, recently I got to commentate the Mongols in a grand final, the one that they won versus Heroic. And that was pretty awesome, Jason, I have to say, because the Mongols walked out to the Mongolian rock band, The Who. And that was pretty sick.
That's pretty sweet.
That was awesome. And,
I like that.
Half of Mongolia turned up in the venue as well. There was an intimate venue in Berlin, and everyone there seemed to be Mongolian.
And I mean, they have been like the eternal underdog that everyone would love to see succeed. Yep. So I think they probably walked out to a lot of fanfare, I would imagine.
Oh, definitely.
It's tough to dislike this team.
And Techno's high school friend showed up as well. So
really, shout out to him.
Everyone was just there. So.
Yeah.
Pretty cool to see that, and that Mongols victory has given them a lot of confidence, and they're looking to try and increase this streak to 9 wins, because right now 6-1 up versus MIBR, not looking too bad.
A month down the road, it's still turning up all Mongolia. All right, Blitz is going to go through this. Insani, though, in the corner.
Oh.
A freebie when he pops out. Yep. A little trickery.
Didn't see that move, Blitz, did you?
No, a little trickery mixed in there. But all 4 players from the Mongols at this B bomb site, they're just pulling the trigger on this hit. Only 1 defender here. It's just Drop.
Well, let's see what Drop can do. They line up beautifully. A little bit of team kill action going down, and cannibalism not working out for the Mongols here, but...
And no more utility.
Yeah, util for MIBR is slowing down this plant as well, and that smoke will start to fade away, revealing more opportunities for MIBR players to shut down the 2 remaining members of Mongol. So 9-10 takes the fight. He goes aggressive into the cave. Lacalzi to remove him, and Mazinho actually slipped away with a plant. Best case scenario out of that situation, and that's MIBR up to 2.
I think you've seen the idea and adaptations that I think MIBR is kind of honing in on as this half kind of extends a little bit longer. As Insani, especially in the last round at the 5-7 and exit with the MP9, this round as well, pushing into the smoke. They want to be aggressive on elbow. They don't want to give up that mid control to MongolZ. They want to make sure they have control of elbow because that can help them slow down the B hits as well. So they're really prioritizing that sort of map control on the CT side to make sure the MongolZ can't just exploit it.
Tactical timeout here for the MongolZ. The first use so far. Pretty cool to see a crowd at this stage of the major.
It's a nice view as well.
It is.
These cameras in the back.
And the stage setup kind of reminds me of like a hot dog stand or something, you know? You're like a food truck. The way the door opens up.
It's true.
Serving up some Counter-Strike fresh for all the fans.
Some hardcore hydraulics. I've heard those little windows are very heavy.
Yeah. One time,
heavy.
I actually did an event back in like 2019 where we had a stage set up that was a train. It was a WePlay tournament. And the Gambit Youngsters team at the time, I think it was Axel, he fell down the gap between the train. And was like, goodbye. So, right. Danger. Safe.
Sees the shadows, but is calling this a fake the whole time. Back towards mid we go. Good shot from Insani, and now Exit can play next. Has gone unspotted.
Nine10's going to creep ever closer into the waiting arms of Exit.
They have no clue. They have not even a thought. They have not even a thought of this position.
Oh, great shot from Techno. Insani had it ready. And Senzu right back through that smoke. AWP picked up 2v3, but look at Lakowzi. But that smoke, it doesn't matter. Safe, he's been holding here the whole time. And eventually gets his chance, and Mazinho walks right into him. And Senzu, he ain't gonna clutch this one.
Needed that shot, because with the pacing of Mazzino's wide swing, if he had missed that, he goes down, and all of a sudden you put Lakowzi in a situation where he might have to get more aggressive than he wants to be. So Senzu left to clutch in a 1v3 with the AWP. He's got the first.
Well, there's the first step in the right direction, but jumping into the open, Safe had that angle covered. And the Brazilian AWPer to take him down and give a third round to MIBR. Given how strong the start was, though, for the MongolZ, it is starting to fizzle out. MIBR getting into it now.
Yeah, they have a new task now in this half because they've been playing most of this with momentum, most of this from the front, mostly with the economic advantage, strategic advantage of pulling MIBR around the map. Well, these 2 rounds in a row, MIBR is just kind of stabilizing. So now if you're the MongolZ, if you want to add more rounds on the board, you've got to overcome them. You've got to stop them building momentum and see how many more you can scrape together. It's already a good half for the MongolZ. They're going to be pleased with this. But 3 chances to add more rounds onto the scoreboard at the major. You want to capitalize on that.
Goes the peak. A great shot from 910. It's safe to fall down. And MIBR handed out a deficit to work with. And a lot of time to play 5v4 for the T side of the MongolZ. But
a lot of smokes utilized. There's 6 smokes on the map right now.
They may have a lot of time, Jason, but they haven't got a whole lot of control across the map, right? So they are somewhat limited by the fact that they could have conceded map control elsewhere.
Well, MIBR, I mean, you have that angle from Exit over towards middle and Donuts, so he knows they haven't taken complete control to challenge towards Red Room or Donuts. So that's the one thing making this defense feel comfort, is the fact that he's got eyes on that cross, and the MongolZ haven't forced it back in any way.
See that flash thrown out. See one from West Melon during the Asian RMRs.
And because of that mid player, it's going to allow Insani to rotate over. He's peeking a peek down mid, saying it is in fact clear. Good spam from Techno, sliding with the Galil. 40 seconds.
Now drops it in the cubby. What can you do about that? Mazinho just blinds him, and the follow-up from Mazinho is even better.
He's got 16 kills.
Dude, it's just so good right now. It's crazy to see Mazinho at this level.
It's always fun when you get like a quad kill like you did in the pistol round and you're just like, oh, this shit's working today. It's hitting. Mouse feels good. PC feels good. We gaming.
And you see his little dance as well, you know. You know he's the deadly Mongolian monster. Mazinho is here to play. Exit left. Nothing he can do apart from try and save this M4, but he's not even likely to get away with it. He's even fumbled the utility as well. Oh no. Goodbye. Good night.
How many are you going to take down with you? That's all you got.
He's got 1, and that's it. So Senzu, sharp to the headshot.
Bro, Mazzino's nuts today.
He's got no bubble gum though, Jason. He's just kicking ass.
This is a little bit dirty from Techno, that slide, but man. Mizzino just does not care about anything.
There is something just brilliant about the Mongols, because they're great at Counter-Strike, sure, but they have such a timid outlook. You know, when you look at this team, you just see them as like a timid bunch of young players. And then when they do sort of interact with the community in any way, as they make social media posts or whatever, it's always just the most baller stuff. Like,
I know.
I think it's just the juxtaposition in their appearance versus how they really are.
They've come a long way from getting called noobs by Cadian.
Yeah, they have.
But I think too,
now he's here. Now he's at the major.
I think most of it is just they've just gotten comfortable in these kind of environments, right? I mean, they've been around it a little bit more. It's got to be a shocking thing coming out of Mongolia, going to these massive events, cameras shoved in your face, everyone trying to talk to you.
Everyone, please speak English. Say something in English. Yeah.
Now they've gotten a little bit more comfortable with it, and you start to see some of the personality.
And they won
shine.
a few tournaments now as well, which certainly helps. And I think the best part was, in Cologne, one of my favorite clips of the Mongols was when Mizzino just started screaming at his opponents and then immediately shied away, laughed to his teammates and said, "It's kind of fun shouting, isn't it?"
Yeah, he's having a good time. Shout out to MIBR, though, in this round. They've read it perfectly. They've got everyone in the right place. They got to stop this mid-aggression from 9-10 and Blitz. Otherwise, you have the AWP in Safe's hands, ready to defend the 8 bomb site, which looks like the final play of the Mongols.
Oh, Shadow spotted on the edge of the wall, and Exit, he's done well. Safe's off, chimed in at Donut, another shot set up by Distraction. And the fact that the AWP was positioned over here, oh god, another player burning away to the Molotov of Mizzino. This time it's Insani, and this time Mongols will fight forward. This grenade's gonna blast open that smoke, and CT drop cleared out. 9-10 to drop him, and MIBR were in a position where they had an advantage. They still have, thanks to that peek out of the temple from LaCalzi.
That's a beautiful shot because 9-10 wanted to wrap around behind them. He wanted to wrap around behind Temple. Only 10 seconds. He's got to make his move right now.
And he can.
He can't win this.
He can start planning, but they're just going to push him, and that's the round done. So LaCalzi actually takes 9-10 down before the time ends, which is fortunate because he only had $3,950 in the bank. So 7-4, that's a big round for MIBR to win. It didn't look like it was likely.
It's a huge read, obviously, getting the AWP in the right position, that Molotov missing its mark, or else he can't stand here behind the flames and take these pop shots. They still almost recover it. But the 5-7 protecting the AWP works absolutely perfect. 4th round, one final round to play in this opening half. And it's over towards the B bomb site. Mongol's gonna stay grouped up. All 5 players headed here.
The Util flies over the top, and Mizzino on his march pushes his way in towards the bomb site, yet to be detected. And yet to spot anybody from MIBR. Senzu leaping around the corner. Drop holds on. Safe has got another one. And at least the defense holds for the first 2 kills. But that plant is coming in as Mongols look to secure themselves in 8th round. But MIBR have an advantage coming into this retake. Well, it's gone as Techno turns around at the perfect timing.
Seems like he knows LaCalzi's here.
He's got him pinned up on that box. Techno goes into the fight though, and LaCalzi, it's a comfortable duel for him. And a second to push the Brazilians towards 5. Blitz left for the Deagle. Doesn't want to play with that UMP. And so MIBR smoke him out. And in a position now for a 5th round win, stuck on the defuse. So Insani's going to hold it. The Brazilians have 5. And some resilience in that first half from MIBR to weather the storm.
It really is. And collecting 4 of the last 5 rounds as well has got to feel good. It felt like they were hanging on by their fingertips for most of that opening half. But they've got what they've needed to kind of return the favor and see what they can put together on their T side. Lovely start from the Mongols that started to fade away. And now if you're MIBR, you're like, okay, well, we can avoid Mizzino.
Yeah, we can just cool him down, ice him out, but then you got to deal with maybe someone else.
Well, this is where the CT side, you'd hope 9-10's AWP, exactly. If you're the Mongols, is going to be fired up and ready to go. Blitz has also had some stellar performances here on Ancient. Once again, I think there's just a couple pieces of misutility in these past few rounds. The Molotov towards Temple that allowed Safe to get a double kill with the AWP. This one, that smoke towards Long, I think it might have been extinguished by a Molotov a little bit early on its bounce, so it didn't clear the corner, it didn't cover the corner, which allows Drop to go 1-for-1. All of that counts at the end of the day. 17-7 for Mizzino, ending the first half.
The first round of the game started with Exa getting a triple kill on the pistol. and still unable to turn that into an MIBR victory. They need to stop the MongolZ from taking both pistol round wins here on Ancient. And MIBR going quick over towards B. The defense on this side of the map is Techno and Senzu. And it goes quiet. Just for the time being. As Safe has the long smoke ready to deploy, he'll have follow-up flashes, exit, molly and smoke combo. A full execution into the B bomb site. And one that Techno needs to begin unraveling as they come towards him and Senzu.
That's an awkward fight.
Flash forces him behind the smoke, so it's Techno that goes into the open, dodges the initial flashes. The Chupa is unleashed, and a team kill in the mix again. Techno has to get back to safety because he's out of bullets. Insani still in the cave, held back by Blitz. And this defense is starting to crumble a little bit with that headshot from Insani. There's an opening, but 9-10 and Techno combine to stop them getting through the ramp. Insani has nowhere to go, and all of his teammates are gone.
I think everyone from MIBR got intimidated by those dualies. Techno is just standing tall, the front of that defense, just keeping them at bay, holding them back, buying time for rotations. You got to give credit. A good support flash as well to activate him for the first kill. And Insani left in a 1v3. But 4 guns on the other side. He handles the first 2, not Mazzino.
Both pistol rounds won by the MongolZ. And it's Mazzino, but mainly Techno in this pistol. And steps up with the Joe Beretta, stops them as they come up the ramp. We're going to see it again. Techno wasn't affected by the flashbangs that were thrown over because he was behind the pillar. So he was able to swing into the open. Obviously a team kill going down as well. Safe taking his own teammate out of play. And he's a little easier for them.
I mean, all the forces coming up B ramp, but only one coming in cave from Insani was just like, there's no one who could step up and find a good fight against those dualies. Nice job from Techno.
No bomb plant either, so that means you don't get the opportunity to go for a great force buy.
It's not the greatest situation to be in if you're MIBR.
Nuh-uh.
I'll be honest with you.
So the MongolZ, their idea should be just limit the casualties here. Make as much money as you can without dropping anybody. And Senzu's pushed all the way down to the bottom of the B ramp. So if they come through the double doors, he's ready to go. He's not alone. He's got Techno taking contact out from cave. So very comfortable setup here for the MongolZ. Really shouldn't have too many issues in terms of dealing with MIBR. And a 9-5 scoreline being queued up.
It's one of those fun opening days of these Swiss systems where we've just got tons of Counter-Strike being played all day long. Over on the mainstream, we've got Complexity taking on Passion.
The story of the RMRs, and perhaps with the potential to be the story of the Major against Complexity.
Well, they've been burying a few teams in rough places throughout the RMRs, as you mentioned. They have a chance to do it against Complexity.
Well, they're on a comfortable map for them as well. Anubis, that's a map that we've seen Passion get some of their best work done.
Yeah.
In the EU RMR.
Ooh, Techno. Nice shooting.
Oh, they all line up.
Ooh,
finally,
okay.
Lucazi right at the end survives on 7 HP.
Oh, that
There's an M4 down. Can you get to it?
No, there's no time for that. Oh, he's got it.
You got it.
Dang.
Just about.
Sprinting.
Yeah. You underestimate their speed.
I did underestimate their speed.
I think you may be. Oh, yeah, I think the freeze time felt a little longer as well.
It did. I think maybe it is in the majors. 9-5. 4-round lead in the favor of the MongolZ. But the guns are coming out for MIBR. AK-47s, utility, it's all there. Let's see if they can keep this close or if a comeback is going to be required.
Well, Blitz handles business at elbow on the T side. His job is also holding mid on the CT side. Now Flash goes into the open. Fantastic flashbang to blind Insani. Unfortunately, Insani wasn't alone. He had his friend Exit who came out to land the hand.
Mazzino, I know you're having a good game, my man, but that MP9, that kind
They've
of a
got
fight,
rifles? I will fight them with my MP9.
That is, maybe back off a little bit.
Not the idea.
A lot of damage dealt to the MongolZ. A lot of utility been used by the MongolZ with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. And a lot of map control for MIBR.
Here comes the push from Mazzino. And that MP9 will work in that kind of close quarters combat. Exit making sure that he trades, but there's a lot of Mongolian players around that corner, and he doesn't want to commit to it.
I respect the hell out of that play. That's kind of cool. Go get aggressive, clear him out, get some information. Unfortunately, they've shifted to the other side of the map past that. It's the B bomb site that's going to be aggressed upon. Senzu's shifting over now, but unless he's got some kind of Herculean, massive effort to give, which he does not.
Damn, that couldn't have been more clean.
I tried to build it up for him. I tried to give him his moment.
Boom. Insta-killed.
Don't go for this, guys. 22 HP on 910. You do have a kit. Don't have any flashes or smokes. They want to give it a test.
Why? Why?
You can buy in the next round if you back away. All right, there we go.
I think it's now clocked. Okay, well, no opportunity was presented. There was no massive mistake from MIBR, and so the only option is to save. 6 rounds now for the Brazilians. Not bad at all. Exit does most of the heavy lifting, in fact, in those mid-fights. Insani looked like he was going to go down because Blitz's flash came out of the cubby at the perfect time. Insani was completely blinded by it.
I think Blitz will be a little frustrated with that fight he decided to take. The crouch, the commit to the spray as he's jumping away instead of just a jiggle. But good call from Exit. I mean, playing anti-flash, ready for that kind of a peek, and saves his teammate.
And they also got the trade as well, Mazinho. That was actually a great shot from Safe.
Yep. It's a nasty little angle. I feel like you always feel like you have the advantage as the CT in that fight when you're holding that angle, and you just always get beamed.
Yeah.
That's like one of those little sneaky ones.
Because you both know that you're going to have to take that fight.
Right. That AK is just brutal in that engagement. Molotov down, they're going to step in front of it.
Well, Blitz only has a CZ, so he's gone. But Mazinho still on a heater.
Yeah. That's a huge trade to grab for Mazzino. Smoke is down over the top of the boxes. Techno gonna back away, flash up into the sky. Lukowski's gotta back off angle, and Techno delivers. And Safe is getting pulled into the engagement as well. He's dinked down, and he's the last one left to be flanked out. 10-6, the Mongols win a round.
Yeah, with the way Techno held onto that bomb site, the first shot is so clean towards the ramp. Gets back into the cubby.
It's thankful. He's got to be thanking his lucky stars he saw that head over the top of the box, because if he kept pushing down there, they're going to swing wide on him. You got 2 players coming at you. Found that kill with the ability to fall back into safety and lure Lukowski and Safe into the engagement.
Well, also break the money of MIBR, who now have to take a timeout and have their coach, Knack, get on the microphone. Now, Knack, 37 years old. And quite a long career, a lot of teams that he's played in, Jason. 37 years old, that is old.
Yeah, you have to be on a lot of teams when you're 37 years old.
Yeah, he plays for Red Reserve.
Red Reserve.
Sharks.
Sure.
Red Canids.
I like Sharks.
And Daytona.
Oh, like the 500?
Yeah, I guess the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. 37 years old, Jason. That's a great age, wouldn't you say?
Some would say it's the best age. It's the new 25.
The new 25. So that means the new 20. The 25 is the new what? 7 years old. Not 7 years to 9 years old.
Doesn't exactly work like that, but yeah.
Okay. All right, 10-6 scoreline is the Mongols should be taking 11.
Hero AK on Lukowski. Can't get anything done with it. Good shot from 910 with the op. That's not the fight he wanted. He was not hoping for an AWP to be peeking at that angle. And that AK-47 passes to Insani, the next player with armor.
Just thinking about something, Jason. I think the MIBR brand might be older than the majority of the Mongols players.
Probably is, yeah. I think that came around, I want to say, back in 2003?
Yeah, so it would be older by a number of years.
Yeah.
That's sad.
It's kind of cool. We're very fortunate in Counter-Strike to be able to say things like that.
That is true. Techno waiting inside of the cave. Blitz alongside of him. And MIBR now slipping their way into middle. Look who's waiting to defend them, though. In the donut, it's Mazinho. And Blitz out towards red. But Mazinho's gone. And suddenly Insani's AK-47 has opened up an opportunity that MIBR did not anticipate. Senzu moves into position at A main. Blitz rotates away from red. He gets back to C team time. But can the in-game leader deliver more than one? Senzu with a distraction set up. Blitz gets another one. And Techno's now arrived. Exit alone. And he didn't take it. He didn't take his chance. But eventually, he's got it. And was that a miss smoke from... Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
that was a miss smoke.
That was indeed a miss smoke.
A cloud in the sky.
I gotta say though, I love that play from Blitz. Getting that kill, sliding into the bomb site, tucking himself down, he knows they're coming into his position, but he knows his teammate over in A main has got a great crossfire to take some attention away from him, alleviate some of the pressure, and just plays it perfectly. Not individual, plays it with his teammate. They turn to look at Senzu and Blitz pounces, and it could have been cleaner. He could have gotten a double kill out of it, but he makes sure the round is secured for his teammates at the very least. No danger in that scenario of MIBR overrunning the bomb site. Eleven to 6.
Some people's favorite scoreline, presumably. Drop's gonna make his way out heaven. Insanity and Exit alongside of him. They've got mid-control to work with.
It's the new 14-10.
Yeah, it is. That's what they always say. Not a whole lot of mid-control on the T side for the Mongols, but much more focus here for MIBR, and you can see why, because Insani's got a double in the donut. And MIBR have an advantage to work with a minute 7 seconds left on the clock. Techno's here in a lot of presence outside of Cave, but needs the fight to go his way. Eventually, Drop walks in the Jag and bitten down on by Techno. Reaction 9-10. Should catch the ball carrier. Oh, damage done to save, but not enough to bring him down.
Yeah, but I mean, they just shifted back to the B bomb site, and now they're smoked off, and now they know there's an op there. It'll slow down, and good shot from 9-10, well aware, and the flank is coming in ever closer. And Blitz, he'll hear them running. He'll hear them running if they go past T-spawn.
Can hear it now.
And they're just going to stop. It's a save. The HP of Safe and Insani is nothing special, and they want nothing to do with this fight. So the Mongols get to 12. They've got 6 chances to close this out and go 2-0 on the day.
And for MIBR, it is not looking very likely that they will have enough resistance in the next round. I mean, their buy is going to suck. So it really is getting to that point.
You're not wrong.
This is the best chance now for the Mongols to just take it cleanly and get a 13-6 win.
Yeah, exactly right. A lot of resistance provided in Donut this round, though, and Sani comes out on top of both of those, but there's no more progression elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, frustratingly, I think there was a lot of rounds in this game for MIBR where they would get themselves into a good position. One player would step up, whether it be Exit or Insani. They would get a multi-kill that would never actually turn into the round victory, and I think there was just too many of those rounds throughout this game. The pistol round, obviously, in the first half was a great example, but later on, there was moments where Insani would get a double kill, get them into a favorable position, but it would still be flipped back in favor of Mongols. It's never easy when you lose both pistol rounds, Jason, especially in the best of one.
Well, I mean, I think that pistol round highlighted and kind of what you mentioned, capitalizing on those good positions, losing that first one in the fashion that they did kind of sets the tone for the game. It obviously gave Mizzino a lot of confidence today to just rack up frags throughout the first half and second half now. And obviously, it kind of starts your game off in a really bad vibe. 20 kills on Mizzino. 4 of those in the first half pistol, and he hasn't stopped since then.
Out mid they go. Lacalcian leading the charge, and the MAC-10 eventually gets blasted away. But here comes the A play, and MIBR throwing everything they've got, and Mizzino caught by Flash, didn't realize he wasn't behind cover, and so therefore goes down to Exit and opens up a chance for MIBR to fight on. They try and get their way into the A site, but look how quick the rotations are for the Mongolians. They've charged their way back over to this A bomb site, and now it's just Insani. And if there's any hope, it would be on the shoulders of this young man. Insani waits behind the big box. It would take something unbelievable. It would take something beyond special for Insani to pull this off, and it is not going to happen. Today, it's all about who's made in Mongolia. As the Mongolians take the opening win, Mongols take down MIBR, and they now go 2-0 up on the opening day of the major.
Really nice game from the Mongols. I mean, yeah, we've said a lot about Mizzino. We can just say it again. He was a dominant force in this. I think for MIBR, on the other side of things, I liked a lot of the things they did. Still, when I watch this team, I'm like, this is a cool squad. They have some cool ideas to them. I think in the first half on their CT side, obviously losing that pistol was devastating after Exit's triple kill, but a couple times in those mid-rounds, executing those kind of B-ramp pushes on the CT side to like get information and not exactly turning the corner, not finding it, not actually going and completing the play. That was something actually the Mongols did really well. You could always see in the mid-round, someone from the Mongols, Techno with an M4, 9-10 with an AWP, was pushing down and finding information and finding a frag here and there. And I think MIBR struggled to kind of keep track of where the Mongols were progressing on their T side.
Well, it's fantastic to see the Mongols take a 13-2 win in their opening game, a 13-6 victory in the second game. This is a team who are now looking at going 3-0 out of the first stage of the major.
More importantly, like regardless of that, which is obviously great, I mean, they look sharp. They look like they're playing well together. So it's the Mongols you want to see coming into this. Because again, we've been waiting a long time throughout the entirety of CSGO for an Asian team to come in and show that they can be a force to be reckoned with, tournament in, tournament out. And it seems like MongolZ is going to be the first ones to actually do it.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see the form that they're bringing here, but topping the charts on ADR will be Techno, but MongolZ, 20 kills, 12 deaths. His performance in the first half was something to be marveled at, but Techno definitely had a huge second half because he was actually one of the players near the bottom of the board going into the second half and just turned that around completely.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think MongolZ had like 17 or 18 kills in the first half, so he was just chilling in the second half.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of pressure from MIBR towards the B bomb side, which was a number of times shut down by Techno in the second half.
And 910's AWP were kind of over there. Yeah, so MongolZ is going to be the standout player, and why the hell not? 2 quad kills in the map. Absolutely beautiful performance. Some wonderful entries on the T side. He was the engine for the Mongols, and they kind of got to chill behind his fragging.
The MongolZ motor. Yeah, he was fantastic.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well done.
Alliteration, kind of my thing. Yeah, it was good work from MongolZ.
Congratulations.
That's it, you know.
Is that your superpower?
Yeah, alliteration. That's all I got, really. But MongolZ has a lot more, and that's exciting because he is only 17 years old. He's growing in confidence. We've mentioned, you know, what we've seen from him at the start of the year in Katowice. Like, oh no, I don't know if this is going to work, Mongols. You've had a great track record of being able to find these new players to replace the squads, but MongolZ didn't look like it in the first tournament. But man, he has really stepped up over the year and fantastic.
Yeah, it got to be cool seeing him capitalize at his first major as well. Got to be a good vibe for him.
So during the RMRs, you scared everybody because you looked legless, Jason. Now you look like you've got no feet. It's like it's blended in.
That's fine.
Yeah. So Jason does in fact have feet, so don't worry about that. But they're not free. That's for sure. Anyway,
we're being saved.
We're going to break. When we come back, we'll continue this show as the Perfect World Major in Shanghai is underway.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We've got Virtus.pro versus Rare Atom coming your way. Two of the teams that lost their opening games. Rare Atom lost to the Mongols 13-2, and Virtus.pro surprisingly lost very one-sidedly. Not that the loss isn't surprising, but it's the way in which they lost that is surprising. So MIBR won 13-7 on Ancient. So, and we just got to see MIBR's Ancient. It didn't look all that great for them. So I think this is really putting into perspective how weak Virtus.pro have been all year.
Well, that's why I mentioned this at the beginning of that MIBR Mongol series, that the disparity between the two different styles, right? And I'll just say this, like Virtus.pro during the RMR really struck me. I hated watching them. I hated it. It was painful for me. I think there were some games where it felt like they came in and they just didn't actually play Counter-Strike for the majority of the game. Now, this is a matchup against Rare Atom that they should be winning each and every time. With the players on their team, with the major pedigree that these players have, the constitution and the experience, Virtus.pro really should not have a problem today. But all of that is up in the air because of the way that they've looked at the RMR and coming through this. And obviously to start the day today, maybe it's an off day, but you got to play 2 games in one day. All I'm looking for to Virtus.pro is signs of life at this point. I want to see something that makes me think like their run at the major, like a disaster can be avoided.
I mean,
which is such a crappy place to be when I'm looking at Virtus.pro and the players they've got.
If they lose to Rare Atom today, it does feel like it's just a failure, you know, like it's unbelievably so. Like it can just be called a failure.
It doesn't feel like it's
overall.
a failure. It is an abject failure.
Exactly. Just complete failure. And that's so disappointing when you know that the skill these players possess individually just hasn't been clicking. But here we go. We know them and we love them. These players for Rare Atom, we've seen them over the years. Somebody, we know Summer from the Tyloo days. Kaze, one of the most prolific players in the Asian region. This is a squad that has been sort of amalgamation of a bunch of different Chinese squads and brought into one. So you've had, you know, the likes of Vici, their time with Kaze, then we had somebody and Summer from Tyloo, and Child King and Li Hang from the days of Wings Up. So you know, you move all these teams together, all these players together, and amalgamate them into hopefully what should be a solid Chinese team. You see how much it meant to them to make it to the major again.
Yeah, and also, I mean, remember, like you'd kind of expect in this situation, you just expect like a team like Tyloo to be here, who they beat on the path to even qualify for the RMR. So they've taken that kind of scalp down, but still don't feel like they're kind of the team that's strong enough to contend with the competition that's going to be here. So yeah, this is every match that they go up against in this major is going to be a really tough competition, and Anubis is going to be where we're going to decide this on. An interesting map to see Virtus.pro play. I'll be honest, I don't really know what to expect out of Rare Atom on this map. Virtus.pro is the one I'm looking to again, and just being like, you guys need to be the one setting the tone. Well, you guys need to be the one like being proactive on the map. On your CT side, we know on Anubis you have to be aggressive at some points, and aggression is something that VP hasn't always done well. On your T sides, you need to be probing and challenging and seeing how the defense is being positioned, how they're being aggression, so you know what the response is going to be. And I think that kind of proactive Counter-Strike is something that VP didn't always slide into back in the RMR, and that's what's frustrated me with them, is playing the game of Counter-Strike to be able to find the way that you have to, what you have to do to win the round. And if Virtus.pro kind of settles back into that more passive style where they just kind of play safe defaults each and every round, look, there's an opportunity for an upset, despite how crazy it sounds.
Well, this is the map that clearly Rare Atom want to get a lot of these best of ones too, because they played it in the opening game versus MongolZ. This is their second time playing it here. They're going up against Virtus.pro, the 0-1 matchups here on day one of the Perfect World Major Shanghai opening stage. Virtus.pro should be taking themselves a victory today against Rare Atom. And it would be absolute failure if they are unable to do so as they charge into middle. Summer will dive back. A little bit of team damage coming in as well.
Yep, taking a little teammate Glock bullet to the back of the dome. Summer going to back away. He's going to jiggle this at some point. Fame can't hit the shot quick enough. Nobody's at the A bomb site for Rare Atom. Just now circling around through CT spawn to get there, but it looks like VP want to challenge right into this position.
The pressure applied towards Summer. He's going to take a few steps back. He still wants to fight, and he will lose his life.
Will VP expect 3 players in CT spawn coming from Beaches? I don't think so.
I don't think that's going to be a thought in their head. But here comes the fights regardless. Somebody coming up the stairs. They've got eyes on it. They're looking for it. Fame has got the first. But like you said, will the expected numbers? The amount of people that are close by here on the beach. Doesn't matter as Kaze moves into position. Electronic, oh ho ho, he waits. And Electronic able to come out on top of it. It's now Child King and Li Hang left alone to try and win this in a 2v5. And it just is not going to happen for them. Virtus.pro move their way. They definitely give us a tour of the map. We've been all over the show here, but eventually the ball should go down. Child King doing what he can on the dual Berettas. It's one. The second offered up, but no kill collected on that opportunity. And they're taking their time here, VP. 30 seconds left. It's kind of awkward. Now Norbert's running to A.
It's fine. You know,
I know
it's
it's
fine.
fine, but it's still chaotic.
I'll take this. It's
Dude,
okay.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, they found the winning recipe. Li Hang just chasing him down with the dualies. A bomb site is going to be overrun. Bomb is going to be planted. Now, Electronic is far away, so some banger shots might be able to do something special, but good play from Virtus.pro, and Norbert ends it like that.
Bro, this pistol round, I don't want to ever remember that.
It's fine. Again, it's VP. I'm not expecting every single round to be clean and clinical and all the finishing moves to be absolutely perfect. Everything up until that B bomb site, but you can also see in this 5-on-2 at the B bomb site, they were still just like tentative to hit the final move at the B bomb site, but it's fine because they got the information with plenty of time to adjust, and we're all good.
It's all fine. I mean, it ended with a jumping...
It's fine.
jumping headshot.
I'm trying to convince myself.
Yeah. Well, Rare Adam have gone for a force buy. So they're going to have MP9s on 4 players, 5-7 out for Summer.
VP happy to be patient. There's the step through the smoke. Summer drops immediately. Electronic looking sharp to start the day. A little bit of a drive-by with the MP9. Norbert handles that. And the follow-up, we're all good. That mid portion of the aggression, well, and the B portion of the aggression not really synced up in timing, so that jump through this, or the walk through the smoke in mid looks a little bit silly, but when you realize they're trying to pair it up with the B push, you sense an idea there that's just not coordinated as well as you would have liked.
I think we can call this 3-0 now for Virtus.pro.
So, yeah.
This was the force buy for Rare Adam.
Ooh.
Kaze. Gonna be gone with the win. As 2-0 for VP to kick things off. Not a whole lot of money here for Rare Adam. Playing in front of the home crowd, though. They're going to have a lot of support there in Shanghai with a live audience in front of them. Not necessarily been able to give them the show they want to watch. 2 rounds picked up so far on their major debut.
Passion giving them a show, though.
Passion certainly giving them a show. You want to tell us all what happened, Jason?
No, everyone knows at this point.
Yeah.
We all know.
It's true. Complexity, they lost to Passion, Jason, and that...
Thankfully, the Americans are all sleeping.
Yeah, and that's what happened. Well, USP's out, ready to go. Li Hang. Go down to the Mac 10 of Jame. No problem. And the 3-0 lead being queued right up here for VP. Also being queued up is Team Liquid versus Wildcard. That'll be another matchup going over on the mainstream. If you want to catch that action, that'll be with Scrawny and Launders. The Americas matchup.
Scrondoggers. A lot of Europeans in that Americas matchup. Molotov going to force him into the open, into obliteration. And somebody left holding the bag. Oh, good shot onto Jame, but that's all you'll get. 3-0. You nailed it, Dinko. You did call the 3-0.
Yeah, it wasn't the boldest of calls, but,
no, but
it was there.
It was correct, and that's all that matters.
Right, VP 3-0 start. Here comes the buy, though, for Rare Adam. So you're going to get the ult out. Now be in Kaze's hands. I'm intrigued to see what Rare Adam are going to be able to do against the VP squad today. Really comes down to, oh, double op setup. Don't you love to see that? That is a crazy sighting this early on in the game. Somebody with the op, Kaze with his. I guess, you know, at this point, if you're Rare Adam, throw everything you've got at him. Let's see what somebody can do with his as he moves out of B main. Weren't exactly predicting to see a double op setup this early, Jason.
No, I was not either. But why not out of the gate if you've got the cash? See if you can catch them off guard. See if you can get this like a momentum rolling with the double op where they just feel like they can't get anything. And remember, it is a team that, you know, generally plays relatively slow. So there is some, you know, there is some logic behind the double op right out of the gate. They're going to move into a slow defaults, pick a couple players off before they really take any decent map control, but it hasn't panned out in the early going of this round.
Electronic unleashed through the mid-smoke, and it has not gone well for Electronic, nor will it go well for Flit. Fame having to fight back and get 1 kill here for VP. 55 seconds left, ball positioned outside of B.
Well, now's where you'd really want to see Rare Atom kind of utilize this double op setup, although, you know, they're in a fine position right now. Op over at the A bomb site, you could leave him relatively solo, but you have Summer paired up with him inside the bomb site, peering towards camera. 2 players at the B bomb site now. And Virtus.pro is going to split into it. James taking a slow peek, and he's got 1 pick. That's Child King to go down. Smoke towards Temple, and Kaze's op is coming on over.
20 seconds. Lihang, good position here at Ivy. Hasn't spotted anybody from VP. Now he moves forward. Now he moves into the open. And Norbert catches him. So Lihang looked like he was expecting a fight to come a little closer to him, but there was no opportunity. So the bomb will go down here for VP.
I think that's where you see like the difference in the difference in the regions. I think if this is you know, another Asian team that he's playing against, which is what he's most accustomed to, obviously, that hit's coming in very fast, very aggressively swung. And Virtus.pro is kind of chucking out utility, waiting to see what a response is going to be, and he's expecting that fight to come so much that he's just tensed up and ready for it. Lets off 1 bullet to give him the indication of where exactly he's playing from, and Norbert's able to handle business.
And then he swings the look for the fight towards main, and James just hiding behind the wall.
Right.
You know, he's just no opportunity, and he's still a little bit silly.
It's the timing and the pacing of those executes. There's a difference of style between the Asian teams and the Europeans, and especially against Virtus.pro, where those fights are a little bit more delayed, even for European standards, it feels.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there was 2 ops invested into that previous round for Rare Atom. Both of those ops gone. Nothing saved over. Expensive decision that doesn't pay off in the end in terms of resulting into a round victory. Well, Rare Atom in the bin when it comes to the money, and this is allowing VP a very strong start on the B side. A lot of people sort of questioning whether or not to put VP through, you know, when they were doing their pick'ems coming into this tournament, Jason, and I think it's a fair conversation, but you put them through.
I did.
And I guess your reasoning. Can I guess your reasoning? It's just like looking at the rest of
it pained me a little bit.
Was your reasoning the fact that you look at the rest of the field of teams and just imagine that VP, no matter what, should eventually squeeze through?
Yeah, I went down the list and I was like, there's like 6 teams that I cannot imagine beating Virtus.pro in a best of 3. Six or 7 teams where I was just like, they won't beat them. Now, you know what? Fair play, because I think I put FlyQuest in that when I was going through it, and now I'm kind of like looking at him. I'm like, you know what? FlyQuest would probably spank him.
Yeah,
so,
in this kind of form, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So take from that what you will, but yeah, that is the logic. Is they'll struggle against maybe the top 8 teams in this. Yeah. And I just kind of told myself they'll be better in the major than they were in the RMR.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
That's a desperate hope I'm clinging
That's
to.
that optimism you've got there. Well, so far, it's pretty good. 4-0 on this map, at least. Rare Atom, not a lot of defense. They're going to be saving for the next round. Lihang, completely unaware of how deep Electronic could have been.
And in this matchup specifically, they'll get a lot of those gifts, right? That's like a lack of comfort of the quiet map that Rare Atom's playing with, that you probably don't experience. Again, to highlight the players of the competition in Asia, you probably don't get these moments where, like, you know, a critical part of the map has been taken by 4 players and then the map just goes quiet for 30 seconds. There's a lack of comfort of how exactly Rare Atom is going to get information in those scenarios, and Virtus.pro is going to be able to capitalize on them time and time again.
Child King goes down first in this save, and there's not too much going for Rare Atom whatsoever.
Ooh.
I do like that they brought the double on setup out, because it's if you think about it, what was successful for Chinese teams back in the day was bringing gimmicks and sort of a novelty style of Counter-Strike, and when it got them some great results early on. I think that's something that Summer and somebody would sort of live by, in terms of, if that's what we got success with against these European teams back in our day, you know, let's play a little differently. And so double up setup comes out early. Doesn't pay off, but at this point, Rare Atom have got to realize that they are extreme underdogs, and I like that they're trying to find out ways to get into the game like that.
I mean, we'll just look at the trajectory too. It's not always. I think those are going to be harder to pull off in today's Counter-Strike. Those, I mean, you know, whatever gimmicky play whatever you want to call a gimmicky play, I think it's going to be harder for them to capitalize on that across an entire map. But I mean, if you look at the trajectory of the other Asian teams that we've seen kind of contend, and even the Mongols are a great example too, it's going to take you, finding a lineup that you're able to have some success, and then you're going to have to spend a lot of time in Europe playing against European competition. It's just the way it goes. Again, because I've highlighted 2 examples already in this game, and we'll probably see many more. I'm not going to bring them all up, but many more in terms of the disparity of like how the Asian Counter-Strike playstyle kind of sabotages you when you get to this level of competition. You need that high-level European experience, and you need a lot of it before you're going to be able to contend. Cool move here, though. Aggressive piece in A main takes some attention away from Canals. They're able to slide somebody into a strong position to watch up towards the mid window, and with Virtus.pro, how passively they've opened, he'll have a chance to have impact. Now, this is a position where you are definitely going to die at some point. It's how much can you get done before that happens.
Well, a little bit of an awkward fight as somebody has to turn his attentions away and ends up getting taken down by Norbert from the back. Now, James' patience always pays off. It's Child King to walk right into his scope. And a 4v2 to close on 6 rounds in a row here for Virtus.pro.
And another area of deficiency, as we just see, is the protocols based off of that play. Where do you shift into? Who's the next player to take a peek? Virtus.pro, you lose the opening kill, but you're able to capitalize on all the responses. And a free B bomb site. 20 seconds left. VP making sure they don't fall into any traps, and you can't even blame them.
In control. Summer and Kaze going to try and save their weapons, and Kaze in particular, a player that has gained a lot of popularity in Asia over the years. He's a player that was always touted as the next one to break out, and the next one that could possibly go over to Europe, and a lot of the experts from the scene over in Asia would say the same things about him. But I think he's now getting to the later stages of his career. He's 30 years old now. We're seeing his performances drop off on average. He's no longer that star that everybody is expecting to go ahead, but never really took that next step. He played in Vici, played in Rare Atom, Cyclone, Tyloo.
Yeah, in an era where it was always going to be hard for Asian Counter-Strike to step up the way we're starting to see some teams able to do it, but I think at some point you just got to be really happy that he's got his name in the game, he's got the stickers.
Yeah, true.
Like, I have a lot of happiness that he's been able to accomplish that throughout his career.
Yeah, it's something to take for sure, and I mean, he's achieved what you can in his region as well, right? He's played for all the big organizations, he's played with all the big players in the region, and now at a major at the later stages of it. So Kaze, good to see him here. And somebody, this is something I've seen over the years, you know, the Max 7 purchase for somebody. It's an El Clasico.
Come on, baby, give us some style. Actually, Virtus.pro might be the worst team I feel to bring this shotgun out against.
Yeah. Somebody is probably the most entertaining player that I've ever casted in Counter-Strike.
Okay.
He just does the most mental.
You never casted JW?
Yeah, no, actually. He was retired by the time I started. Or not retired, but you know.
Yeah, he was
a
fun one.
Tier. Somebody's
Kenny
just
S?
crazy. Never casted Kenny S.
You've casted Simple.
Yeah, I have. But Simple was fun for different reasons. Somebody was fun because he just makes the most unorthodox play.
Yeah.
Maybe I did cast Kenny S at least once. Probably.
Yeah, you had to have gotten one in there.
Or something, yeah. Well, this is going as swimmingly as possible for Virtus.pro. Here it comes. The big old Max 7.
I like it.
This is what somebody brought it out for, this moment.
Get yourself one, baby.
Define the play of the major.
Come on, Electronic, give him a chance.
With the first stop, it's Electronic. Oh. And he'll have to have another try later on in the game.
He just looked away.
It's a little bit unlucky there for somebody, but if he got that first one, I believed in what he was cooking. Li Hang, left alone.
Ninja.
It's the only way. I mean, it's great to see Rare Atom here at the major, regardless of...
Shout out to Norbert. Look at his whole team is like out, you know, getting frag happy, hunting down weapons, and Norbert's like, I'll stay with the bomb. Like, it's cool. 7-0. Hasn't died, just playing good, clean Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you always can rely on Norby.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was saying, like, it's good to see Rare Atom here at the major. You know, this is a team that, you know, Chinese players playing a China major. They had to qualify to this one. They did. And MongolZ went out there and they earned that extra spot. We got FlyQuest in as well.
And we got FlyQuest in there.
They're actually running with it. It's kind of crazy. Asian Counter-Strike, man. Both of those teams picking up some wins today. MongolZ and FlyQuest.
It's beautiful.
Wouldn't have seen that years ago, that's for sure.
It's absolutely beautiful. Here we go. Round 8. Virtus.pro outclassing Rare Atom. And having no real issues, not even a whole lot of frags to speak of. There are 6 frags in 7 rounds for Rare Atom entirely. Fame has doubled up the score of all of Rare Atom players combined, which is a sentence I have never said before in a game of Counter-Strike. At least not 7 rounds in.
Yeah, this deep into the game, no, certainly not. 8 rounds about to be added to the tally, though, and Virtus.pro can convert upon this as a 5v5. You don't really have a whole lot of confidence in Rare Atom. They haven't shown us too much yet. Electronic tried to apply pressure in middle, but with the utility decides to dive out of the window and join his teammate in the canal. Here comes
Flashbang from Jame coming in. Lee Hang's in trouble.
Yeah, I'll toss out a defensive smoke into the open. Electronic taking a little bit of damage on board, but oh my god, he actually, look at that! Look at that!
I know, but I love the way he jumped across it and then realized, oh, I'm probably exposed to B main.
Yeah,
And he's like, oh yeah, I am exposed to B main.
Now it's getting a little rough for Lee Hang, so he's gonna move forward and apply pressure into the dark with that flash again. But 25 seconds, VP have left B completely. They're going to be going back to the A bomb site.
They don't have a lot of utility for this. They're going into the op. This is the best chance Rare Atom have to get around on the board.
Yeah, this is 15
Third
seconds.
player is going to be here as well. Good shot.
That's it. He doesn't miss those. It's going to be Chalk King from the bomb
It's
site,
over.
and it's a safe call. Virtus.pro run out of time. Sometimes their own worst enemy when it comes to that.
I mean, shout out to Lee Hang. Legit.
It may not have been the prettiest way of holding onto the B bomb site, but it was effective.
Yeah, I mean, he's the main reason they win that. Like they get Virtus.pro with this kind of slow play, go to take dark. He spots it out. He'd held his smoke the entire time, not scared of some early engagements. Able to stall Virtus.pro out at the A bomb site, and it takes him a long time to reconvene. They've got no Molotov for Cake for the bomb site, and that allows Kaze to just step up with the op. And now no more chance for a goose egg.
Norbert is immortal. Well, it's always good to get off the goose egg, Jason, as you say. Get off the 0. And they're going to have to try and deal with Virtus.pro. It looked like they're going to go for a quicker play, more direct into the B bomb site. Utility at the ready, Lee Hang losing health. And here comes the attack. Somebody looking to defend its speed from Virtus.pro this time, but somebody stops them at the door. A double kill from somebody before traded out. Electronic doesn't slow down though, and Lee Hang caught. So the bomb now moves into the site. Chalking just pushing through connector, getting in behind, and Flip wasn't ready for that. Chalking just goes beyond the utility into the open. James doesn't read it. He gets back in time though and stops Chalking from making that play work out. So 2v2 retake here for Rare Atom, and the first kill is up.
All right, Electronic. 1v2, a chance for a clutch. Good nade, chunks him down. Op shot is there. Kaze nails it, and it's 7-2. As a chaotic retake with flanks involved, Rare Atom have a second round.
Yeah, so the accelerated play from VP into the B bomb site does not pay off, but they have so much money. Norbert has max money, $16,000 right now.
Yeah, well, he's also got a debt.
Yeah, so you win some, you lose some, I suppose, Jason. But I think you'll take that ratio.
Probably. Nicely done from Summer and Kaze. Nate comes in. Kaze not deterred as the smoke fades. He finds Electronic. But they've got to withstand so much more. 3 rounds remain in this second half.
Hey, Fame's had a pretty good game so far, hasn't he? 14-3. Great stuff from Fame. We're going to try and continue that. Rare Atom, 2 in a row. Let's see if they can continue the run.
Back into the double up setup.
And they're going to sandwich their way into the B bomb site here, VP. At least it looked like it, but now they just leave Norbert outside of B main, and more pressure being applied towards Summer in middle instead. VP return to the slower style. Regardless, it is going to be a B hit again.
Yes, it is. 3 players coming through Con. Lihang steps behind the Smokes. Utility forces him away. Molotov up towards platform. Smoke's going to be broken open, but again, the pacing from VP. Nobody's coming through. Nobody's in vision. And the bomb site is lost and now re-smoked. Going to be a very tough retake in a 5-on-5. There is utility. 2 flashbangs, 3 smokes, and a Molotov. Kaze just now making his move from the A bomb site, but he's being very slow about it as the retake begins.
Well, the first fight is given up. Lihang to win it against Flit. Lihang goes forward again. Shock King's with him, and this retake looks so good for Virtus.pro to win it in the post plan, but Rare Adam batter their way through, and kill after kill comes in with no one from VP able to stop them, and that defuse being stuck all the way, though. It's a 10-second stick. There's a kit available on pretty much everybody else, and it's all good as the kill comes in for Rare Adam, and they are able to pull off a retake, only losing Lihang.
Okay, that looked way cleaner than I expected.
Ow.
Way cleaner than I expected. Lihang just able to step forward. It was almost like Virtus.pro didn't fully believe they were going to go for the retake. Okay. Now it's getting a little weird. It seemed like VP had this everything completely under control. Whatever they wanted to do on the map was working, and all of a sudden Rare Adam's scratching out a couple of rounds. As you mentioned, money not an issue at all for Virtus.pro.
Well, Lihang not going to be able to find impact in this round. Fame to drop him early in connector. The fact that they won that retake so cleanly while also having a double op setup, Jason, it's still mind-blowing to me. But they're going to have to deal with a 4v5 conversion this time. So 2-2 setup. 2 players to Rare Adam on the defense of B. 2 towards A. Somebody with his op in towards connector.
And Virtus.pro applying a lot of pressure in middle. The information's going to be there that it's been taken. Obviously, the defense turtled up in each bomb site, 2-2 split. Op and rifle at each one. So nobody budging, no reaction after mid control is shown for Virtus.pro. Smoke Temple, flashed over a couple of times. VP looking for a reaction that hasn't come yet, but it may be provided by somebody.
Who?
Somebody. Anyone, really.
Here comes the play for VP.
Yeah, now Child King's like, okay, well, they took mid a while ago.
No. Missed
He
shot.
just slides back at the worst possible timing. Summer. One more duel would be great against Flit. Oh, the op can't land the shot either, and Flit gets away. And that should be an 8th round for Virtus.pro.
Summertime sadness. We didn't get the second kill. Has to run away, and it'll end up being a round victory here for VP. 8-3 scoreline, getting into the last round of the first half. Rare Adam already have done better than their opening game. But not going to be a half they're going to be too happy about at the moment. Kaze needs to drop back. Doesn't have enough money to buy into the next round anyway. Just doesn't want to go down here. It lands towards him. And eventually, an 8th round collected and confirmed here for VP. So we get into the last round of the half. Virtus.pro in search of a 9th on the T side. But you can work with 4. And so Rare Adam realized that and take a timeout. Yeah, not going to be the happiest home crowd after watching this first half performance.
No, certainly not. A chance, though, for Rare Adam to add one more onto it, and then obviously they get to dictate some action on the T side, and maybe they can get some of those, you know, the crazy Asian styles we used to see all the time of just like hardcore trade-based aggressive Counter-Strike, and maybe you can catch Virtus.pro off guard a couple of times in timely rounds and find a way to put them under pressure on the CT side.
Yeah, it feels like when they're on the CT side and you're dealing with VP's T side, you're almost controlled, right? They can control you, whereas maybe the chaos can be unleashed in the second half.
Yeah, and obviously it can be frustrating to deal with, I think, for some of the more experienced European sides who are a little bit more indoctrinated into a certain style of play. So, yeah, you get a little bit of craziness, you get a little bit of chaos, you win the important rounds, keep their money low, keep them in an awkward position, and I mean that'd be kind of like the desperate low percentage winning recipe.
Summer, great start here, Fame, to go down on the other side of the smoke. So his half will add 15 and 5. Take those numbers. Child King spots out the boost and tracks Electronic as he dropped off the top. There's a second player there, Norbert hitting it with utility, and Child King staying focused on the fight.
Do it.
Yeah,
yes.
As it dropped down, Flit didn't hear it, didn't react. So Child King might be able to slip in behind with an element of surprise that they just won't be ready for. Child King with the move here for a 4th round. For Rare Adam, he's got a kill on Flit. Norbert outside of B main. And this is huge from Child King. He's done everything possible for his team. And now a 5v2, he finally hits the deck, but the damage has already been done. His impact is already felt. Jame with a 1v4 so far away.
Jame was looking for his flank in mid that whole time. He never realized he dropped out of the window. Good shot as Lihang gives him one.
Oh no.
Ooh, sees a little bit more aggressive, but Jame, he's being flanked out in middle again as well. Double, they're not pushing forward for the moment.
The shot, now he can run him down.
1v1.
He can run him down, but he has to move quickly here, James. 25 seconds. Somebody on the other side eventually beats him with the AWP at the end, and we'll get a 4th round for Rare Adam to play with going into the second half.
Not bad, all things considered, especially when you consider they started down, what, like 7-0?
Yes.
And VP looked like they were just going to be able to walk this one home to a really strong first half. Rare Adam's able to claw a few rounds at the end. 4 of the last 5 in their favor. So, I mean, win the pistol if you're Rare Adam, and you're within striking distance. And then again, it goes down to, can you create the chaos at the perfect timing to put the pressure on Virtus.pro? Can you play that trade game well enough? Can you dictate the action to a point where you can just overrun this defense? And again, this is kind of what I mentioned coming into this match, is I want Virtus.pro to show me something that gives me some confidence, and maybe against this kind of opposition, there isn't really anything they can do. They just need a clean win, but I like to see them have a relatively easy challenge of closing this out, just for what it might tell me for the future of this team in their major run.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that the core of this squad were the major champions in Rio just a few majors ago, and now we're talking about maybe they can get through the opening stage. You know, it's crazy to think about that and how quickly it can all turn. But for VP, it has been a change that has perhaps even given them whiplash for how abrupt the change was, and the moves that they made with Electronic coming into the squad. You thought, okay, super team, this is going to be incredible. And it has not panned out that way whatsoever. 2 players inside of the A site, Electronic and Fame. And he's got Jame out at Heaven, so make it 3 on the A side at the moment with Norbert close by.
Norbert will get the first spot, but there's a lot of space to work with. The stack is still going to be difficult to deal with, especially if they find Flit, who plays it passively to start. Summer saw him, wants to swing for the fight. Good headshot. Now aggression towards A main and middle. And Rare Adam have been put down.
Lihang decapitated by Electronic's P2000. There's now somebody stuck in the canal. He'll come back towards Electronic, but Electronic's ready for that fight, and we'll still lose it regardless. And somebody actually got a goosh off onto the second player, Ruggs. He's doing what he can, but a flash comes in at the right time from Jame and confirms the kill on somebody in a 9th round here for VP. No bomb plant, not even close, and so no strong force buy in the second round here for Rare Adam.
Yeah, and that doesn't, in my mind, that doesn't bode super well. That felt like Rare Adam trying to play like a tactical game against VP, right? Like, again, mentioning they need to create chaos, they need to swarm, they need to play a trade game. This was them taking a very tactical approach that Virtus.pro is going to be very comfortable in.
Yeah, so no force buy, 10 rounds almost guaranteed here for Virtus.pro. And then you have a lot of work to do for Rare Adam to get back into the game. Here on the B stream that you're currently watching, we've got Imperial versus FURIA coming up a little bit later on. The Brazilian Brawl on day 1. Both teams will be very disappointed with their opening matchups. Pain Gaming versus GamerLegion, the other match will be on the A stream. Jane with a flash to set off Electronic, blinding the opponent perfectly and allowing Electronic to maul them in mid. Would have been an ace if not stolen away by Jane, but he assisted with a flash, so regardless, he earned it. 10-4, double figures for VP.
It's actually a pretty cool setup. It worked perfectly. First kill, flash is chucked out. Electronic knows, trusting the flashbang to be perfect, and it is. A nice cleanup. No problems whatsoever. 10-4. Let's see what Rare Adam have with the AK-47s. Again, if you try and play that slow, calculated, like map control, tactical style, I think VP's just going to wreck you. That doesn't mean I want to see them just kind of rush willy-nilly into something, but...
That's kind of what you mean.
A little bit. Lean in that direction.
Tip the scales ever so slightly. So slow drift of Virtus.pro's defensive players over towards A. And it looks like they want to get a little bit proactive about it. So Electronic and Fame are going to move into the open. In the meantime, though, Child King taking mid. He's got some space to work with, but VP look like they're going to try and split this from two sides. So push Dark and push A mid at the same time. And Flit wins the connector fight on top of Summers. So it works out pretty well. It's now Child King and Lee Hangman. Child King is the only player here that can make something happen. Oh.
Continues the spray, and now this puts Child King in a really strong position. Although he's probably just wondering, like, where am I going to find somebody? Footsteps tracked all the way towards that A bomb site. Flit's calling it out. Fame's going to go back towards A main, and into the bomb site we go. Child King and Lee Hang against 2. Bomb being planted in the open, or... Oh, it moved into the open, perhaps. Nade comes out. There's the defense. It was actually right behind, but the bomb goes down before the nade explodes.
1v1.
And Flit's got it.
Yeah, Flit's going to win it. No problem. Child King had an opportunity, but VP to take 11 rounds to 4 does feel like we're just mere moments away from them confirming themselves a victory here. Even with that bomb plant, it does make... it makes a difference. Obviously, you get the AK armor out of more players, but you're going to be sparse in utility.
Yeah, I got to drop down to SMGs or a Galil if you want the nades for it. And maybe just out of desperation, we might see a little Rare Adam tip those scales into the side of craziness and insanity. Half buy. Tech 9s and a Mac 10. And all 5 headed towards the B-bomb site. Now we're cooking with gas, baby.
Norbert and Flit ready to stop this, though. Kaze with the utility ready to go. Nate blasts open the B main smoke. Norbert not going to see too much on the other side of it. Child King taking initial damage. Out of bullets. Electronic under pressure now. And he's got himself the kill into Lehigh. So at least that happened pretty well for 3P. It's chaos, but they're coming out on top of it. And finally, the space taking to get the bomb planted here for Rare Adam. Fame moves off the back of the platform, goes into the fight against Summer at main side. It's just somebody left in the middle of the bomb site with a Tech 9, a 1v4, and he's got to hope for something magical, and he got a second before being destroyed by Jay.
Yeah, VP just does a lot of work before that bomb's even planted. The 2 players coming through the smoke. You're hoping you can catch them on a reload, maybe a little bit blind, maybe just not expecting the insanity. But Electronic was somewhat ready and able to recover in time, saving just enough ammunition to handle that. Otherwise, his teammate goes down, and Norbert returns the favor as they just come sprinting through the smoke. But you can see some of the potential there with the unexpected aggression from Rare Adam. Up on Kaze, AK-47 surrounded, but Virtus.pro only need one more round.
The opposition was always going to be tough for Rare Adam. They lose their opening game against the Mongols on Anubis. And now looking like they lost versus Virtus.pro, but they are not going down without a fight. As somebody jewels out of the connector, traded out by Flit.
Jame holding on a mid. Slides in Child King. There's Flit behind the smoke. And this should be the end. It's Kaze and Lihang against 4.
They're trying to slip their way through the B bomb site. Lihang has got through B main with that cross smoke. It gives them temporary cover, but they got to worry about connector. And Flit, he gets cleared by the sniper. So some life in Rare Adam as they get that bomb planted and now look to close out a 2v3 with the bomb down. All 3 remaining CTs coming through from the same position. No one through Temple, no one through any of the flanks. It's all about just moving in as a unit. And the flashes get sent in. Electronic takes steps closer to that bomb site. And we got Lihang still inside of Dark, waiting for his moment to fight. But no one from Virtus.pro has given a chance to Kaze sniper yet. And time will start to tick. Tap on that defuse. Lihang knows, and he'll call Kaze into the open. He's got the shot, and VP have the time. They'll close this one 13-4 as VP get their win over Rare Adam. And Rare Adam now goes 0-2 at the start of the opening stage here at the Major.
Yeah, Virtus.pro get the job done. And yeah, I mentioned I would have liked to see him have an easy time closing it out. Pretty easy time closing it out. No issues in that second half, no hiccups whatsoever. So well done from VP, recovering after the opening best-of-1 loss earlier today against MIBR and bouncing back with a win over Rare Adam as they move over to shake hands. To the delight of the crowd.
Yeah, they're still happy regardless of the hometown team's loss, and there we go. Yeah, well done. So those spots come in. VP, not exactly going to be a win that gives them a whole lot of confidence. Not going to fire them up. It's just a win they should get through, and I guess it's just a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of mentioned it before this that I wanted to see something out of VP that gave me confidence, and maybe again this matchup that's a little unfair because I don't know what it would have been, but I mean, look, they handled business and
they did what they should.
No red flags. You know?
Yeah.
No red flag.
Not yet. Certainly in their opening game against MIBR, but not against Rare Adam. But Virtus.pro, they should have got the job done, and they did. So now go 1-1, and we'll see who they face a little bit later on here in the Major. It's going to be tough regardless, but Rare Adam absolutely should have been a team that they take a victory over. Any positives from Rare Adam? I guess it's hard when the level is so different and the playstyle is something they're just not really used to.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not much to take away. I thought there were a couple cool ideas. They obviously had some plans for some pieces of aggression on the CT side, some executes and utility on the T side as well. But yeah, I think stylistically it was just always such a tough ask for them. Like you could see them really, again, this is going to be one of those things where if you're Rare Adam and you want to build this into a team that can compete, you have to look at all of this as a learning experience and look at what kind of beat you in that first half, which was sort of the lack of comfort and understanding of how to play situations when you don't have information across the map. Like the Virtus.pro taking mid control and going quiet really made them feel uncomfortable. Individuals kind of making plays at odd timings, and those are all things that you're just gonna have to pick up as you go along. So hopefully, yeah, that's a learning experience for Rare Adam, who earned their spot here. And yeah, even if you get beat up, that it comes around for the next major cycle or the next tournaments that you're going to be playing out of Asia and saying, we need to make sure that we're picking up little pieces and tidbits from all of this. Yeah,
well, Fame, he farmed at this level. 20 kills, 8 deaths, had a great performance. Electronic not too far behind, but Fame certainly going to be the standout player presented by 1xBet. And you can see most of his impact fell on that T side in the first half. It was a big part of why they were able to leave the half with so many rounds to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I mean, not too bad for the short amount of rounds we played in the second half either. So yeah, good performance from him, and he's someone they would love to have come online. And maybe that might have been the mentality of Virtus.pro is, you know, let's make this a confidence game. Let's see if we can get some players activated for the rest of this major run. And yeah, you know, again, level of competition, you know, taken into consideration, you got to be happy with Fame's performance.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of teams that won't be happy with their performances though are FURIA and Imperial, and we're going to see if they can bounce back. One of them is guaranteed to win because they're taking each other on in the next game here at the Perfect World Shanghai Major. And we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's the Brazilian Brawl.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Well, the major might be in Shanghai, but this game is all about the Brazilians. It's FURIA versus Imperial, a matchup that is now in a 0-1 bracket. Both teams have lost their openings, but for me, it feels like FURIA should be the favorites here. But it's always hard when you have a domestic matchup because there's always a little weird something that can go on.
They always get tricky.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I think FURIA should be able to handle this, especially considering, you know, you have to look at this as if you're FURIA. Like, we got our hiccup out of the way. That opening match, you know, getting upset there, not something you want to start the major with, obviously, but that's kind of our one gimme. Like, we have to be able to handle business moving forward from here on out. You do not want to go on that crazy run of going 0-2 and then having to win 3 best-of-3s. You don't want to take that hardest route to the next stage. So, and FURIA, when you look down the roster, I mean, the way this team has come together has had improvement over the last few months. The names on this roster are incredibly strong.
Yeah.
This should be fine.
It should be fine. I think it's one of those situations where, like we were talking about earlier with VP, where you go through a list of teams that could beat FURIA in a best-of-3.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, it's not too many, right? You expect them to make it
right,
through.
But then you throw 3 in a row at them, and you're like, oh, all right,
maybe you could slip up here. So yeah, there's definitely that way of looking at it. So a win here is so important for FURIA against Imperial. This is the squad. You know them, you love them. Maybe. We've got Fallen, we got Caserado, we got Cello, Yuri, and Skulls. And
this should be an area, like, especially like someone like Skulls should be able to farm. Like, remember when he like kind of had his rise on Pain towards last year? This is the level of competition in which he was able to just kind of body bag game in, game out. You add the other names into it. Caserado's playing well. Yuri's been playing, you know, he's had his games. This should be just fine for them to handle. And I mean, the other hard part is, like, I can talk about, like, tactically FURIA looking stronger, the way they've kind of changed to Fallen's style, the way he's been able to slow down their pacing. When I go over to Imperial, I don't have a lot of like crazy win conditions for this team outside of like someone individually popping off.
Yeah, it's I think for Imperial, this is a squad that didn't have the greatest start to the day. When you look at the run out of the RMR, you see there's a lot of weaker teams that they defeated to get here. So I think coming into this matchup, certainly expected to lose against FURIA, but they're going to make the most of it. And look at that, revealed. They are revealed.
Hello.
It's just,
hey, everybody.
Hello, everybody. We've been sitting here for a while.
Yeah, we've just been hanging out.
It's great. I like that. That's a cool way to introduce teams, Jason.
I wonder if they get a warning, like, hey, we're about to raise the shutter.
2.
Yeah.
The shutter is up.
Or if it just kind of opens and they're like, oh God. Hello, crowd.
Yeah. Can't be caught with your pants down, that's for sure.
Yeah. Fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah, FURIA should be able to be just fine in this series. I think Imperial has shown some weakness, and kind of alluding to what you just mentioned, the kind of route that Imperial took to get here. They got some gifts in terms of the teams who'd they be? Red Canids, Crew, and Case.
Yeah, those are the 3 squads.
Yeah, like that's a route that you would kind of kill to have to qualify for a major.
So thank you very much. You provided me with the golden road. Yeah.
Right.
So when you look at FURIA, though, this is a team that lost their opening game. They're a team that made it to the semifinals of IEM Rio, most recently probably the biggest result, and got absolutely blown out of the water in that game. So it's such a hot and cold team for me. Like,
well, it showed you one that like there was improvements that were made to allow them to compete with the teams on the path there, and then once you get to those top 5 teams, it's like that's where our ceiling's at the moment. Right, and you'd hope there's some.
But they actually beat some of the top 5 teams at that tournament.
Exactly.
So I think it shows.
So you're focusing on the negatives.
No, but it shows their ceiling. That's what I'm saying. They're such a hot and cold team. Like they can have some great results, and then sometimes they can just fall flat.
Yeah. I think that's the case with a lot of teams at the moment. You know, outside of maybe the top 3 or 4, maybe 5 teams in the world, but we've seen a lot of them kind of struggle with maintaining that top level consistency. All of them are prioritizing not necessarily carrying that level through each and every event, prioritizing finding different points of the year to kind of peak into that. Of when do you hit your grind to go for a peak around the biggest events, such as the major, and what are the events where you know you don't take them off per se, but you can't grind nearly as hard, or else you're just going to fry yourself across the year. A lot of Counter-Strike has become managing your energy level and your grinding levels and you know, kind of focus heading into specific events. And FURIA as a team, obviously, and every team is going to be saying this major to end the year is one of our grinding moments. So what has FURIA been able to do? They've had plenty of time off watching the EU groups go through the RMR when they qualified. They had, what, like 2 weeks off, essentially, you know, between then and now. So coming in cold earlier today, And now it's like, we can't do that. This cannot be a bad day. That has to have been a bad game and isolate it there because we've put all this work in over the past 2 weeks of playing and looking and watching demos, probably, 10 to 14 hours a day, all focused on Counter-Strike, and it all culminates in this. So it's not the time to take things off. It's not the time to lose your mental. Now is the time to show the work that you put in is going to have results by handling the teams you should be able to handle.
Well, getting rid of Dust 2 is huge for FURIA because this is the map that Imperial handled them on back in Cologne. They would beat them 13-3. It's a map that Imperial played earlier today, showing that they want to have it as an option. So this fight goes to Anubis. And I think
not yet proving it yet, though.
Yeah, true. But but I think with Anubis coming up as the map, it just points towards FURIA even more now.
Yeah, and fall on a map that he can be very, very mobile and move around the map with the AWP. Some good positions for Skulls on this map. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot of great win conditions for Imperial, but we know there's elements of danger. We know Vinny occasionally is going to have his pop-off games, not necessarily known for it. Phelps is someone you want to see have a good game and have impact with his kind of style of play. Tries, like, you have players there that can do some damage. I think the question of this match right now is, or the first question that we're going to have answered is, what level does FURIA come out with? What level are they ready to go with? I mean, it's important that Imperial got this to Anubis and not Inferno. The last map they played together was in Cologne and against one another, and it was a 13-0 on Inferno in favor of FURIA. So don't want to be taking the fight there. But there's our boy Zach. There he is. Zach standing behind the squad. I've seen him at a couple of majors with 9Z as well back in Rio, and he's watched that organization return. Tons of experience. Yeah. Tons of experience as a coach. He's got a lot of work ahead of him today. Don't want to be going down 0-2 on your opening game, but if you're Imperial, that felt like a likelihood, unfortunately. Okay. The opening game was a chance to take down Pan Gaming, but the fact that you have to play Brazilians twice. Yeah, probably hard, especially after you go through the RMR where you've played a ton of them as well, and you're just like, okay, can we actually just play some? Actually, I don't know. If you're maybe at Imperial's level, maybe that's exactly what you want. You're like, these are known quantities to us. We've played them plenty. Yeah, we've practiced against them. We've played against them. They've been scrim partners. Stylistically coming from the same school of Counter-Strike, and obviously with FURIA having more experience amongst EU, some things are going to be different. But you kind of know at a base level of what you're working with, what you're going up against. So yeah, for Imperial, maybe this is exactly what they don't mind having is these kind of internal Brazilian battles to start out the major, but obviously just not going the way they would like them to. No, and we are just a few moments away from getting into the action as FURIA have finally taken to their seats. They haven't quite put the headsets on yet, though. It's coming. But eventually that is likely to be the next step. But you can see they're going to be fan favorites. A lot of the community in China. You got to imagine Fallen's just got plethora of fans everywhere he goes. He's having a great time. Yeah, but in China especially, I've just noticed from watching social media clips, etc. They definitely it escalates to a new level. Yeah, they're a big fan of the individuals behind the scene. I was watching Spirit's vlogs recently during the off days, and just watching Donk walk out of the mall, everyone kind of just Donk, So that is something they're gonna experience. Yeah, I saw like MongolZ the day he landed got like swarmed at the airport. Yeah, that was pretty crazy to watch. Yeah, it's fun seeing that from a distance. Yeah, it's great watching it from here. I'll tell you. Hope you guys are having fun. Yeah. Well, they're ready to go. Vinny, what a story his career has been. Starting with FURIA, he's gone up against his former organization today, but he's now become an in-game leader. He's had some decent results with his in-game leadership at times, but I think I remember a few games here and there from Imperial where I'm thinking, okay, the calling looks good, and Vinny in particular fragging out in those matches. Well, I mentioned this with MIBR when we saw him earlier today. It's like there's been like this battle since like 2018, probably maybe 2019, or even going into and coming out of COVID, of like the next generation of Brazilian players trying to break out of the shadow of the old ones, and the old various FURIA rosters have kind of done it without being able to kind of escalate to the same levels of success, not even close really. But I mean, Vinny was one of those guys who kind of got lost in that situation where regardless of what team he was on, they were never going to be a Brazilian team that was able to contend with the success and the abilities of that primary core of the Luminosity and SK gaming days of Brazilian Counter-Strike. So yeah, Vinny's a guy that's been through that. Phelps as well has filtered through those various lineups and had the same issue. Zach as well has been coaches during those eras. So those guys are kind of in like that transitory period where you do have to have someone like Vinny, you know, move and slide into an in-game leader role to like utilize his experience as a benefit as a player. You do have to have Phelps, it was always kind of like a fur kind of player where he liked that same kind of aggression, liked being an aggressive lurker, liked being an aggressive map, you know, space taker and map controller. And he's going to have to find new ways to be also a supportive element to some of the younger guys who have come up. And Zach's got to be the one with all his experience who helps orchestrate it and figure out the best way to make it work. So yeah, you have some interesting pieces in this kind of Brazilian matchup. And then you have the guys like K-Serrato and Yuri who, more so than anyone, have been able to break away from the shadow of those guys because they've shown they have their own game and they can be impactful in their own way. They can be some of the best riflers in the world at various points. Haven't seen it as much out of Yuri recently as we have out of K-Serrato as he stepped up since Fallen's joined, but the potential is there.
Yeah, I think when you talked about Yuri and K-Serrato earlier on in FURIA, they were sort of a package deal. When you would talk about one, you would talk about the other. But I think now K-Serrato over the years has definitely pulled away and become the clear star out of the two of them. But I mean, we're looking at Fallen as an in-game leader, and you had the luxury to be a part of a team with him, Jason. I mean, talking about just his in-game leading style, you probably have more insight than most.
Yeah, he's a fun person to work with. He's extremely knowledgeable, obviously, because he's played Counter-Strike for so long and through so many different iterations of Counter-Strike and metas of Counter-Strike. He obviously has tons of experience. You know the whole thing of his Gamers Academy being kind of like the resource for Brazilian players to learn how to understand the game. So he's got a lot of experience in terms of teaching concepts of Counter-Strike and getting, you know, imparting his philosophy onto people around him, which makes him an effective in-game leader. You know, he was an IGL. I think that was always very calm and you know, very in tune to the emotional stability you have to win games. I think, you know, there's two things with Fallen. I think one, as an IGL and as an op IGL, it felt like when he's leading, he is a much more effective leader when he's also opping in the team, and he's actually a better opper when he's in-game leading, funnily enough. And then also, you know, if you want to levy any criticism about his leadership over the years, he's very much like a player's leader in the sense that he wants his star players to tell him exactly what they want, and he wants to call for them. And he doesn't always impose his will in a way an in-game leader might have to do at times, in the way you kind of hear from different IGLs when you're watching content behind the scenes.
Well, finally, it is time to go. FURIA versus Imperial. T-side for Imperial, that's where they'll start. FURIA on the defense. A challenge today for Vinny to call against his former organization and teammates here at the Major. Yuri peeking down in connector into the canal. But no one going to be involved in too heavy of a fight as Imperial get ready for their A play. The defense designed to deal with this is Fallen and K-Serrato. Quite a strong setup to deal with it.
Here's the utility. Dooley's up close. K-Serrato swinging on contact, but contact ends quickly. K-Serrato tracks the first. Cello with the trade. Molotov prevents him from getting into any cover, so he's stuck in the open against way too many Glocks.
So they forced their way through Imperial, now looking to hold on into this 3v2 pistol win. FURIA just going to wait out the smoke and cameras. Skulls and Yuri both have to move through from the same position. They get ever closer. Each step taken moves them closer to the bomb site. As Vinny and Descente wait to close this out. Flash into the sky. Yuri moves in, time ticking. They've got to get a pick soon. And it's just Yuri left, and no time to win the round any longer. So he's going to back away and hang around for an exit on the way out here. He's got one extra kill, and no one else offering themselves up just yet. He'll get a last opportunity, but pistol is done. We've had a FURIA player disconnect from the server, so we're going to have a tech issue here just to resolve that as quickly as possible. But Imperial win the pistol round.
Yeah, pretty simple pistol round as well. I'm assuming a little bit of pre-fire turning around the corner, and Fallen doesn't really get a chance to get a whole lot of shots off, just domed, and that puts everyone else in a tough situation. Setup doesn't land trying to be aggressive at the point of attack. And Imperial will get that nice little T-sided start.
So again, K-Serrato loaded back up into the game. Yes, the restart's already happening. Wonder what his pick-ins look like. Maybe you can show us real quick.
Yeah.
Look at the over-the-shoulder shot.
Click on it real quick, bro.
No, he's connecting. He's getting us in real fast here.
Boo. Where do you think he put FURIA?
He
ruined his
3-0.
He ruined his own pick'ems.
You gotta put 3-0. You gotta have that mentality. No, I do respect when players like post their pick'ems and they haven't put themselves like going 3-0. It's just like, yeah, we're probably gonna lose the game.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. We have Sida standing behind FURIA. He's the coach. And, you know, bringing it back to what you were talking about Fallen's in-game leadership, I was talking to Sida back in Rio, and he was saying that it has been quite a jump up to go from an assistant coaching role at the team to then going into a head coaching role on a Tier 1 Counter-Strike team. But he says it's been quite a smooth transition because Fallen doesn't necessarily always need him. And that's something that he's realized, that he's not necessarily thrown in at the deep end. He has a support network there and someone with a lot of experience standing in front of him.
I felt that as well, very much with Fallen when he came in as well, because obviously he's almost takes that. It's kind of like almost like a Kerrigan sort of situation where you're the in-game leader and you also like partly play that role of a coach, and he can help kind of get some ideas across and come up with ideas. And because of all of his knowledge and the way he approaches Counter-Strike conversations, he's very good at facilitating conversations within teams. But again, it always comes down to, at some point, you know, if you look at some of like the if you look at like some of the footage of like when Alexi won Na'Vi, and like you see him in a game and he's just like, guys, I'm sorry, but you all have to listen to me now. Like it's my turn to take over the game from the IGL role, and that's something that, you know, Fallen doesn't really do. Fallen wants the star players to be able to say, what do you want to do in this round? And he's going to call some rounds for you, but like that moment of like, you know, I'm the captain now. You know, it doesn't always click in. Yeah. It's not that he doesn't have it; he just doesn't want to do it. You know, he wants the star players to always feel comfortable in how they're approaching situations on the map.
Well, this round not expected to go anywhere for FURIA. This is the Eco. P250 out for Cello, but everybody else on the USP. Imperial will be up to a 2-0 lead. No way. Walking his way up middle. Deals that P250. Here comes the execute. So the best case scenario for FURIA is they head in towards this A bomb site, because there's 3 pistols here ready to go, but they should be melted at the hands of the MAC-10. And Phelps charges up, and it's a 3K in the end. So a 2-0 start here for Imperial.
Missed Molotov from Imperial on that execute. Obviously no issues that it causes against unarmored USPs, but we'll see if that continues to be a problem moving forward. That could come back to haunt them in the gun rounds. 2-0, and the M4s are busted out by FURIA's defense. No ability for Fallen to get the up out quickly. We've seen plenty of highlights from Fallen on this map over towards the mid double doors.
Yeah, he knows.
You, Dinko, are particularly fond of those?
Yeah, definitely. I get a few of those. We had Dexter earlier as well in the RMR with a pretty similar
Very Fallen-esque, yeah.
Yeah, so great to see that. Hopefully Fallen can get one of those moments today for FURIA. No op to be seen though. Not yet.
Oh, it's coming. Descenti just spamming into the smoke, trying to be a distraction over towards middle. 3 players going to line up towards the B bomb site. 1 player's moved up close in Canals. Vinny's going to activate him with a flashbang from deep. That's a deep smoke as well. So Phelps is happy to hop in, and there's that aggressive space-taking maneuver from Phelps that he loves doing so much. FURIA have the wrong read. It looks like they're sliding into an aggressive information play at the A bomb site, which leaves Skulls on his own just as the hit comes in. So he's like, guys, come on back, please. I need a little bit of love because they're in the bomb site and I got nothing to do.
The plant comes in on default. Phelps punching those digits in, and Cello, he's just waiting for the long-range fight, allowing Keserado to walk ever closer and have his swing covered. Now that Keserado moves into position, FURIA have a lot of options to consider here because they don't have a whole lot of utility, and there's not a single kid on any of the remaining players, and they're letting the time go. Half of it gone already. They have to be so quick about this retake now. Grenade is good from Keserado. They need to trade from Cello, and it won't happen as Descente descends upon them with a double kill, and Phelps inside of the site with 2 of his own. Nothing that FURIA can do about this. A 3rd round in a row for Imperial, and the T side's off to a pretty hot start.
Yeah, just a mistimed play called by FURIA on the CT side, sliding a second play, the supportive element of the B bomb site back towards the A site as they make their information play through A main. It actually is just straight up the worst timing possible. Skulls has to back away and be passive, can't challenge to slow anything down. And on a round with MAC-10s, Imperial's able to get in with relative ease and take advantage of the lack of head armor in these early gun rounds. Galil looks beautiful from Descenti.
Now FURIA left in a position where they don't have a whole lot to play with. We've got an M4 here for Cello, an M4 for Yuri, but everybody else on a weaker weapon of some variety, and immediately the rifle is gone. Cello taken down by Descente through the mid-smoke. Vinny! Oh, he's got caught. He's got caught looking a little silly there, but fortunately his teammates there to trade, and Kesserado stopping Descente from his mid-play.
All right, not bad from FURIA bringing this into a 3-on-3. Oh, who was that? Was that Phelps that just got into the smoke on that jump? Close call. Kesserado spots one as the smoke plumes. And this round will settle down and quiet down as Imperial just march into a B split, 2 through canals. Skulls has a Molotov to delay the plant. That's why he's holding on to it. Oh, but he's going to rotate away. Once again at the worst possible moment. They walk right into the B bomb site for free.
Bomb has been planted.
At this point, again, no kits. You might just want to try and recover one of the rifles dropped in middle and not even play for the round.
Well, that's
tough start for FURIA, trying to prove again that it's just a bad game to start the day and not a bad day overall.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of work here now, FURIA. Given that the foundations they've laid out to build on, not exactly the best. But they do get that rifle, as you mentioned, so another one saved over. And they've got some residual cash left. So if they are able to collect this round victory, saving those 3 rifles might come back to be a positive for the economy for the rest of the half here. But this is Descente catching Cello, just crossing over before that smoke plumed, and Cello goes down. So do the chances of FURIA winning this round. AWP out for Try, AWP out for Fallen. We finally get the sniper into the in-game leader's hands.
And importantly, plenty of utility for the CT side. So they can try and be a little bit more patient in terms of finding the kind of aggressive play they might want to make. Oh, Fallen, he wants to get aggro to start right through, straight ahead, and it doesn't work. Phelps follows up, that's Vinny, who cleans up the kill. And in the strongest buy round FURIA have had, Imperial have decimated them.
Not like this, FURIA. This is wild. Fallen goes to the smoking connector, goes into the fight, looking to take a risk. Doesn't pay off, and immediately you're handed out an unrecoverable set of circumstances. A 5-0 start from Imperial. And nothing being saved here for FURIA, apart from Kesserado, who is back near the beach.
All right, sound the alarm bells.
Yeah, the alarm bells are certainly sounded. And FURIA, this is now getting very worrying. A team that would have come into this stage of the major and would have been in a lot of people's eyes one of the teams that should be progressing. You get a game against Imperial, you'll think, okay, a chance to bounce back after a loss in your opening match. FURIA not bringing the level we know they're capable of playing at to the server today. Not yet.
Such a bold move from Fallen as well.
I didn't expect that.
No, I expected him maybe to slide out to the left and try and find a fight over the edge of the smoke, but he wanted to joust. he wanted to use it as a
spear.
Yeah.
I guess it does have a pointy tip, but it's not going to work out for him. 5-0 here for Imperial. Money that I was mentioning might be recovered with a round victory there. It was thrown back to the pin again. That's an easy kill for Phelps. Vinny had to follow up. And no way, just walking into the bomb site. Skulls cleared out.
Yeah, and I like too, like with the aggressive play from Fallen, the B players are like, oh, you guys have all gone a little bit crazy. Okay, well, now that we've taken down 2 of you, I'm going to challenge this. I'm going to drop a flashbang into the smoke and move in towards jail. And it's just perfect. You kind of test that defense and make them step up to you. And once again, multiple rounds now. Imperial has shown no fear in terms of a challenging quickly. Descente does it at the B bomb site this round. He's done it back in middle against guns. We saw Fallen and Phelps kind of have that same sort of aggression with each other. This time it's FURIA who come out on top.
Yeah, I guess that is the fortunate thing for FURIA is the fact that, yeah, you lost the AWP in a spectacular fashion in the last round, but at least you get it back straight away here. And now you've got a 5v4 to play with. Feels a lot stronger now for FURIA, but this defense towards the A bomb site, it's fallen at heaven. And that resmoke might just start to cancel out any ideas Imperial had about pouncing immediately.
It allows them to focus towards middle a little bit and set up this crossfire with K-Serato and Cello. When that fades, they'll have to make a decision on how they want to set up. They just have to be really cautious of the B bomb site because Imperial's been able to find free avenues in 2 rounds where FURIA has picked the wrong time to shift a player off. I almost feel like you have to keep 2 players parked. They're playing it very passively, Yuri and Skulls. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov left to block choke points. And there it is as the A fake comes in. They block 1 of them.
Utility starting to be deployed here for Imperial. Phelps held back in connector as FURIA held on to the utility late into the round. But here comes the camera play. Descente tries to get past Cello, but patience will pay off for Cello. And now the bomb making its way in towards A main. Fallen's turn from Bricks. His teammate goes down, but he has no problem in building his team back up into this piece by piece. 10 seconds, bomb down on the ground, not enough time to recover it and get it planted. So this round will go to FURIA, their first collected of the map so far.
Yeah, Imperial kind of tests multiple points on the map, but not with any kind of crazy force, right? And FURIA just respond to all of them. They get the kill in B main on those early challenges over in middle, the little bit of a lurk, and then the final gambit from Imperial in A main. That's a lovely way to find a kill. Skulls will be pleased about that. And even with that frag, Vinny's got no more progression, no more space to take due to Fallen's op. So first round on the board, and that has to be the moment for FURIA. Down by 4 already.
A boost over into middle. Descente not spotting anybody from FURIA. No presence in mid. The AWP is being dynamic. It's changing its positions, its starting spots. Fallen now over at B. Was parked pretty much entirely at the A bomb site in the last round. So looking to just be unpredictable and be a problem for Imperial to try and figure out. Skulls has had a relatively rough start to this game so far. He's down to 56 HP to kick off round 7. Here comes Descente through the mid-smoke. I like this play, but Cello, he got flashed through the doors, and so it goes back, starts to think about Descente, and he's pretty close. But that smoke fades away. Cello gets the dink, but the AK is better in that duel.
Ooh, Fallen, nice USP. Knows he was dinked from Cello earlier. Slides back in, but there's still a little bit of a lurk going on in mid behind those double doors, and once again over towards Canals and Connector. Imperial have cracked this bomb site open from this position multiple times, and Try's gonna land the shot. Dinked up, but not deterred. 30 seconds and a man advantage for Imperial.
28 seconds now as the time continues to tick on. Phelps making his play.
They don't have time to come back to it.
And that's a great headshot. K-Serato down in heaven. Fallen waits in the back of the obelisk. A missed shot though, and now he's under a little bit of pressure as Imperial move through their final move. He's exposed to B main though, and no way's gonna knock him off his perch. It's all Skulls who has to try and win this on his own, and he's got eliminated by No Way. Oh, it's close right down to the final seconds, but FURIA not able to get the job done, and Imperial come out 6-1 now. A timeout taken for FURIA. It is not getting any better for what should be the better Brazilian team.
Oh, that late lurk in B main just ruins Fallen's day. He's trying to be really dynamic with the AWP, trying to be the player to solve the problem, and just overexposed. As no attention was coming there, he might have just had to assume and take the risk that it's clear. This is starting to get brutal because that's a critical round win to have. You take the AWP away from Fallen, and you put FURIA once again into an economy-breaking situation heading into round number 8.
A lot of sharp shooting right now from Imperial players as well.
Yeah, he's hyped up.
Yeah, definitely. Phelps in particular, I've been loving his performances here. 9-2. Great start. Descente inside of the smoke. He actually kiss of death. K-Serato inside of that smoke, but he's still sticking around. Yuri has K-Serato covered, and so K-Serato can stay aggressive.
Yeah, but do you want to maintain aggression now that you have the man advantage? Now that you have a 5-on-4, they were also kind of challenging towards A main. Cello comes out for a peek and backs away slowly. FURIA feeling very comfortable now as they back off. A lot of utility used, but they've got themselves a 5-on-4.
Once again, Vinny has to call his teammates late into this round. They don't mind running the time down for Imperial. We've seen that in a number of rounds so far, but he's just got to do it now with a 4v5, and that's the other problem he's got to figure out.
A set piece. They've had a lot of finishing plays towards the B bomb site, and I think that's why you see FURIA with 3 players here, and this is about the timing. Yep, you got to start pushing B main or con to try and find some information. 2 players defending A, but FURIA this time have the perfect call. The delay smoke put down in A main is perfect for FURIA, buying time for these 2 players to come over. Imperial has to wait until it fades, and by then it's going to be too late.
It's not just the 2 players rotating through CT, it's the player coming behind them. Skulls has got a flank going on as well, and he's getting ever closer. He's going to go to camera instead of all the way around the back. And no, wait, great shot. Serato going down. Imperial need to move with it as they get a move on into the A bomb site. 18 seconds, but look how many players are here. And Yuri with a triple kill destroys Imperial at the doors of A. But try fighting as he might, it will not likely end in round victory. Shot after shot, but Fallen proved too much. Try give it his best go and damaged up the remaining forces of FURIA.
Oh, look at the buy that's going to come out because of those kills, though. That's so awesome from Try. Like, win the round, be damned. You just did so much economic damage. FURIA had everyone here, a decimation, and they give it all up, peeking 1v1 into the AWP. And yeah, even in a victory, shaking your head because you know it's way too costly.
They had the early rotation. They get the Yuri triple kill, but Try brings down many players before he goes. Not an easy day at the office here for FURIA. And here goes Phelps, right through with a double. Swipes them out of the server, and now it's done. Phelps into the B bomb site. There's nothing FURIA can do to stop this. Imperial overwhelmed the B site with just 1 player, and now their forces occupy the site. Bomb going down, and FURIA on the save.
This is crazy. No one from FURIA can handle these aggressive plays, and that's nice and simple. That's very puggy, right? You're just Phelps, as we saw against Fallen in the first gun round. He's just rushing right towards Khan. Gets a flashbang in and obliterates 2.
Yeah, he's having one of those games as well. Phelps 11 and 3 just gets a double. He makes it look easy.
I tell you, it's one of those win conditions for Imperial is which individual is going to pop off, and right now it's Phelps. The volume isn't anything to be like too crazy with, but man, the impact is massive.
Phelps is a player that's obviously played with Fallen back in what you would call Phelps his peak of his career, which unfortunately coincided with the downturn in results for the #1 Brazilian team in history.
Yeah, they tried desperately to make Phelps work within those lineups back in the day and just couldn't find to do it. The role clashes with Fur are just too difficult to overcome. It's just crazy.
But you get reminders every now and then of the mechanical skill of
Yuri.
which Phelps possesses.
Yeah. Frustration.
I mean, it has been a year at times for very frustrating for FURIA, right? Full of frustration. And they're going to know what it feels like to be in these positions again. But at a major, the final event of the year, you do not want to be in a spot where you go down 0-2 on day 1.
All right, Fallen. Trademark. Sees the shadow. First kill is his. Doesn't feel the pressure coming in, so backs away.
He's actually going to rotate all the way around, changing his position, wanting to get back over towards camera. Play from Temple instead. And fortunately for Fallen, Imperial have taken their time about progressing beyond the double doors. So this has allowed him the time to reposition, and this could be sick. They're not going to be ready for this. Fallen's reposition all the way back. Vinny gets caught, and another kill given to the sniper.
And another reposition from Fallen as well. They're still going to test this position on the map, though, and it's going to force the defense of the B-bomb site to split up. Skulls falls back with an MP9. Oh, that's a banger of a shot from the SMG.
And now they move out of A main. So the CT round from FURIA is very active, beautiful to watch, and it's left Imperial in a position where they just don't know where they can go.
Yeah, Fallen whittled them down so well in mid with those 2 kills. The Sentient Try. A chance to thin things out. But nope, once again, Skulls steps up to the plate. And Serato already has a read on the AWPer, who's going to be surrounded in T-spawn, trying to back away from one fight, only to find himself in another, and can't get the shot off. And Serato decides to upgrade into a double AWP setup.
All right, let's see how this goes. Didn't work out for Rare Adam earlier, Jason, surprisingly.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's upgraded from an MP9, so I don't know if I can exactly blame him, but yeah, let's see how it does go. Beautiful shooting from Fallen. Great shooting from Skulls as well with the MP9 taking down 2 AK-47 duels. But here's the thing. Every time FURIA have run around like this and put themselves in a position to stabilize and come back, Imperial has just cranked up the aggression and responded immediately.
Well, they're going to be going for a direct hit towards the A side. Vinny has flashes ready for A main.
And that double op setup, that secondary op is going to be tested on K-Serato.
Let's see what he's got. We know he's one of the best riflers in the world on his day. Let's see what he can do with a sniper.
Hasn't felt like his day so far.
No, definitely has not. He's going to start relinquishing control close towards A. He's going to drop a little bit further back and play at range from Heaven. Here comes the flashes. Try tossing them in. His teammate sent forward. K-Serato pinned behind smoke. He'll go to the bricks as Cello uses the MP9. He blasted open though. Both players revealed in a second. And Imperial forced the same call again.
You want to talk about a little bit gimmicky? That is a beautiful way to find openings. FURIA desperately using that smoke as a little bit of cover, a little bit of safety, and then it's taken away from them to leave them exposed in the open. Imperial coming in well drilled with fresh ideas, and FURIA cannot handle it.
Dude, it's so difficult for FURIA. They win a round and then they can't follow up. They just can't stop what Imperial are throwing at them at the moment. 2 rounds ago, it was Phelps getting a double kill in towards Connector. This time, it's a play towards the A bomb site that catches out both of the A defenders, not allowing a single kill to go against Imperial.
And stylistically different each and every round, back and forth. I mean, like, you know, there's like kind of those two styles, the slower kind of progressive map control, lurky style that, you know, Fallen just beat them on the previous round. And this one's a grouped up timing hit, take over the A bomb site. And FURIA can't get a good feel for this game. They've never been able to get into the groove because Vinny's just calling circles around him right now.
No, we talked about today, you mentioned it. You said that, you know, with MIBR, one of their main goals is to try and prove that they're the #1 Brazilian team. They want to take that title away from FURIA. We've got Pain in the mix as well. We've got Imperial here. You would rank, if you did a tier list of Brazilian teams, I think you would have put Imperial at the bottom here at the opening stage of the major. If they beat FURIA today, man, in the fashion that they're currently doing it, I think we throw the best team in Brazil away from FURIA for the time being, because right now, but it's hard to call in a best of one, sure,
Yeah, it's been such an interesting battle throughout the year. Like that position, that top dog in Brazil has been like constantly, you know, in flux. And, you know, I mentioned MIBR has been very vocal about, you know, saying like we're the best team in Brazil. And obviously you're always going to say that about yourself, but they've started to be able in different situations to back it up and have good performances. Obviously took that loss to MongolZ a little bit earlier today. But yeah, FURIA's, you know, position on the throne is not in any way comfortable. It's not in any way settled.
No. Imperial had to play Pain earlier today, lost him 13-5 on Dust 2. FURIA lost to GamerLegion in their opening match. 13-8 as well. Some aggression from K-Serato. Vinny to fall, or rather, a trade from Phelps. They'll be happy enough with that. So 1-for-1 to kick things off. Going into the last round of this half. Fallen. Waiting with a sniper. The best rounds we've seen from the defense of FURIA so far have been when Fallen gets that off into a position where he's able to find impact. So he gets to the side of the smoke. Phelps is going to walk into him, but fires out the shot a little bit too early, but expected Phelps to continue to chase him behind that smoke. And so Fallen sends a shot out through it. Minutes on the clock left.
Yeah, but this has been one of the most disastrous rounds for FURIA that we've seen a number of times, is when everyone's shifted away and left Skulls here all on his own, and now you have this entire hit coming in. Molotov at his feet. He's got a swing. Oh, good first kill. Try with the op, though. Slowly progresses into the shot. You're going to have a flank coming in from B main eventually, which means Fallen and Cello going to be patient.
Try is going to continue to scope up in towards CT, and he spots the barrel. Patient. He sees Cello, and he's going to go down. So Imperial now even the numbers out at a 2v2 as they search for 9 rounds out of this first half, but no way gets caught. Yuri's flank finally pays off, and Try must clutch the 1v2. He'll sit in connector. Trying to make it a tighter angle to spot the crossing player of Yuri coming back into the site. There's no smoke for this defuse. A lot of utility picked up. It's a Molly going in towards Connector instead, and it's a shot opportunity for Try that he will miss. And Fallen gets on the defuse to round out a 4th round for FURIA at the end of the first half. It is in no way a strong defense, unable to string any rounds consecutively together, but 4 rounds can be enough as they go into the second half here.
And you nailed it. The only bright spot of that defense is Fallen's up. The only weapon, the only piece of that defense that was able to actually give them advantages and net them rounds. Otherwise, it was all Phelps just being an absolute monster from start to finish in this opening half. Zach's got to be super happy with how his team has positioned themselves as they switch sides.
But we know how quickly these 8-4 scorelines, you can see Imperial, it felt dominant from them in the first half. It felt like they were the clear better team. But FURIA being able to scrap together 4 rounds can make a huge difference if they win the pistol, if they're able to convert it. That huge gap starts to shrink away very quickly indeed. And that's obviously going to be the conversation they have with all the experience they've got in the roster right now to not let that start shake them too much.
Well, I think what's scary about it is, like, you know, the guys that you would expect to have, like, be sharp in a game like this, Serato, Skulls, just kind of never had any situation where it felt like they could get into a groove. Skulls was constantly on his own and forced back and forced to be passive at the B bomb site when he was left alone. Serato struggled to handle initial fights over at the A bomb site. We'll have to see them come alive quickly in this second half.
Well, it's going to be a hit towards the A bomb side for FURIA. Plenty of utility here.
Stacked, though.
Look how much utility there is, though. So you'd likely see them break up this defense.
Yeah, but 4 players. If they don't take advantage of the Molotovs and the flashbangs while they're out, they're in some trouble. Let's see what the initial defense can do. You got 2 players close up. 2 players are going to be quick to respond, and Imperial is loving this execute at the moment.
Stacked, ready to go. And it's worked out pretty well for Descente and Try. Descente again, off the fountain, drowns out another player, but Fallen continues to push forward for FURIA. Hasn't necessarily been the cleanest entry path to the A bomb site, but they've evened out the numbers, and now there's a clock in Fallen's head going, there's only 1 spotted in the site. Surely there's a flank being set up right now.
Yeah, giving time for Skulls to play, giving time for one of the defenders to make a mistake. You can look at the way Phelps is just backing off because his position is known, and now that information has been cut, he's thinking they can't be pushing into him. Bomb spotted. And the defense is split. In a world where FURIA on the T side can play together, Imperial have to make individual decisions in trying to connect the prongs of this retake.
Well, Skulls at range with the Glock against Vinny's USP. See how this fight goes. Vinny.
No armor on these guys.
It's the Goosh. 37 health left on Skulls, but Fallen fights out at heaven, and that kill is so important because it allows them to maintain the cover of the wall.
That was a kid as well.
They no longer have to worry about a player in behind, and Vinny, good shot! Oh, Fallen runs out of bullets. So does Vinny, but he switches to the Glock, but it's the time. Time's the problem. He picks up a kit, though. On his journey, he's found a kit. He's going to get to that defuse. Fallen has to stop this, has to get around the corner, and Vinny forced off the defuse, gets the headshot, but is there time? Vinny gets to it. It's going to be close all the way, and it's held. He's got it. Vinny pulls it off in the last few seconds, off the defuse to the kill, and the round victory for Imperial.
Unreal that he wins that. A 2v2 perfectly played. Vinny in a 1v2. And just the bodies on this defense. Look at these shots from Descente with the USP. Beautiful work behind the pillar. And that's the moment right there. You get away with that without killing Vinny. You give him a chance at it. Spectacular.
And now that situation we talked about where FURIA win the pistol, they win the conversion, and they shrink that gap. Well, that's out of the window with that kind of play. They come with a force buy. They throw everything they've got into this. An AK-47 in the hands of Serato, a Galil for Yuri. Tech 9s on Skulls and Cello, and a Scout in the hands of Fallen. It's a strong force buy, but they have to win it. If they concede this, reset economically, and Imperial will go to 11 rounds.
Oop, careful, Vinny. Auto shotty on No Way playing close to A main, but oh, they just missed the timing. Vinny overexposed from dark, and that smoke doesn't come in fast enough. Good shot from Serato, good aggressive play. And that pulls the defense off of the A bomb site. FURIA gonna readjust on the map. And it's a wide open site for the moment, but that drop is going to continue selling the fact that A is not under pressure.
Oh, they completely fixated upon Skulls, but he's not the thing you have to worry about. He's not the player you've got to be concerned about because FURIA move into the A bomb site and it's empty.
I don't even know if you go for this, as weird as it sounds. Once you realize the bomb's been planted, I don't know. One player is here. 2, 3
it's
players
lack of kits.
Camera. It's a lack of kits and lack of utility and a shotgun.
Well, they're going to give it a go. Util goes in. Their final piece is being put in place. They charge down through camera.
Call it off now.
The flash is too much to handle. Serrano with the kill. Try with a double, and suddenly we're back in. Suddenly we're locked in for Imperials. They want to try and get back into the site, but time is the problem with a lack of kit. They've got to get a kill quickly, and they bring down Serrano. They get to the defuse again. And even when you think they're not going to be able to pull it off, Imperial keep finding ways to get back into it. Another close defuse, another close shave, but it's Imperial that look their best.
Those retakes are always so sketchy to me, but they get the exact kills they need them. They need at the perfect moment. Even with Serrano getting the first, it's like they were even backing off to retake, but that right there. And that's what I mean when players are not sharp on the FURIA side of things. That has to be a kill from Yuri. It has to be traded. And if you can't trade him, if you're going to miss a 10-bullet spray, you're giving him every opportunity to get back into these bomb sites and win the rounds.
Well, FURIA just have to buy again because they know their chances are thin of coming back into this game. No way. The initial defender of the A site. Smoke goes out, he just peeks beyond it. A lot of damage done, but no kill from No Way. Descente, Serrano, Yuri going blow for blow. Now Fallen enters the fight. And FURIA into the A site.
Oh man, they're just desperately trying to stay in this game. And I can't believe it's worked out.
Well, because of how close these rounds have been, they know they've got Imperial's money on the rope, so they continue to buy.
They have a kit this time as well.
And Fallen's low, going in to Vinny.
They think they're saving, now they're not. Look at the position of Yuri. He's got to come back through camera. This fight in A main is everything. Serrano and Phelps.
Could this be another retake of the A site? It's always been the A site. But with Serrano's kill on Phelps, surely Vinny can't do it again. Molly out to camera. Looks towards Yuri, who repositions behind bricks, and now time is too far gone for Vinny to pull it off. And finally, third time of asking, FURIA get the job done inside of the A site.
I think there's some scary signs in that round from Imperial. I think due to the pressure that FURIA is applying towards A main, very individual decision to like stick around and try and fight around these things. Not a whole lot of backup behind them either. There's fights going on in middle. So FURIA applying a pressure to multiple parts of the map, thinned out this defense and not able to recover this time. But FURIA with those constant force buys have broken the economy of Imperial early on. They still have a chance to come back into this. 5-10. But still feels so desperate. And even, remember, going back to the first half, they could never settle this game down in their favor. They could never grab control and string rounds together.
Serrano flashed into A main, comfortable with the fact that no one is aggressive. 5-7 of No Way takes an intermittent peek just to make sure that Serrano isn't continuing his push forward, but he is, and he's here now to play. So the AK goes in, a lot of steps being heard, and a re-smoke coming out from Imperial, looking to buy some more time because they want this flank to pay off. They want this play into the canal to work out against Yuri, but he gets that info relatively early.
Yeah, but they're feeling very boxed in at the moment. They're smoked out in A main, so you're kind of talking to your mid players right now, and you're like, all right, Skulls, Cello, we need you guys to make a move. We're getting boxed in. They just pushed Con. You need to make a decision on if you're going to press forward to alleviate pressure or come back to help us. They do both, and they win both. They win all 4 engagements.
Descente finally chiming in for Imperial, but too much of a climb to get back into this round. So 6 on the board for FURIA. Finally being able to put a round together. 2 in a row. Money is completely gone now for Imperial.
Yeah, this M4 should be the only weapon they have in the next round unless they find it on the hunt. Descente's getting rather close.
Or we might just bring the hunt to them. Yeah, Serrano peek into storage. Another kill for Descente. Looks like he's going to be given the mercy to save that M4 unless Fallen can speed up through the beach.
Yeah, and look at Skulls. He's hustling over towards B main to try and keep him boxed in. So this weapon is not guaranteed to make it to the next round, although in a pretty safe position. 6-10.
Terrorists win.
FURIA looking to recover. And now just 4 rounds away, with an easier one coming up in round 17 where Imperial cannot invest. And the last thing you want to have happen if you're Imperial is you let FURIA linger long enough for Queserado to wake up.
True. Yeah. Oh, little team knife in there.
Yeah, that's... Look.
If it's going to happen...
I just want to... They will just make it harder on themselves, you know?
Yeah.
You get more style
it isn't
points.
hard enough. Yeah. I mean, at least if it's going to happen in a round like this, you know, at least it happens then.
But look, credit to him. You survive a first half like that. You lose the clutch the way you did in the pistol. You lose the clutch the way you did in the second round.
And you're still staying in the game.
And you're still within reach of making this a close game and pulling it back in your favor.
By
Credit to
sheer
FURIA.
brute force.
Yeah, for all the frustration we've seen out of them already. If they can recover this one, it'll be absolutely lovely. Skull's going to get some attention. He's going to get a little bit of love on this late B push.
Out they go, right into the AK of Skulls. No way to hit the deck. Really shouldn't be too much to talk about here for Imperial. Especially with the amount of forces now FURIA have committed to this position. They just watch, try, walk back into the B bomb site. Fallen's going, all right, let's just follow them. They think it's clear, let's just keep following.
That's an in-game leader just sensing he has all the timing, and now you hear all the footsteps. Good kill from Descenti with the M4, but you still have the trap coming in from B main. You think it's clear.
Although Descenti, he's still around, still alive with that M4, but he needs his USPs to get some work done, and Cello is fallen. Here comes the play into B. They call to pounce. They get themselves into the site. The ball is going to be planted on the safe side of the obelisk, and a dink coming in. Descente's low in health. Sends the pistols out. The bodyguards into the fight. Queserado, good headshot. Second locked in. And comfortable in the end, but certainly moments there where that could have got out of hand.
Yeah, moments that had a lack of comfort, we'll say.
Yeah. And Vinicius hanging around. Maybe someone gets a little bit too aggressive, and he gets a free kill.
You're going to be hard to recover any of those weapons as the bomb goes off.
Alright, well, FURIA, 7 on the board now. The gap is shrunk to just 3 rounds. And a timeout taken here for Imperial.
Yeah, it's not the greatest buy in the world. They're going to be missing some utility, some nades. And obviously wanting to stop this little run from FURIA. Climbing and clawing back into Anubis. Just 3 rounds back now. Haven't been able to settle the economy. It's always been on edge. If you look at the diffuses in rounds 13 and 14, taking a lot of damage in those rounds.
In towards A main. No one aggressive yet from Imperial. So we just settle into a default round. Imperial will know how much rides on this to concede. Go down to a half buy again and allow FURIA up to 8 rounds is completely allowing FURIA back into the game here. You have an opportunity to shut the door on them, or at least start to close it. That can quickly go the other way. No way, taking some damage to the smoke.
He's the only one at the A bomb site and he's got no utility.
Yeah, that's rough.
That sucks. It's a terrifying place to be. Descenti's got to step up. He's got a full kit of utility, but in no position to use any of it. He might get dropped with everything in hand. Good save. Blind kill onto Cello. Doubled up in middle. And still A has been not pressured, so no way. It's just hanging out. Man advantage for Imperial.
Not a whole lot of time left here for FURIA. 35 seconds. And Descente takes a risk.
Oh my lord.
He goes through the smoke. He goes between two, but he hasn't picked up the info.
Skulls is dead.
Skulls is dead. But he comes back and he wins that fight somehow.
How are you prepared for that fight with 2 players in middle? Unreal. Descente has got to be so frustrated. And an A split we drop into, and now No Way with no utility with an MP9 is in a ton of trouble. Oh, steps up big. That's the bomb on the deck, and this round is done.
How has he got away with that? How has he got away with that? We set him up so many times. No Way was in a position of weakness. He had no utility, he had an MP9, he was alone. And he got a double on the MP9. Dude, this is crazy. Oh, this is limited time that they had left, and they just can't get past it. 10 seconds. It was even cutting it close with the bomb coming through there at that point, but as soon as he gets the bomb drop, that's the round. Done. 3rd timeout here for Imperial. But they realize now they've got a great opportunity.
They've stolen a couple rounds in the second half that end up being backbreaking for FURIA when you add them all together. 3rd time out, Zach's calming him down, getting the final ideas and thoughts across about how to win this game, seeing maybe some things that he's not liking, just making sure everyone's ready to close out this map. You have FURIA on the ropes. Money is busted.
They've got FURIA on the ropes. FURIA on the ropes of possibly starting their major 0-2.
And it'll be so frustrating with a team with aspirations that have felt like they've been improving steadily. You spend 2 weeks after the Americas RMR grinding for this major and start 0-2, gonna be so frustrating. And Descente has whittled down 1, comes back for more.
Yeah, bomb went down for a split second, but recovered again by FURIA. Imperial spotted the bomb's position early into the round.
Vinny's made a move out B main, and he sees no skulls. And if there's no skulls, there's no pressure on the B bomb site, so Phelps is going to make his follow-up move as well.
A lot of space being taken here by Imperial. Just over a minute left on the clock, and FURIA stalled out in mid at the moment. Kesserado looking to clear out the canal. And Phelps spotted, detected in the corner. Good kill from Kesserado. Expecting some A aggression and did spot out that play from No Way. Skulls is going back to make sure they haven't pushed the B bomb side, but in fact they have. And now they've pushed A as well. So No Way's gone. Vinny tracking back, but it's all about timing for Vinny. And he gets away, but his head gets spotted. Skulls knows exactly where he is, and Vinny is destined to die. Skulls will take this headshot, and a 2v3 for Imperial to recover, and both players are so low on health and so far away that they just can't consider this. So they're going to back away. FURIA are going to get an 8th round victory, even though at points throughout that round, it looked like it was over for FURIA.
I mean, the Phelps positioning, I don't know why he didn't jump up on the barrels. He had to have known he's exposed from stairs. That position of the map was never cleared. He was just so confidently standing out in the open. That's a free kill that then puts Vinny in a really awkward situation as he hears footsteps. He even had the good read on Skulls coming in. Just missed the timing of how long to hold the angle. And FURIA get away with one. A 4v5 converted. Back within 3. But there's money left for Imperial to reinvest. They can drop weapons over.
They're always on the brink of utter collapse, though, for Imperial, but always staying in the point where they can just about get another buyout here and there.
Those 2 right there, questionable. Going back for more. The exposed positioning from Phelps. Those are some gifts for FURIA to find frags that they were going to have to labor for.
Look at this. Ugh, that's not pretty for Imperial. An A-Ken and M4.
No, but fair play. They didn't really invest a whole lot, right? They have money built up. I thought they would have reached deeper into their pockets. So saving enough for the next round as the losing bonus builds up.
And in turn, likely allowing FURIA up to 9. But if they can do some damage here, there isn't a whole lot of cash built up on FURIA either, so they're ripe for the taking.
Taking risks with this kind of a buy as well. Nobody defending the A bomb site. They want to hold on to mid. They want to hold on to dark.
1 minute left. And the execute ready to go in towards the A bomb site. There is no one there to defend. Imperial have left it empty.
If you're Imperial and you want to try and win this round, you had to make a move in the last 5-10 seconds of actually clearing out canals, pushing forward to get information. So now it's save the M4, save the AK-47. The MP9, the 257s can try and put themselves in positions for exit frags to upgrade the weaponry.
Yeah, but get the rifles out of there. FURIA staying in this fight. They have not come and played their A game. They have probably not even played their C game. This is FURIA looking rough, but staying in the fight. That's always got to be in the back of your head here, Imperial, that you want to put them away as soon as you can. You don't want to allow this game to progress further and further, because eventually signs are starting to point towards the fact that FURIA could get all the way back into this to steal a victory away that Imperial put themselves in perfect positioning for. But good damage on the way out. Can they get an upgrade? They can. Descente didn't, but it was an upgrade there available for Vinny. And that's 2 kills and damage inflicted.
Look, that's huge at this stage of the game to grab those weapons upgraded. Look at all the money left over for Imperial now. Like, you have a loss to sustain and still buy. Economically speaking, you put yourself in a really, really good position. A luxury to have that pressure taken off your shoulders for the moment. 11-9. Early Molotovs in mid to allow Cello to take space with speed, with aggression.
Try. Has eyes on the mid plate. Cello not overextending yet, but perhaps the AWP in the hands of Try can make the difference here. Cello a little bit on edge about being pushed from all different sides.
He's seeing ghosts. So please don't be pushing off that flash.
A flash of his own comes in. His teammate tosses it out. Cello to clear behind the double doors.
It's a lot of pressure being applied in middle.
That'll make Try feel uncomfortable because he can't focus on A main because he has to worry about them coming through camera. But it looks like FURIA starting to get ready for what is going to be a B play as the bomb makes its way over there. Fallen and Skulls together. But with Skulls taking a pick on the B bomb site, they can pause. They've got 45 seconds left here, and that's still a lot of time. And Fallen repositioning that bomb now. No need to commit anywhere just yet.
Yeah, and applying pressure to the sore spot of this defense as Vinny was the one who fell. And look at Cello. He has so much information. Here's all those footsteps, but wasn't prepared for No Way coming back. Oh, and how quickly the tables have turned. A bomb site opened up by K Serrato. The bomb's coming in late, but this Skulls flank is so far away from the action with 20 seconds left.
And Tries the closest player to them, but with AWP, does he feel comfortable enough to peek? If he goes into the open, K Serrato is waiting for that heaven peek. Skulls is so patient on the lurk on the other side of the map.
It's a 2-on-2 retake.
A 2-on-2, and they know that, but Fallen and K Serrato make sure that 2v2 goes no way but furious.
Oh, it's coming unspooled for Imperial. They're getting pulled all around the map. You can see the nerves setting in when they're this close to victory. Phelps drops an AWP. He had 8,000, drops it over to Try. And Imperial's gonna buy right back up into it. Great shot from Skulls. An extended lurk that pans out. And Imperial's defense is starting to fall apart. Six of the last 7 rounds in the favor of FURIA.
Cello making his way up through middle. Descente is on the right side of the smoke. And this time Cello will be caught by an aggressive maneuver. Descente just waiting for him to walk through that smoke, and FURIA offer up a free kill to Imperial. In a round of this magnitude, a 5v4 in favor of the defense, and Try is ready to strike on the AWPer of the other side. Fallen goes into him. The Argentinian strikes. And with a minute left, a 5v3 for Imperial about to grab map point.
This time, no gifts being offered over to FURIA just yet. They're going to have to earn this round, this recovery in a 3v5. 40 seconds. Yuri wants to get aggressive. He's got the bomb in hand. Utility up to keep him as safe as possible. A missed Molotov is going to block him off from the swing to clear platform, so Phelps just lies in wait. And he will be the X factor. He is the safety net, and it's an easy stop with a plant.
Bomb plant denied. Serato and Skulls with 15 seconds left and so many targets they've got to take down. Skulls starts off with a headshot on Descente. Phelps to be cleared off the platform. Skulls with another one. Suddenly does try and he goes down. How have FURIA pulled that off? They find a way back onto an unthinkable round, and FURIA continue their comeback as they tie up this scoreline 11-11.
That is the round. This is where Zach wishes he had another timeout. That should have never been a round win from FURIA. The missed Molotov on top of everything to give Phelps safety. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy how this turns with only 14 seconds on the clock. Skulls delivers headshot after headshot. Absolutely disgusting sequence in his best round of this map.
He was quiet for most of it, but loudest when it mattered most. And that might just be the round that shatters the mentality of Imperial.
How do you come back from it? You feel so confident in that situation just to watch all your teammates show up on the kill feed on the wrong side of it.
Something FURIA have been consistently good at is getting into the A bomb site. Not necessarily always holding on to it. So they're applying that pressure now with utility. Not committing to the site yet, but forces will begin to rotate over and congregate outside of the A bomb site. And right now Imperial have the majority of their forces elsewhere. On B, they've got 4 players. Descente is the only player here for the defense of Imperial.
Again, the question is, do you want to try and win this round? Or do you want to try and just kind of hope they come to your bomb site? And the question, or the answer is, they want to try and win this round. They just cleared B main. It's a little bit late. They're not going to be here in time. Descente has to play this super cautious because he has to be thinking to save this M4 if things don't go their way.
Try. Close towards the bricks with only a 5-7 in his hands. It's no way to swing through the camera and catch Serato to snap his neck. Descente from heaven needs a godly play, and it's 2 locked in. 3v3. As Imperial stay committed to this, conviction to the retake. As Vinny moves into the bomb site, he's got ever closer without being detected, but he gets peeked, he gets down, and it's just Phelps who falls at the hands of the Opper. It is 12-11. FURIA now at the brink of closing out a victory versus Imperial when all look lost.
Impressive, impressive comeback thus far from Imperial, but they can't think about that just yet. One more round to close it out. They've had to go through so much. First half was lackluster. They've played today one good half of Counter-Strike after a painful upset to start the day. And think of how this half opened. Those 2 back-breaking clutches.
You thought that was it for FURIA?
Yeah, you really felt like there was no way back in after that kind of heartbreak. 8 of the last 9 rounds in the favor of FURIA. A dominant run on the T side of Anubis.
Oh! Dude, there is no way. From silence to a headshot out of nowhere. FURIA with an opener.
That's unreal.
That is just unplayable. Nothing you can do about that. Cello with a shot through the smoke. No way moves into position. Caught by Serato. The 1-for-1 keeps Imperial 1 player down. But at least it's still within touching distance. But with that push forward from Vinny and the headshot from Serato, 40 seconds remain in this round. But FURIA are going to pull back an unbelievable result when all looked lost, when they looked like they were done. FURIA stayed in this fight, and Imperial could not put them away. The Argentinian must make the difference in this Brazilian matchup. He's got the shot onto the chest of Cello. And now inside of the smoke, Kesserado slips right past him, and it's all on try now. The B bomb side's fallen, and he's going to sprint away, but Kesserado has locked in his prey. He's on the hunt, in behind, and the Fang will bite down on what should have been the final kill. But he'll remain alive.
He really ruined your line there.
Yeah, he really did.
We'll have a talk with him after this.
He kind of messed that one up. But and now try. He's got a little bit longer in the server, but not going anywhere with this one.
No, you can't win this. And if you're try, you're like, great. I don't even. There's no play. I cannot believe FURIA's come back. Imperial did exactly what they couldn't do. They let Kesserado heat up into this game. He's going to end with 24 kills. A very quiet first half. He struggled at the A bomb site, but boy did he come alive in the second half.
I love that they tried the knife after all that they've been through, but Imperial unfortunately let this one slip, and for FURIA, they battled back. It was not the prettiest Counter-Strike. It was certainly not their A game, but FURIA get the job done and survive the scare of going 0-2 on day one of the major.
A really rough day in the office for FURIA, but it's really awesome to see that have that kind of a comeback. You got to be equal parts proud and disappointed in some parts of that game. But, I mean, Imperial had every chance to win that. The 2 clutches to open up the second half. The 4v2 at the B bomb site that just gets ripped out of their hands with 14 seconds left. They had everything they needed. And FURIA just showed a little bit of class there right at the end of the day. I cannot believe it.
It is fantastic. And the round that I'll remember forever from this game is the Skulls one, where he's just coming out of B and there's 10 seconds left. Skulls gets just an unbelievable amount of impact with 3 headshots coming in. That felt like it was easily Imperial's round win.
I mean, if you look at that round, if you go back and replay that, like, that's firmly going to be in control of Imperial way more often than not. And I think for them looking back on that round, they're going to be like, how is it even possible we lost this? And I mean, that comes down also, you have to talk about the inexperience of the 2 teams facing off against each other. Yeah, experienced players on the Imperial side, but as a team, not necessarily experienced in these high pressure situations. FURIA's been there, but this defense really started to come unspooled. FURIA won, what, 9 of the last 10 rounds played to close out this map.
Can't mess with that run.
They just went on a run from round 3 of the second half all the way to the end. It's all FURIA.
And just think of the relentless buying that they went through in the start of the second half, right? We were considering, are you going to save? No, but because they did so much damage to the Imperial economy, they continued to have this war of attrition and fight it with everything they've got. And eventually they came out on top of it, and that decision to stay in those early fights paid off. And that's the opening kill of the final round. I mean, what can you do about that? Cello with 1 bullet tapped through the smoke, and it's a headshot to give them a 5v4.
And towards the end of that TF, you really started to see FURIA settle into like their, a better game of Counter-Strike that we know they can play. And part of that is the guys coming alive. You mentioned it, Skulls, that sequence. He'd been pretty quiet throughout, certainly the first half, struggled at the B bomb site due to some of the positioning of FURIA. Same with Kesserado over at the A bomb site. The anchors, the extremities of the map really struggled. But once you got in the flow in that T side, they started coming alive and having some of those sequences. You could see the confidence coming back and them actually playing their game of Counter-Strike that they know how to play.
Yeah, you mentioned it during the cast, actually. You said in the second half, Kesserado's been quiet, but if you're Imperial, you want to put this away. You don't want to give time for Kesserado to wake up, and he woke up. 100 ADR to close it out, 24 kills, fantastic second half from Kesserado. Look at that. Look at the comparison between the first and second half of impact for Kesserado.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember how many kills he had in the first half. It was 5. Yeah. He got 19 kills in the second half. Just went absolutely crazy. And none of it's like quad kills. He just gets his 2 every single round.
4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, the guy just picked it up, and that's the thing. Imperial let him linger. They missed those opportunities to close it out. They missed those opportunities to bury FURIA on a bad day of Counter-Strike and put them in a really rough spot at this major. And Kesserado punished him for it, as he's done a number of times previously.
Well, now Imperial goes 0-2 on their opening day of the major. A loss to 2 Brazilian teams today. 1 to Pain, now to FURIA. It's going to feel extra rough coming out of this game because you know you had that one if you're Imperial. there were so many chances.
And I'm just going to say it. I'm not trying to harp on it or be critical, but I guarantee you during that final stretch, Zach wish he hadn't burned a third timeout too early in that second half. Not, you know, and I don't know what's going on in the team, and that's why I don't want to be super critical on it. But down the stretch of that, when you see that team with such an advantage, unable to close it out, that's where as a coach you're like, God, I wish I could pause it.
Yeah, you really do. And I wish you could have a few of those moments back. But let's look back on some of the moments throughout today's first day of the major. It's done already. We've had 2 rounds of matches. We had MIBR defeat VP 13-7 in their opening game. 13-10 win for Team Liquid. Had to come back versus Cloud9. Got that job done. Wildcard continuing to get W's, this time against Fnatic. And Imperial lost to Pain 13-5 in the opening set.
Yeah, and that set him up for the follow-up matches as well that we just kind of witnessed, and we'll pull them up here. Obviously, FlyQuest having an absolute banger of a day. That was such a fun cast, despite the fact that it's one-sided. MongolZ handled business well against MIBR. Mazzinho having that incredible game. Virtus.pro, no real issues against Rare Atom. Nothing we can really take from their performance, but obviously good to see them get a win and go 1-for-1. And FURIA, we just witnessed that incredible comeback and the incredible performance in the second half for Serato.
Yeah, the tenacity, staying in the game. FURIA get the job done. They'll round out the day 1-1. We'll figure out all of the scenarios, what matchups you've got coming up tomorrow, though, but that'll all be for later, Jason.
Biggest surprise of the day is FlyQuest, I would say.
Yes, definitely.
Gotta be, because this is some of the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen them play.
Exactly, and really, Dexter was saying that they've kind of lost the pressure that they have from the RMRs, being one of the favorites, expected to make it through. Now they come to the major, 0 pressure, 0 expectations. Now 2-0 up. I'd say that pressure starts to creep back in now, though, because you could get through in the next stage. That's got to be
plenty. Maybe. Yeah, different kind of pressure.
Yeah, different kind, for sure. More positive pressure.
Yeah.
But that is it. First day of the major done, Jason. Happy about that?
I'm very happy. Well, how are you doing? Your first day, your first major.
It felt special. It was great. And I'm looking forward to day 2. So let's go to a break. And it's a long one because it's a whole day.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.